Hello, dearest viewer. I hope that you are having a good day. You are looking especially dapper today. You are watching the May Master stream for Dracula. So Dracula is written in the form of letters, and I streamed many times throughout the month of May and tried my best to read the letters on or around the day that they actually correspond to. This video combines all of the entries from the month of May. It also removes my intros, my outros, and is hopefully a smoother viewing experience. If you enjoy this video, I would really appreciate it if you liked it and or you left a comment. I would even more appreciate if you subscribed, because all of that really helps out my little baby YouTube channel. But yeah, without further ado, I hope you have fun at the castle. Alright, let us begin. May 3rd. Jonathan Harker's journal, kept in shorthand. The 3rd of May. Bistritz. Left Munich at 8:35 p.m. on the 1st of May, arriving at Vienna early next morning. Should have arrived at 6:46, but train was an hour late. Budapest seems a wonderful place, from the glimpse which I got of it from the train and the little I could walk through the streets. I feared to go very far from the station, as we had arrived late and would start as near the correct time as possible. The impression I had was that we were leaving the west and entering the east, the most western of splendid bridges over the Danube, which is here of noble width and depth, took us among the traditions of Turkish rule. We left in pretty good time, and came after nightfall to Klausenberg. Here I stopped for the night at the Hotel Royal. I had for dinner, or rather supper, a chicken done up some way with red pepper, which was very good, but thirsty. Memento. Get recipe for Mina. I asked the waiter, and he said it was called paprika hendel, and that, as it was a national dish, I should be able to get it anywhere along the Carpathians. I found my smattering of German very useful here. Indeed, I don't know how I should be able to get on without it. A friend of mine has actually made that dish, I think last year, when around this entry, and she said it was super good. I want to do that too, but I haven't, of course, I didn't get around to it last time, as we're establishing. Also, something that I find so funny about this chapter is that I'm like, when I write, it's like, you know, oh, like, should I include, like, these little details about, like, what they ate and stuff? Like, I don't think so. I don't think people need to know what they ate. And over here, Jonathan's like, I ate this dish. Here is exactly the ingredients, and here's what I thought about it. You know? In today's world, you would not recommend starting your first chapter of your book with what your main character ate that day. Just checked my copy of the book. They translated that mem as Lembrete, reminder. So I think that my theory of memento holds for what it's worth. Gotcha. Alright. Having had some time at my disposal when in London, I had visited the British Museum and made search among the books and maps in the library regarding Transylvania. It had struck me that some foreknowledge of the country could hardly fail to have some importance in dealing with a nobleman of that country. I find that the district he named is in the extreme east of the country, just on the borders of 3 states, Transylvania, Moldavia, and Bukovina, in the midst of the Carpathian Mountains, one of the wildest and least known portions of Europe. I was not able to light on any map or work giving the exact locality of the Castle Dracula, as there are no maps of this country, as yet to compare with our own Ordnance Survey maps. But I found that Bistritz, the post town named by Count Dracula, is a fairly well-known place. I shall enter here some of my notes, as they may refresh my memory when I talk over my travels with Mina. There are 4 kinds of writers. Me, writing stories like essays and keeping things short. Kaylee, fighting her own thoughts on how detailed to be. Bram Stoker, talk about all the meals. Tolkien, talk about all the things. Very true, very true. It's just like, keep it bare minimum, nobody pees, nobody eats, and then, you know, next level from that, maybe a few details, and then all right, I'm gonna talk all about the meals. And then Tolkien is like, I'm going to tell you every detail about every tree. So, like I said, I have read this part. I should refresh my memory on how far I got. If I remember correctly, as far as I got was when stuff started to go down with Lucy, like when Mina is like, I tried to lock the door and pet her hair. It ain't working. You know, I think that's the last place that I got to. But so I have read this before, but I remember how shocked I was when I first read this, because I'm more familiar with stuff like Castlevania, where the whole goal of Castlevania is getting to the castle. And so I was so surprised to actually start Dracula, because I was thinking it would be like that. That's like, oh, that's the climax, is when they're at the castle and like fighting him and stuff. And then it just starts with Jonathan being like, I'm making my way to Castle Dracula. And I was like, you're making your way to what now? I saw a post, I think it was like a Tumblr post, that's like, the funniest thing about Dracula is that the characters don't know that they are in Dracula, that they are in the book Dracula, which seems very accurate from what I've read so far, that it's like, oh yeah, my buddy the Count, and it's like, he ain't your buddy. Awesome. I spent a whole page talking about why these trees look like the two trees of Valinor and why that matters. Amazing. Yeah, exactly. So today I'm going to visit Sauron in Mordor. Yes, that's totally what it feels like. I am curious, like when people read this at the time, if they thought that, if they knew, you know, Dracula's a vampire, oh my goodness, Jonathan, you're in trouble. If they're like, all right, yes, he's going to visit a nobleman, all right. All right, let us continue. In the population of Transylvania, there are 4 distinct nationalities: Saxons in the south, and mixed with them the Wallachs, who are the descendants of the Dacians. Magyars in the west, and the Skellies? Do you know how to pronounce that? Can you help me out with that one? In the east and the north. I am going among the latter, who claim to be descended from Attila and the Huns. This may be so, for when the Magyars conquered the country in the 11th century, they found the Huns settled in it. I read that every known superstition in the world is gathered into the horseshoe of the Carpathians, as if it were the center of some sort of imaginative whirlpool. If so, my stay may be very interesting. Memento. I must ask the Count all about them. Yeah, you do that, buddy. Ask the Count all about the suspicions of the people. I did not sleep well, though my bed was comfortable enough, for I had all sorts of queer dreams. There was a dog howling all night under my window, which may have had something to do with it. Or it may have been the paprika, for I had to drink up all the water in my carafe, and was still thirsty. Towards morning I slept, and was wakened by the continuous knocking at my door, so I guess I must have been sleeping soundly then. I will note that my friend who made that dish, she did say it gave her weird dreams. But I do think it's really funny that he's like, yeah, I had some weird dreams. Might have been the dog ominously howling. Might have been the paprika. We'll never know. I am also curious if the dog has any meaning, because I know that Dracula can A, control dogs, and B, become a dog. And so I don't know if Dracula's just out here, you know, keeping his buddy up all night, or if it's just a coincidence. Yeah. Lord Sauron, serve me the traditional dish of his people, the Maiar. Oh, amazing. Okay, to check the pronunciation, seems something close to Seklis. How do you pronounce T-S together? T-S-E-H, is it Ellis? Okay. I had for breakfast more paprika and a sort of porridge of maize flour, which they said was mamaliga. and eggplant stuffed with forcemeat. A very excellent dish, which they call impletata. Memento, get recipe for this also. I had to hurry breakfast, for the train started a little before 8, or rather, it ought to have done so, for after rushing to the station at 7:30, I had to sit in the carriage for more than an hour before we began to move. It seems to me that the further east you go, the more unpunctual are the trains. What ought they to be in China? What does that mean? What ought they to be in China? Oh, I guess he's saying if you go east, they're less punctual. So in China, they wait 4 hours, for the train. I just love again, today, we would be like, you don't need to have your main character keep saying, get the recipe for this. And it's like, nope, he likes his food. He's going to get the recipes. It's important. All day long, we seemed to dawdle through a country which was full of beauty of every kind. Sometimes we saw little towns or castles on the top of steep hills, such as we see in old missals. Sometimes we ran by rivers and streams, which seemed, from the wide stony margin on each side of them, to be subject to great floods. It takes a lot of water, and running strong, to sweep the outside edge of a river clear. At every station there were groups of people, sometimes crowds, and in all sorts of attire. Some of them were just like the peasants at home, or those I saw coming through France and Germany, with short jackets and round hats and homemade trousers, but others were very picturesque. The women looked pretty, except when you got near them, but they were very clumsy about the waist. They had all full white sleeves of some kind or other, and most of them had big belts with a lot of strips of something fluttering from them like the dresses in a ballet. But of course, there were petticoats under them. The strangest figures we saw were the Slovaks, who were more barbarian than the rest, with their big cowboy hats, great baggy, dirty white trousers, white linen shirts, and enormous heavy leather belts, nearly a foot wide, all studded over with brass nails. They wore high boots with their trousers tucked into them, and had long black hair and heavy black mustaches. They are very picturesque, but do not look prepossessing. On the stage, they would be set down at once as some sort of oriental band of brigands. They are, however, I am told, very harmless and rather wanting in natural self-assertion. So he does use, I remember he uses this word a lot, that he always is like, they're picturesque, and I guess that means beautiful, I think. It's like, oh yeah, they look nice, they look pretty, but it's just funny because we only really use that word for landscapes, and it's like, yeah, this person, picturesque, Also, the woman looked pretty, except when you got near them. Burn! Burn, Jonathan! Man! Like, he's so polite seemingly most of the time, and then he just drops something like that. Like, oh yeah, they're very pretty! Until you get near them. And then I'm curious, because I know that there is an actual cowboy in this book, and so I don't know if, because Slovak does not say cowboy to me. So I don't know what this means exactly. I don't know if he's describing a cowboy hat, but that's not what, modern day people would picture being a cowboy hat. Or if it's like, yep, we got these European people and they wear cowboy hats. Here in Texas now too, yeah. I don't know if my dad has a cowboy hat or not, but if he does, I should go, find it and, put it on for all of Quincy's lines. That's gonna be fun. Oh, I get to do an actual southern accent. Slovaks are from Eastern Europe, as in the country Slovakia. That's what I thought, yeah. So what are they doing wearing cowboy hats? What does this mean? I'm also curious what clumsy about the waist means. If he means, oh, their clothes are all... Because he does go on to talk about, their belts and stuff. And so I don't know if he's talking about their clothes or if he's, calling them fat. I don't know what that means. I feel like he gets kind of judgy, but I feel like a lot of people at that time were like that. Yes, yeah. I need to see how they translated cowboy hats to Portuguese. If you have Dracula on your shelf, you should grab it and figure out how they translated it. Alright. Okay. It was on the dark side of twilight when we got to Bistritz, which is a very interesting old place. Being practically on the frontier, the Borgo Pass leads from it to Bukovina. It has had a very stormy existence, and it certainly shows marks of it. 50 years ago, a series of great fires took place, which made terrible havoc on 5 separate occasions. At the very beginning of the 17th century, it underwent a siege of 3 weeks and lost 13,000 people, the casualties of war proper being assisted by famine and disease. It has had a very stormy existence, and it certainly shows marks of it. I like that a lot, and I feel like that's how a lot of us would describe our lives. We'd be like, oh, how have you been these last few years? Well, I have had a very stormy existence, and I certainly show the marks of it. Count Dracula had directed me to go to the Golden Crone Hotel, which I found to my great delight to be thoroughly old-fashioned, for of course I wanted to see all I could of the ways of the country. I was evidently expected, for when I got near the door, I faced a cheery-looking elderly woman in the usual peasant dress, white undergarment with long double apron, front and back, of colored stuff fitting almost too tight for modesty. When I came close, she bowed and said, "The Herr Englishman?" "Yes," I said, "Jonathan Harker." She smiled and gave some message to an elderly man in white shirt sleeves, who had followed her to the door. He went, but immediately returned a letter. "My friend, welcome to the Carpathians. I am anxiously expecting you. Sleep well tonight. At 3 tomorrow, the diligence will start for Bukovina. A place on it is kept for you. At the Borgo Pass, my carriage will await you and will bring you to me. I trust that your journey from London has been a happy one, and that you will enjoy your stay in my beautiful land. Your friend, Dracula." I love that that is how the first chapter ends. I mean, granted, I don't know. I guess that's not how the actual first chapter ends, but I love that in this version of the story, like, this is day one. It's just like, oh yeah, here's a nice letter from the person I'm visiting. Your friend, Dracula. It's like, oh, okay. I do plan to do more of a like traditional Dracula voice, but I think I need to practice that. So I did more of a like Jonathan reading it, so sort of voice for today, I guess. Let's see. Well, I don't know what I expected because they basically translated it literally to Caro. Wait. Though we don't use that word necessarily as meaning cowboys from the Wild West. We tend to borrow the English word for that trope in particular. So I guess it was some sort of hat often used by European herdsmen or something. Found this. That makes more sense. That makes a lot more sense. I don't really know how to describe this hat, because you guys can't see it, but it's like, I guess, a squinched bowler with some feathers on it and like a band around it. It's not a great description, but it's what came to mind. But yeah, and I was so caught off guard when I first read this of how polite Dracula was, and he's gonna continue to be that way, but it's just like, oh yes, I anxiously await your arrival, good sir. And it's Dracula. Amazing. But yes, let us read the May 4th entry as well. May 4th. Jonathan Harker's journal, kept in shorthand. The 4th of May. I found that my landlord had got a letter from the Count, directing him to secure the best place on the coach for me. But on making inquiries as to details, he seemed somewhat reticent, and pretended that he could not understand my German. This could not be true, because up to then he had understood it perfectly. At least he answered my questions exactly as if he did. I love the matter-of-factness of this, that, he's like, oh, like, no, I don't understand you. It's like, you understood, we've been talking for 5 days, man, you understood me every other time. What are you saying, huh? Yes! I love it. And he says, I anxiously await your arrival with this beautiful golden ring you speak of. Your friend, Sauron. Yes, exactly the vibes. Alright. He and his wife, the old lady who had received me, looked at each other in a frightened sort of way. He mumbled out that the money had been sent in a letter, and that was all he knew. When I asked him if he knew Count Dracula, and could tell me anything of his castle, both he and his wife crossed themselves, and saying that they knew nothing at all, simply refused to speak further. It was so near the time of starting that I had no time to ask anyone else, for it was all very mysterious and not by any means comforting. That is a good reaction, at least. This is mysterious and not comforting. But could you imagine, like, of course, like, crossing yourself was much more common back then, but just the idea of, like, oh, hey, I'm gonna go visit this nobleman who's invited me. Do you know anything about him? And then they're just like, we don't understand you. You know, you'd be like, what? Yes, Dracula Daily, welcome, Death's Head. Just before I was leaving, the old lady came up to my room and said in a very hysterical way, "Must you go? Oh, young hare, must you go?" She was in such an excited state that she seemed to have lost her grip of what German she knew, and mixed it all up with some other language which I did not know at all. I was just able to follow her by asking many questions. When I told her that I must go at once, and that I was engaged on important business, she asked again, "Do you know what day it is?" I answered that it was the 4th of May. And she shook her head as she said again, "Oh, yes, I know that, but do you know what day it is?" On my saying that I did not understand, she went on, "It is the eve of St. George's Day. Do you not know that tonight, when the clock strikes midnight, all the evil things in the world will have full sway? Do you know where you are going, and what you are going to?" She was in such evident distress that I tried to comfort her, but without effect. Finally, she went down on her knees and implored me not to go, at least to wait a day or two before starting. It was all very ridiculous, but I did not feel comfortable. However, there was business to be done, and I could allow nothing to interfere with it. I therefore tried to raise her up and said, as gravely as I could, that I thanked her, but my duty was imperative, and that I must go. She then rose and dried her eyes, and taking a crucifix from her neck, offered it to me. I did not know what to do, for as an English churchman, I have been taught to regard such things as in some measure idolatrous, and yet it seemed so ungracious to refuse an old lady meaning so well, and in such a state of mind. She saw, I suppose, the doubt on my face, for she put the rosary round my neck and said, "For your mother's sake," and went out of the room. I am writing up this part of the diary whilst I am waiting for the coach, which is of course late, and the crucifix is still around my neck. Whether it is the old lady's fear, or the many ghostly traditions of this place, or the crucifix itself, I do not know, but I am not feeling nearly as easy in my mind as usual. If this book should ever reach Mina before I do, let it bring my goodbye. Here comes the coach. Alrighty. What was I gonna say? It was all very ridiculous, but I did not feel comfortable. Again, it feels like a mood. I like that description. It's like, this is ridiculous, but I'm uncomfy. And then he is a true solicitor, because he's like, well, there's business to be done, and I will allow nothing to interfere with it. You know, it's like, my dude, it is an evil day. You're going to an evil castle. You are gonna die. Well, there's business to be done, my good lady. I must go. It's not even like something like, oh, I must do it for my friends. You know, I must do it for my business. And I do think it's really interesting that, like, as an English churchman, I've been taught to regard such things as in some measure idolatrous. It's been a while since I learned about it, but I remember learning about, like, I think they're the iconoclasts and the iconoduals, and I forget which is which, but, like, some people in the church, were like, oh, like, icons are great, and like, let's make pictures of Jesus and put crosses up everywhere, and everywhere else they're like, oh, but if you, like, pray to the cross, then you're praying to an idol. So, like, no symbols allowed. Churches must be bland and boring, and no images in them. And so I guess at this time, and in England, or where he is in England, he's part of that group that it's like, oh, no images, must be boring, must... Because if you pray to an image, you're praying to an image, and it's graven, and you're not praying to actually God. So, I don't know. I just find it interesting, because I was not, like, you know, learning about these kinds of things in school, and then actually seeing them naturally come up is kind of fun. Let's see. It is good that the man listened to the old lady, I'll say that. And then I also love that the last line is, whether it's the old lady's fear or the many ghostly traditions of this place or the crucifix itself, I do not know, but I'm not feeling nearly as easy in my mind as usual. That it's like you arrived and the man pretended not to understand you, and then they crossed themselves when you mentioned the dude you were trying to go talk to. your buddy Dracula. Your bro Drac. When you mentioned him, they crossed themselves. And then this lady comes into your room, kneels down, is crying and screaming that you're gonna die because it's an evil day. And then you walk away and you're like, I don't know what it is, but I'm feeling a little uneasy. It's like, my dude, maybe think, maybe think a little harder about what you're doing here. Or if not, like, think harder at just, like, there's a reason that you're uneasy. These are not normal reactions. And granted, like, it is good that he says earlier, like, oh, there are suspicious people, that it does make a little more sense as to why he's not regarding them highly. It's because he's heard, oh, they're really suspicious. And so when he sees them being suspicious, he's like, oh, they are more suspicious than I thought they were, as opposed to being like, maybe there's some credence to these rumors, you know? Nice. Dustin says, I read Dracula a few years back. Maybe I should grab my copy. Well, since we're at the end, I don't know how useful that would be today, but next time, for sure, have it on hand for next time. Just to vary the joke a bit, the whole beginning of the book has the same vibes as, I'm going to this place called the Death Star to visit one Darth Sidious, but for some reason everyone tells me I'm crazy, and I don't get why. Yes, exactly. Aw, that's too bad, Death said. But don't worry, you know, the VOD will be there, and so you can rewatch it. It's not long, it's only like 30 minutes. But yeah, that's exactly what it is. I've been cordially invited to the Death Star to visit my friend, Darth Sidious. He's super nice and polite, but everybody I talk to begs for my life and says that it's dangerous and not to go. I wonder why. That's a little weird. For sure. May 5th, Jonathan Harker's journal, kept in shorthand. 5th of May, the castle. The grey of the morning has passed, and the sun is high over the distant horizon, which seems jagged. Whether the trees or hills, I know not. What is going on? I'm going to redo that sentence. The grey of the morning has passed, and the sun is high over the distant horizon, which seems jagged. Whether with trees or hills, I know not. For it is so far off that big things and little are mixed. I am not sleepy, and as I am not to be called till I awake, naturally I write till sleep comes. Again, feels like it could be another motto of our group. Naturally I write until sleep comes. And when he says, I'm not sleepy, I might be, because I'm tripping up more than I thought I would. I did not think I was sleepy. Oh, kitty. I don't know if you could hear that. She was making weird noises. Alright. There are many odd things to put down, and lest who reads them may fancy that I dined too well before I left Bistritz, let me put down my dinner exactly. Nobody was thinking that, Jonathan. takes it to the next level. It's not just here's what I ate. It's like, oh, I don't want you to say that I ate too well, so here's exactly what I ate. And it's like, no one was gonna say that. Nobody was thinking that. You don't need to write it down. Oh, hello, kitty. Hello, kitty, yes. That's not the 5th of May entry here. Oh, interesting. Let me make sure I didn't start at the wrong place. No, that was the crucifix. Interesting. There are 2. Did you go to the second one, or the next chapter, or did you go to the beginning? Now I want to grab my copy and see. Now I'm super curious. Hold on. We'll see if I can find it. Okay, chapter 1, yep, is the 3rd. And there's the letter. Looks like it to me. Let's see if I can, wait, let me point right there. Yeah. I don't know if you can read any of the words. But that's the first 5th of May entry I have that has the same, the gray of the morning. So yeah, let me know what you've got. This is interesting. But all right, I shall continue. I dined on what they called robber steak, bits of bacon, onion, and beef, seasoned with red pepper, and strung on sticks and roasted over the fire, in the simple style of the London cat's meat. The wine was golden Nediash, which produces a queer sting on the tongue, which is, however, not disagreeable. I had only a couple of glasses of this, and nothing else. I'm curious, this makes me want to look it up, because I feel like robber steak sounds like, just like throwing random stuff in the pan. Robber steak. Yeah. Oh, cat. Well, everything that comes up is recipes from Dracula, cooking fictional recipes. So maybe it's not real. Maybe it's just something that he made up. All right. And I could also try and look up what cat's meat is. I'll look up London cat's meat, because I don't want to see actual cat meat. I see someone on Reddit asking the same question. Hold on. Hold on a sec. What? If you think they sold cat meat, you're entirely wrong. What a cat's meat seller sold was meat to cats. To be specific, it was horse meat that the seller acquired from horse slaughterers known as knackers. In the 1860s, it was estimated there were 300,000 cats in London alone. To feed this multitude of cats, it was stated that 26,000 horses maimed or past work were slaughtered and cut up each year to feed household pets. Because it was a highly profitable business, it also involves some 1,000 cat's meat sellers. What? That is weirder than I thought. Okay, I want to look at some other websites to make sure that's right. That is weird. That is wild. And kind of awesome. Yeah, she on most days a hand cart full of chopped meat on skewers to sell to cat owners. So to emphasize, meat for cats, not of cats, specifically horse meat. Gnarly leftovers collected from nearby slaughterhouses. In Victorian-era London, there were hundreds of cat's meat men and women, and sometimes kids, with feats in poor neighborhood as well as posh ones. That's wild. So, that... Victorian London just got a little bit cooler. I think... I think overall it was a much more difficult time than we think it is, than we romanticize it as. But you gotta admit, that's kind of awesome that, like, you wouldn't, in Victorian London, no, you don't go to the pet store to get food for your cat. There will be a cat's meat seller on the street to buy meat for your cat, specifically. And potentially just, like, feeding the feral cats. That's awesome. Say what you will about the Victorian era, but they took care of their cats. Not their horses, but their cats. Okay, gotcha. It says that is the 2nd May 5th. Fair enough. Alright, anyways. So I guess this is saying, like, in the simple style of horse meat, like, or, you know, just like how they would make the meat for the cats. Alright. When I got in the coach, the driver had not taken his seat, and I saw him talking with the landlady. They were evidently talking of me. For every now and then, they looked at me, and some of the people who were sitting on the bench outside the door, which they call by a name meaning word-bearer, came and listened, and then looked at me, most of them pityingly. Word-bearer, that's pretty awesome. That feels like a way better title than, like, a writer or a speaker. It's like, here comes the word-bearer, the bearer of words. I love that. And then I love that they're all, like, talking about him behind his back, and then they all looked at me. And it wasn't judgy, no. It was pitying. I'm gonna die, you know? I could hear a lot of words, often repeated, queer words, for there were many nationalities in the crowd. So I quietly got my polyglot dictionary from my bag and looked them out. Just in the modern day version of this is just him pulling out his phone and pulling out Google Translate. I must say, they were not cheering to me, for amongst them were Ordog, Satan, Pokal, Hell, Stragoisha, or Stragoisa, Stragoika, I don't know, Witch, Rolok, and Vilkoslak, both of which mean the same thing, one being Slovak and the other Serbian, for something that is either werewolf or vampire. Memento, I must ask the Count about these superstitions. I love that so much. Oh yeah, like everybody around me, like they kept saying like weird things. I can't pick out all the words, but the words were Satan, hell, witch, and one that means like maybe werewolf or vampire. Gee, I gotta ask the Count about this. I gotta ask the vampire about these weird superstitions. I know, of course, that, hello. I know, of course, he does not know that Dracula is a vampire. It's just, you know, like we were talking about last time, it's just so funny that it's like, I better ask the biggest, baddest vampire in town about these little superstitions of the local people. It's also funny to me that it starts with Satan. Like, that feels like the one you end on. That feels like, and of course, again, like, it makes sense that they end on, like, this word, it might be vampire, you know, that is the important one. But Satan feels like the big hitter, and so it feels like we're running out of the gate with Satan, and it's like, oh, this is bad. I also love how this might just be like how they talked, but how he's like, they weren't cheering to me. They didn't make me happy. They didn't make my day. They didn't spark joy. Alright, when we started, the crowd around the inn door, which had by this time swelled to a considerable size, all made the sign of the cross and pointed 2 fingers towards me. With some difficulty, I got a fellow passenger to tell me what they meant. He would not answer at first, but on learning that I was English, he explained that it was a charm or a guard against the evil eye. This was not very pleasant to me, just starting for an unknown place to meet an unknown man. But everyone seemed so kind-hearted and so sorrowful and so sympathetic that I could not but be touched. I shall never forget the last glimpse which I had of the inn-yard and its crowd of picturesque figures, all crossing themselves as they stood round the wide archway, with its background of rich foliage of oleander and orange trees, and green tubs clustered in the centre of the yard. Then our driver, whose wide linen drawers covered the whole front of the box seat, Gotza they called him, cracked his big whip over his 4 small horses, which ran abreast, and we set off on our journey. Again, like, imagine you leave a place, and there's a crowd around you, and all of them go at the same time. Like, that would be more than a little unsettling. And then I love how his reaction isn't like, maybe I should be concerned. He's just like, I am touched. They care about me. They don't want anything bad to come upon me. That's real nice of them. It's like, no, buddy, you should be concerned. It's also really funny because, like, in a lot of books, they will say, that are written like this, that are in, like, the past tense or in a letter format, they'll say, like, oh, I'll never forget it. And it's like, it happened yesterday in this case. Like, you believe it more when it's like, oh, I'm writing this years in the future. It's like, I never forgot it. And here it's like, yeah, I'll never forget it. It happened yesterday. It's like, you can't really say that just yet, my dude. And it's just like picturesque figures all crossing themselves. Like, it's like, here's a nice postcard. And then it's just a crowd of people with the fear of God in their eyes crossing themselves. Memories. I soon lost sight and recollection of ghostly fears and the beauty of the scene as we drove along, although had I known the language, or languages, which my fellow passengers were speaking, I might not have been able to throw them off so easily. See, there we go. There's some awareness. Before us lay a green sloping land full of forests and woods, with here and there steep hills crowned with clumps of trees or with farmhouses. The blank gable end to the road. Okay. There was everywhere a bewildering mass of fruit blossom, apple, plum, pear, cherry, and as we drove by, I could see the green grass under the trees spangled with the fallen petals. In and out amongst these green hills of what they call here the Mittelland ran the road, losing itself as it swept round the grassy curve, or was shut out by the straggling ends of pine woods, which here and there ran down the hillsides like tongues of flame. The road was rugged, but still we seemed to fly over it with a feverish haste. I could not understand then what the haste meant, but the driver was evidently bent on losing no time in reaching Borgo Prund. I was told that this road is in summertime excellent, but that it had not yet been put in order after the winter snows. In this respect, it is different from the general run of roads in the Carpathians, for it is an old tradition that they are not to be kept in too good order. Of old, the hospodars would not prepare them, lest the Turks should think that they were preparing to bring in foreign troops, and so hasten the war, which was already really at looting point. That is interesting. That they were like, keep the roads unpaved because we don't want people to think that we're gonna go to war. That's kind of fascinating. It's always, so I know that this happens quite a few times with quite a few times with quite a few different words in different ways in this book from what I've read so far in the past, and now. But, the word really, seems really modern, And so just, it's always really at loading point is just a little bit odd. Queer is another one that's been coming up because that has a very different connotation today. And so it's just oh, yeah, there were some queer mountains. Those be some gay mountains. My brain can't help going there. Of course, that's not what it means in this context. It just means weird. I know one that I recall from last time is super, that he'll say super, and that also seems very, very modern. Anyways, beyond the green, swelling hills of the Mittelland rose mighty slopes of forest up to the lofty steeps of the Carpathians themselves. Right and left of us they towered, with the afternoon sun falling full upon them and bringing out all the glorious colours of this beautiful range. Deep blue and purple in the shadows of the peaks, green and brown where grass and rock mingled, and an endless perspective of jagged rocks and pointed crags, till these were themselves lost in the distance, where the snowy peaks rose grandly. Here and there seemed mighty rifts in the mountains, though which, as the sun began to sink, we saw now and again the white gleam of falling water. One of my companions touched my arm as we swept round the base of a hill, and opened up the lofty snow-covered peak of a mountain, which seemed, as we wound on our serpentine way, to be right before us. Rock Easton Zezek, God's seat. And he crossed himself reverently. This is the first reverent cross we've gotten, that instead of the fear in their eyes, it's just like, oh yeah, nice, cool mountain. Well, I guess it's not just cool mountain. It is like, oh, this is like a religious thing, but so I'm really curious, because I've kind of talked about this in Pride and Prejudice. So I was saying how there's no setting, and that book does not describe where we are, and the biggest problem with that is when I don't know who's talking, and so sometimes, it won't have dialogue tags, won't show who's talking, and sometimes I won't know who's in the room. But I'm always saying that I would rather that than pages and pages of, a description of trees, that I myself can, I appreciate that much more. I can enjoy that a lot more. This is definitely not in the territory of pages and pages. This is a proper amount of description of trees. But it is something that, especially in these big paragraphs like this, that my brain just kind of skips over. It's better reading it out loud. That does help maintain my focus a bit better. But these kinds of descriptions, I feel like for me personally, I'm just kind of like, okay, let's move on, to the next important bit of information. And I'm curious how it is for you guys, if you really like that, if you can really visualize it better, or if you kind of do the same and you're like, not really that important to me, and kind of lose focus. You kind of lose my focus there. And this is a big one. Let's see how much focus I can maintain in this one. As we wound on our endless way, and the sun sank lower and lower behind us, the shadows of the evening began to creep round us. This was emphasized by the fact that the snowy mountain top still held the sunset, and seemed to glow out with a delicate cool pink. Here and there we passed Czechs and Slovaks, all in picturesque attire, but I noticed that goiter was painfully prevalent. Oh, I guess he means actual goiters, that people had goiters, maybe? What? But the road by the roadside, were many crosses, and as we swept by, my companions all crossed themselves. Here and there was a peasant man or woman kneeling before a shrine, who did not even turn round as we approached, but seemed in the self-surrender of devotion to have neither eyes nor ears for the outer world. There were many things new to me. For instance, hayricks in the trees, and here and there were beautiful masses of weeping birch, and their white stems shining like silver through the delicate green of the leaves. Now and again we passed a litre wagon, the ordinary peasant's cart, with its long snake-like vertebra, calculated to suit the inequalities of the road. On this were sure to be seated quite a group of homecoming peasants. The Sussex. Here, I'm actually going to see if I can look it up, because it looks like this word is coming up a lot. So, let me see if I can find a pronunciation. It might be Czech, actually. No. It switched it to Czech. No. There's another letter in there. Food, please. Here we go. Kazakh. Interesting. Kind of makes sense. Yeah, I don't have anything better, so Kazakh it is for now until anybody corrects me. On this were sure to be seated quite a group of homecoming peasants, the Kazakhs with their white and the Slovaks with their colored sheepskins, the latter carrying lance fashion, their long staves with axe at the end. As the evening fell, it began to get very cold, and the growing twilight seemed to merge into one dark mistiness. The gloom of the trees, oak, beech, and pine, though the valleys which ran deep between... Why am I struggling? Okay, as the evening fell, it began to get very cold, and the growing twilight seemed to merge into one dark mistiness. Okay, that's what it is. One dark mistiness, the gloom. That's an odd phrasing. One dark mistiness, the gloom of the trees, oak, beech, and pine. Though in the valleys, which ran deep between the spurs of the hills, as we ascended through the pass, the dark firs stood out here and there against the background of late-lying snow. Is that sentence even grammatically correct? I mean, far be it from me to critique Bram Stoker, but that seemed awkward. Okay, so growing twilight seemed to merge into one dark mistiness, the gloom of the trees, oak, beech, and pine, though in the valleys. I don't know. Anyways, sometimes, as the road was cut through the pine woods that seemed in the darkness to be closing down upon us, great masses of greyness, which here and there bestrewed the trees, produced a peculiarly weird and solemn effect, which carried on the thoughts and grim fancies engendered earlier in the evening, when the falling sunset threw into strange relief the ghost-like clouds, which amongst the Carpathians seemed to wind ceaselessly through the valleys. And sometimes the hills were so steep that, despite our driver's haste, the horses could only go slowly. I wished to get down and walk up them, as we do at home, but the driver would not hear of it. No, he said, you must not walk here. The dogs are too fierce. And then he added, with what he evidently meant for grim pleasantry, for he looked around to catch the approving smile of the rest, and you may have enough of such matters before you go to sleep. The only stop he would make was a moment's pause to light his lamps. It is really interesting that everybody knows. Everybody knows what the deal is with Dracula. I mean, I don't know how deeply they know. Like, if they know, oh, yep, he's like a He's a big, strong vampire. Do not mess with him. Or if it's just kind of, he's a creepy dude in a castle that may or may not be a vampire, but we don't want to find out. You know, I don't know what they know, but it is really interesting that they're all like, oh, you're gonna see Dracula. Okay. God rest your soul. You know? But they don't stop him. Like, they don't sit him down and go, hey, you know, as a fellow human being, I care about your well-being and your life. Maybe don't go to the castle. Maybe don't go to Dracula. FYI, he's a vampire. We all know it. He's a vampire. Don't go there if you want to live. They kind of have said it, like they all have been talking, you know, about it. They've been crossing themselves. It just reminds me of like, I'm not remembering the full line right now, but the part of Firefly where it's like, no, like we've just been giving each other significant glances and laughing incessantly, you know, not exactly that, kind of the opposite, like giving each other significant glances and fearing and crossing ourselves incessantly. But they could like sit him down and be, if they know he's a vampire, they could be like, you know, hey buddy, here's the situation. Dracula, he's a vampire, pretty big, bad, powerful one at that. Maybe rethink your life choices, you know? Alright. When it grew dark, there seemed to be some excitement among the passengers, and they kept speaking to him, one after the other, as though urging him to further speed. He lashed the horses unmercifully with his long whip, and with wild cries of encouragement urged them on to further exertions. See? Don't care about their horses. They care about their cats, but not their horses. Then through the darkness I could see a sort of patch of grey light ahead of us, as though there were a cleft in the hills. The excitement of the passengers grew greater. The crazy coach rocked on its great leather springs, and swayed like a boat tossed on a stormy sea. Crazy, there's another one. The crazy coach! That seems very modern, too. I had to hold on. The road grew more level, and we appeared to fly along. Then the mountains seemed to come nearer to us on each side and to frown down upon us. We were entering on the Borgo Pass. That's a good image. I like that image, you know, that the mountains frowned down upon us. That's so much better than they loomed over us. Frown down, that's so cool. One by one, several of the passengers offered me gifts, which they pressed upon me with an earnestness which would take no denial. These were certainly of an odd and varied kind, but each was given in simple good faith, with a kindly word and a blessing, and that strange mixture of fear-meaning movements which I had seen outside the hotel at Bistritz, the sign of the cross and the guard against the evil eye. Then, as we flew along, the driver leaned forward, and on each side the passengers, craning over the edge of the coach, peered eagerly into the darkness. It was evident that something very exciting was either happening or expected, but though I asked each passenger, no one would give me the slightest explanation. This state of excitement kept on for some little time, and at last we saw before us the pass opening out on the eastern side. There were dark, rolling clouds overhead, and in the air, the heavy, oppressive sense of thunder. I don't know why I tripped on that. There were dark, rolling clouds overhead, and in the air, the heavy, oppressive sense of thunder. It seemed as though the mountain rage had separated two atmospheres, and that now we had got into the thunderous one. I was now myself out for the conveyance which was to take me to the Count. Each moment I expected to see the glare of lamps through the blackness, but all was dark. The only light was the flickering rays of our own lamps, in which the steam from our hard-driven horses rose in a white cloud. We could see now the sandy road lying white before us, but there was on it no sign of a vehicle. The passengers drew back with a sigh of gladness, which seemed to mock my own disappointment. I was already thinking what I had best do, when the driver, looking at his watch, said to the others something which I could hardly hear, and it was spoken so quietly and in so low a tone. I thought it was an hour less than the time. Then, turning to me, he said in German worse than my own, "There is no carriage here. The heir is not expected after all. He will now come on to Bukovina and return tomorrow or the next day. Better the next day." While he was speaking, the horses began to neigh and snort and plunge wildly, so that the driver had to hold them up. Then, amongst a chorus of screams from the peasants and a universal crossing of themselves, a caleche with 4 horses drove up behind us, overtook us, and drew up beside the coach. I could see from the flash of our lamps, as the rays fell upon them, that the horses were coal-black and splendid animals. They were driven by a tall man with a long brown beard and a great black hat, which seemed to hide his face from us. I could only see the gleam of a pair of very bright eyes, which seemed red in the lamplight. As he turned to us, he said to the driver, "You are early tonight, my friend." The man stammered in reply, wait, no. Which one is which? Oh no, this is becoming the same problem. I guess the man is the driver we are familiar with, and then the stranger is Dracula. "You are early tonight, my friend," and the man stammered in reply. "The English air was in a hurry," to which the stranger replied, Nope, I messed up again. Okay, hold on. Okay, I guess this is Dracula. Okay. "That is why, I suppose, you wished him to go on to Bukovina. You cannot deceive me, my friend. I know too much, and my horses are swift." As he spoke, he smiled, and the lamplight fell on a hard-looking mouth with very red lips and sharp-looking teeth as white as ivory. One of my companions whispered to another the line from Burger's Lenore. "Den die Toten reiten schnell, but the dead travel fast." This line this line really gets me because again, like, he knows what this says, and he doesn't specify. I looked it up later, and so I'm assuming that he knew it when he heard it. And so imagine, like, you leave your inn, everybody's well, first of all, no, go back. At your inn, the like landlady comes into your room, begs on her knees for you not to go, and gives you a crucifix. And then as you leave, the whole crowd of people crosses themselves and does like a blessing for the evil eye. And then when your chauffeur arrives, then somebody whispers, "The dead travel fast." Like, you need to be more concerned, buddy. The strange driver evidently heard the words, for he looked up with a gleaming smile. The passenger turned his face away, at the same time putting out his 2 fingers and crossing himself. "Give me the heir's luggage," said the driver, and with exceeding alacrity my bags were handed out and put on the caleche. Then I descended from the side of the coach, as the caleche was close alongside, the driver helping me with a hand which caught my arm in a grip of steel. His strength must have been prodigious. Without a word, he shook his reins. The horses turned, and we swept into the darkness of the pass. As I looked back, I saw the steam from the horses of the coach by the light of the lamps, and projected against it the figures of my late companions crossing themselves. Again, like, every time he's, like, looking back, as on the fading countryside, it is always just a group of people crossing themselves. That is always the sight that he is leaving. Then the driver cracked his whip and called to his horses, and off they swept on their way to Bukovina. As they sank into the darkness, I felt a strange chill, and a lonely feeling came over me. But a cloak was thrown over my shoulders, and a rug across my knees, and the driver said, in excellent German, "The night is chill, mynheer, and my master's account bade me to take care of you. There is a flash in Slivovitz, the plum brandy of the country." That is weird. Oh, that is weird to have it inside dialogue, to have that be like a note that Jonathan is saying, but in the dialogue. Wacky. Underneath the seat, if you should require it. I did not take any, but it was a comfort to know it was there, all the same. I mean, this is some nice service. You gotta admit, back in the day, at least, it's like a limo having wine for you in the back. It's like, hey buddy, there's some wine for you, at the bottom of the seat. And he's like, you know what? I'm not gonna have it, but it's nice to know it's there. I mean, it's not wine, it's brandy, but you know what I mean. Alcoholic beverage of choice. I felt a little strangely, and not a little frightened. That is interesting, because I think that means a lot, right? But to our ear, that would seem like, not frightened. He's not even a little frightened, but I think it means, he's not a little, it's a lot. I think had there been any alternative, I should have taken it instead of prosecuting that unknown night journey. I don't know what he means by that, because, he's been planning this, he's like, okay, I'm gonna go to the Count, I'm gonna go to Dracula, my man, my dude. And so there wasn't really, an opportunity for an alternative. And despite everybody crossing themselves, he's been like, you know what? That's ever so slightly concerning. Bye-bye! And so it's like, what do you mean if there had been an alternative? You kept going, my man.
Hello. What do you think? What do you think, kitty? Oh, goodness.
If he turns back now, he might lose his job. Yeah, exactly. Very, very true. And that's probably been what has been... That he did talk about that in the other chapter, didn't he? That he said something about his job. But that is probably what's been pushing him this whole time. That it's like, I am a solicitor. I have just been promoted. I am gonna do this job. The superstitions of the locals, be damned. I am going to do this, Which you know what that means in Victorian England. I'm not sure I totally know what you mean. All I can think of is that, if you're on the streets in Victorian England, it's real bad. It's a really bad time. It's a bad time in any era, but in Victorian England, it's really bad. Which, now that you put it that way, that is a good point. That it's like, do I want to, have to, save up my money to sleep in a coffin box or whatever those were? Or do I, go hang out with a vampire for a bit? I think I'd choose vampire, It's easy, even an alleged vampire, not a confirmed vampire. Where were we? Is that where I was? Oh, there we go. Okay. The carriage went at a hard pace, straight along, and then we made a complete turn and went along another straight road. It seemed to me that we were simply going over and over the same ground again, so I took note of some salient point and found that this was so. Would like to ask the driver what this all meant, but I really feared to do so, for I thought that, placed as I was, any protest should have no effect in case there had been an intention to delay. By and by, however, as I was curious to know how time was passing, I struck a match, and by its flame looked at my watch. It was within a few minutes of midnight. This gave me a sort of shock, for I suppose the general superstition about midnight was increased by my recent experiences. I waited with a sick feeling of suspense. Then a dog began to howl somewhere in a farmhouse far down the road, a long, agonized wailing, as if from fear. The sound was taken up by another dog, and then another and another, till, borne on the wind which now sighed softly through the pass, a wild howling began, which seemed to come from all over the country, as far as the imagination could grasp it through the gloom of the night. At the first howl, the horses began to strain and rear, but the driver spoke to them soothingly, and they quieted down, but shivered and sweated as though after a runaway from a sudden fright. Then, far off in the distance, from the mountains on each side of us began a louder and sharper howling, that of wolves, which affected both the horses and myself in the same way, for I was minded to jump from the caleche and run, whilst they reared again and plunged madly, so that the driver had to use all his great strength to keep them from bolting. In a few minutes, however, my own ears got accustomed to the sound, and the horses so far became quiet, and that The driver was able to descend and stand before them. He petted and soothed them, and whispered something in their ears, as I have heard of horse tamers doing, with extraordinary effect, for under his caresses they became quite manageable again, though they still trembled. The driver again took his seat, and shaking his reins, started off at a great pace. This time, after going to the far side of the pass. Whoa! Where did it go? Going to the far side of the pass, he suddenly turned down a narrow roadway which ran sharply to the right. Alrighty. I didn't want to stop because it was a really cool image. But there's an image in here. There's like the sigh through the mountain pass. I really like that image a lot. And that would be really scary. Like that, granted, like if I were in his position, like I do see, Hello. Is the audio still screwed? This is sounding fine. Seems okay. Yeah, okay, I think it's fixed. Sweet. Yeah. So, my cats can hit a plethora of different buttons when they walk on my keyboard. They have learned that I am okay when they step on this part at the front here. There's a part of the front that is nice and big and doesn't have any keys on it that they can step on safely. And so they have learned that I am okay with them stepping on that. But that means that the first row are very likely for them to step on, which is what Bo stepped on during the writing group stream the other day. He stepped on the F11 key. Well, the key that Bella deigned to step on today was the power button. And this power button's a little weird. I mean, I guess
Kitty, now don't step on it again. Don't step on it again, Kitty.
Okay, you're back. That took longer than I thought. But I was saying that basically Bella stepped on the power key. And so the stream didn't actually stop because it does, when you hit it, it doesn't shut it down completely. It just kind of like makes it sleep a little. And so like the stream kept going, but like it made everything freeze. And so I think it just made the audio messed up. All I had to do was just close OBS and open it back up again. And it was fine. But yeah, I am sorry for that. That is the most inconvenience the cats have ever caused me so far. But yes, I saw the post that you posted, which that's the other thing I realized is that the Discord chat is not updating. So can I get it to update? I don't know if I can. But I posted a picture in the stream chat that is a 2-penny hangover was a Victorian era institution where the poor and homeless could for 2 pennies hang forward over ropes and sleep for the night. So yeah, and there is indeed a picture of just a rope that it's like, you know, would you like something other than the ground to sleep on? How about a rope? You know. I want to look up, because I feel like I also saw something about you could like pay to sleep in like a coffin. That there's like a place that had like coffins. Victorian era, I don't know, homeless sleeping options. Yeah, coffin beds. Immediately I see highlighted coffin beds. Yep. That is, I can't believe it. I was actually right. Yeah, it says, like, wooden boxes barely big enough for a body laid out in rows. If the alternative was sleeping in a wet doorway, then that that was a fine thing. Yep. And they truly are just rows of beds that look like coffins. But yeah, so either way, yeah, if you're homeless, you do not in today's world you don't have good options. In Victorian England, you really didn't have good options. All right. Okay. um so you still it was just during the conversation that we stopped, right? You heard everything about like the howling and the wolves and stuff. Um oh yeah, I was looking for the line about the sighing through the pass. Yeah, right here. Like the wind which now sighed softly through the pass. I really liked that image. That's all I wanted to say. Is I really liked that little image. Um oh, I think I was also talking about how granted, this is the scariest thing that has happened so far. That like thinking about watching people cross themselves, I'm sitting here going you should be more worried, but yeah, like putting myself in Jonathan's shoes, yeah, that does kind of just seem like just weird superstitions, and I could totally see how you wouldn't really pay too much mind to it. But you're getting in a carriage at night, and your driver is going in circles. That you're like, it feels like we passed that tree, and then you like find a landmark and find, yep, we're going in circles. That would be scary. Like, regardless of the time and place, that would be really scary. But especially at midnight after everybody you've talked to has been constantly crossing themselves. This is I think so. All right. But I do really like the spookiness of like, oh yeah, a dog howled, and then another dog howled, and another, until all the dogs in the country are howling, and then it ramps up to wolves. Like, very spooky. I really like that image a lot. I also really like that they refer to like when the horses like stomp down their feet that they plunged. I think that's a great word for that. All right. Soon we were hemmed in with trees, which in places arched right over the roadway until we passed through a tunnel, and again great frowning rocks guarded us boldly on either side. Though we were in shelter, we could hear the rising wind, for it moaned and whistled through the rocks, and the branches of the trees crashed together as we swept along. It grew colder and colder still, and fine, powdery snow began to fall, so that soon we and all around us were covered with a white blanket. The keen wind still carried the howling of the dogs, though this grew fainter as we went on our way. The baying of the wolves sounded nearer and nearer, as though they were closing round on us from every side. I grew dreadfully afraid, and the horses shared my fear. The driver, however, was not in the least disturbed. He kept turning his head to the left and right, but I could not see anything through the darkness. Great spooky images, like seriously, man, this is just so perfect. Like, these are almost, this is simultaneously feels like the cliche and feels like people don't go far enough. That like people nowadays will say like, oh, there was a distant howl. And it's like, no. In the actual Dracula, it's like howling of all the dogs and all the wolves everywhere, and snow falling, and like, ooh, it's nice and spooky. I love it. Suddenly, away on our left, I saw a faint flickering blue flame. Oh, and I also was gonna say, I know that this is probably, like, if it is a cliche, this is the reason it's a cliche. I am certain of that. But I think I'm just saying that, I don't even know how to describe it, you know. It's just cool. It's just cool. Okay. Suddenly, away on our left, I saw a faint flickering blue flame. The driver saw it at the same moment. He at once checked the horses, and, jumping to the ground, disappeared into the darkness. I did not know what to do, the less as the howling of the wolves grew closer. But while I wondered, the driver suddenly appeared again, and without a word took his seat, and we resumed our journey. I think I must have fallen asleep and kept dreaming of the incident, for it seemed to repeat endlessly, and now looking back, it was like a sort of awful nightmare. Once the flame appeared so near the road that even in the darkness around us, I could watch the driver's motions. He went rapidly to where the blue flame arose. It must have been very faint, for it did not seem to illuminate the place around it at all, and gathering a few stones, formed them into some device. Whence they appeared a strange optical effect. When he stood between me and the flame, he did not obstruct it, for I could see its ghostly flicker all the same. It startled me, but as the effect was only momentary, I took it that my eyes deceived me, straining through the darkness. Then for a time there were no blue flames, and we sped onwards through the gloom, with the howling of the wolves around us, as though they were following in a moving circle. Again, just one more wonderfully spooky images. When you think it can't get spookier, it keeps getting spookier, and it will continue to do so. But I love that it's not just like, oh yeah, like we went through the trees, there was a distant howl, a little bit of snow, we made it to the castle. It's like, no. There's one howl, and then another, and then another, until it seems like all the dogs are howling, and then it's wolves howling, and then it's snowing, and then there's this creepy blue flame, and the driver stops and checks it out, and then it keeps happening, and it's like my day is repeating over and over, and I can't tell if I'm dreaming or not. It's awesome. and then it, like, not only that, but like I can see through, the driver. I don't remember what that is, or if it's ever explained, but pretty spooky. It's spooky and neat. I like it. At last there came a time when the driver went further afield than he had yet gone, and during his absence the horses began to tremble worse than ever, and to snort and scream with fright. I could not see any cause for it, for the howling of the wolves had ceased altogether. But just then the moon, sailing through the black clouds, appeared behind the jagged crest of a beetling pine-clad rock, and by its light I saw around us a ring of wolves, with white teeth and lolling red tongues, with long sinewy limbs and shaggy hair. They were 100 times more terrible in the grim silence which had held them than even when they howled. For myself, I felt a sort of paralysis of fear. It is only when a man feels himself face to face with such horrors that he can understand their true import. Like I said, it keeps getting spookier. I love this image so much that, in the previous paragraph, he's like, it feels like they're in a moving circle, but he can't see. And then, the moon passes by the trees. Like, again, like that idea of like, oh yeah, the moon just for a moment allowed us to see, almost feels like a cliche, but like, again, this could be where it's from, and B, it works so well. Like, it just works perfectly. Everything's dark, and then just for a moment the moon comes through the trees, and just like imagine how terrifying that would be. Like, I know I'm all like happy about it sitting here safely in my room, but if I was in that situation, it's like, this sounds spooky. It feels like time is repeating itself. And then, like, you just see enough light to see what's going on, and you're just surrounded by wolves, and they're silent. They're, like, after all that howling, they're silent. Like, oh, that'd be so scary. And I love how it's described, too, like, white teeth and lolling red tongues. Like, I can just imagine, like, the shock of white and red, in their mouths and stuff standing out. And like, almost like the veins, you probably couldn't see the veins, but sinewy limbs and like shaggy hair, they look kind of unkempt and stuff. I love the image so much. All at once, the wolves began to howl, as though the moonlight had had some peculiar effect on them. The horses jumped about and reared and looked helplessly round with eyes that rolled in a way that was painful to see. But the living ring of terror encompassed them on every side, and they had perforce to remain within it. I called to the coachman to come, for it seemed to me that our only chance was to try to break out through the ring and to aid his approach. I shouted and beat the side of the caleche, hoping by the noise to scare the wolves from that side, so as to give him a chance of reaching the trap. How he came there, I know not, but I heard his voice raised in a tone of imperious command, and looking towards the sound, saw him stand in the roadway. As he swept his long arms, as though brushing aside some impalpable obstacle, the wolves fell back, and back further still. Just then, a heavy cloud passed across the face of the moon, so that we were again in darkness. And I see that there is an ad coming, so I don't think I'm going to start the next paragraph. I already snoozed it twice, so I probably shouldn't snooze it this time, but I will pause in my reading. I don't know if I can show you the kitty. She is right here on the desk.
Meow. Meow, yes, that's right. Meow. Kitty, kitty, kitty.
Well, it should be starting, but I don't see the notification. Seems like the countdown is off. I guess I can. I don't know. Maybe it was a fluke. But I guess I'll just talk about it, but not restart reading. Again, now they're all silent, and that's terrifying because it's like, seems like maybe it feels like they're closing in on us in a circle, but that's just my fear talking. And then it's like, no, actually we are surrounded by wolves, and they are silent. And then they all stop at once and howl, nice and spooky. And then, okay, there we go. There's the ad. Okay.
Can I get you to meow some more? Kitty ad meow times?
Here. I want to know if when her tail brushes against the mic, if it makes noise. So I'm going to do it. Some kitty tail ASMR. Surprised I haven't seen that. I'm surprised that I've never seen, because there's lots of scratching, not scratching. Well, yes, there is scratching, but people brush the mic for ASMR. So I'm surprised I have never seen somebody just use a cat tail, a literal cat tail, as the brush for the mic.
Right, kitty cutie? Maybe most cats wouldn't be so still for long enough.
There we go. Okay, now it says the ad's gone. All right. Oh yeah. So then we call the driver, and the driver, where does it say it? So Jonathan, in his fear, is trying to get him to come back again, extra terrifying that he's alone in the carriage and the driver's gone. And then he tries to call him, and the driver comes back and he makes this command. And then, they all fall back. They all fall back at his command. And then they're in darkness, and that is awesome. Oh, you never actually got the ad. Interesting. So tell me, did you hear the kitty tale? Yes, I do know that I can turn off the ads, but I don't really want to, because this is right now my only source of income, and so if they're not too terribly annoying to you, if you're willing to sit through a couple minutes of them, I would really appreciate that. That would be that's very helpful to me. If they are like so annoying that it's like it makes me not enjoy your streams, then yes, I can turn them off. But if it's like, oh, it's just kind of a minute of annoyance here and there, I'm fine with that. I'm fine pausing pausing the book for a second and having some kitty time for an ad for a little bit. But yeah. That is why they're not turned off, to be transparent about it. You heard something. All right, gotcha. Okay, moving on. Oh, this is the end of this part. When I could see again, the driver was climbing into the caleche, and the wolves had disappeared. This was all so strange and uncanny that a dreadful fear came upon me, and I was afraid to speak or move. The time seemed interminable as we swept on our way, now in almost complete darkness, for the rolling clouds obscured the moon. We kept on ascending, with occasional periods of quick descent, but in the main always ascending. Suddenly, I became conscious of the fact that the driver was in the act of pulling up the horses in the courtyard of a vast ruined castle, from whose tall black windows came no ray of light, and whose broken battlements showed a jagged line across the moonlit sky. Yeah, that's a good point. Dessa says, I think the problem is that they vary at the moment. Like, I got a minute and a half of them twice in half an hour once. Gotcha. Yeah, I can look at it. I think that the chart, like, I don't want to say, because I'm afraid I'm remembering wrong, but I should look at the chart and see if it says how regularly they're gonna be dispersed, or if it's just random, because that is annoying if it's just completely random. But anywho, it totally, like, so I don't know about you, but I've had quite a few times in my life where I'm like riding in the car at night, and I'm just grateful to get to my destination or get home or whatever. You're just really tired. And like, and so I feel like Jonathan is feeling that to a different extent, in which he's like probably pumped full of adrenaline and terrified after what he just went through. And so he's like, okay, like we finally arrived, kind of thing. Gotcha. Yeah, that definitely makes sense. That's very fair. Yeah, so I'll try my best and see if I can like schedule them or make them more regular. And make sure that if I don't remember, that you tell me next time, because I'll go to bed after this and I might forget to check it. So I guess you could just at me like tomorrow morning in the stream chat and be like, Haley, check your ads, but anyways, so yes, yeah, you could DM me on Discord, that too, for sure. I did not grab the big one, and I am nervous. This is perfect though. This mug of mine is exactly the vibes of what's going on. Yes, then the notification would be there. Yeah, I could, if you DM'd me now, I guess I could like make sure not to look at it until I actually check it. Anywho, so I'll have to say, so something like in my writing that I struggle with this kind of scene, that the journey sort of scene. I remembered it in the one tabletop role-playing game that I DM'd as well, that I wanted there to be a cool journey to the vampire's castle. And I just, like, couldn't come up with something cool. I was just like, yeah, there's creepy trees. There's nice gnarled trees on the way. That's always the go-to image, is just like spooky gnarled trees, you know. And so I just really, I love the way that Bram Stoker wrote this. I love this journey. Like I said, like, any number of these things alone would make for a great spooky journey. That the intense howling, the blue lights, the wolves surrounding the carriage, the driver able to command the wolves, like, any of those things alone would be like, that was a nice spooky journey. But putting them all together is just like, that is delicious. That is wonderfully spooky. I love it. So yep, let us oh my, it is later than I thought it was. I really don't want to stop though, because oh my, I don't want to stop though. I guess I'll just go for it. We'll see what happens. Maybe I'm staying up a little late tonight. All right. Chapter 2. Jonathan Harker's Journal. Continued. The 5th of May. I must have been asleep, for certainly if I had been fully awake, I must have noticed the approach of such a remarkable place. In the gloom of the courtyard the courtyard looked of considerable size, and as several dark ways led from it under great round arches, it perhaps seemed bigger than it really is. I have not yet been able to see it by daylight. When the caleche stopped, the driver jumped down and held out his hand to assist me to alight. Again, I could not but notice his prodigious strength. His hand actually seemed like a steel vice that could have crushed mine if he had chosen. I am curious if they had, a vice grip, if that was actually an image back then. Because I feel like there are 3 options for that sentence. Either it was a saying at the time, and he's like, yeah, like, it's not just vice-like, it's not a vice grip, like, actually, it's like a steel vice, Or that this kind of image that people would say that it's like a steel vice, at the time became what is today a vice grip, or that, I don't remember what the third option was now. But I like that image of, like, not just a vice grip, but it's really like a steel vice. I can really, like, feel that, like his cold hand, gripping. Then he took out my traps and placed them on the ground beside me as I stood close to a great door, old and studded with large iron nails, and set in a projecting doorway of massive stone. I could see even in the dim light that the stone was massively carved, but that the carving had been much worn by time and weather. As I stood, the driver jumped again into his seat and shook the reins. The horses started forward. The trap and all disappeared down one of the dark openings. I stood in silence where I was, for I did not know what to do. Of bell or knocker there was no sign. Through these frowning halls and dark window openings, it was not likely that my voice could penetrate. The time I waited seemed endless. I felt doubts and fears crowding upon me. What sort of place had I come to, and among what kind of people? Why is this the first time you're asking that, man? Just says, Vice seems to date to the 1750s. Gotcha. Is Vice grip, and can you look up that saying itself, like when that came from? I don't know if it's like Vice dash grip or just Vice space grip.
Meow. Oh, cute kitty. Hi.
What else was I gonna say? We got the nice creepy door. Love to see it. What sort of grim adventure was it on which I had embarked? Was this a customary incident in the life of a solicitor's clerk, sent out to explain the purchase of a London estate to a foreigner? Solicitor's clerk. Mina would not like that. Solicitor. for just before leaving London I got word that my examination was successful, and I am now a full-blown solicitor. Began to rub my eyes and pinch myself to see if I were awake. It all seemed like a horrible nightmare to me. I expected that I should suddenly awake and find myself at home, with the dawn struggling in through the windows, as I had now and again felt in the morning after a day of overwork. But my flesh answered the pinching test, and my eyes were not to be deceived. I was indeed awake and among the Carpathians. All I could do now was to be patient and to wait the coming of morning. I love the idea that Jonathan is standing here in front of Dracula's castle, and I feel like most people, like, the options are either, oh, this is really scary, like, I shouldn't be here, or, oh, this is awesome, what a cool castle. But no, Jonathan is neither of those things. Jonathan is, I'm a full-blown solicitor. I do like the image of the dawn struggling in through the windows. I think that's great, too. Just as I had come to this conclusion, I heard a heavy step approaching behind the great door, and saw through the chinks the gleam of a coming light. Then there was a sound of rattling chains and the clanking of massive bolts drawn back. The key was turned with the loud grating noise of long disuse, and the great door swung back. Again, just top-tier spooky images. You know, you gotta have the door with all the chains that you have to undo, and then it creaks open. Love it. Within stood a tall old man, clean-shaven, save for a long white mustache, and clad in black from head to foot, without a single speck of color about him anywhere. He held in his hand an antique silver lamp, in which the flame burned, without chimney or globe of any kind, throwing long quivering shadows as it flickered in the draught of the open door. The old man motioned me in with his right hand with a courtly gesture, saying excellent English, but with a strange intonation. "Welcome to my house. Enter freely and of your own will." He made no motion of stepping to meet me, but stood like a statue, as though his gesture of welcome had fixed him into stone. The instant, however, that I had stepped over the threshold, he moved impulsively forward, and, holding out his hand, grasped mine with a strength which made me wince, an effect which was not lessened by the fact that it seemed as cold as ice, more like the hand of a dead than a living man. Again he said, "Welcome to my house. Come freely, go safely, and leave something of the happiness you bring." The strength of the handshake was so much akin to that which I had noticed in the driver, whose face I had not seen, that for a moment I doubted if it were not the same person to whom I was speaking. So, to make sure, I said interrogatively, "Count Dracula?" He bowed in a courtly way as he replied, "I am Dracula, and I bid you welcome, Mr. Harker, to my house. Come in, the night air is chill, and you must need to eat and rest." As he was speaking, he put the lamp on a bracket on the wall, and stepping out, took my luggage. He had carried it in before I could forestall him. I protested, but he insisted. "Nay, sir, you are my guest. It is late, and my people are not available. Let me see to your comfort myself." He insisted on carrying my traps along the passage, and then up a great winding stair, and along another great passage, on whose stone floor our steps rang heavily. At the end of this he threw open a heavy door, and I rejoiced to see within a well-lit room, in which a table was spread for supper, and on whose mighty hearth a great fire of logs, freshly replenished, flamed and flared. Those dashes make it hard to stop. I feel like that's going to be a recurring problem in this book, but it just makes me be like, this isn't a good place to stop. I need to keep going. So I want to look up, but I think that I didn't notice this the first time I read it, but I think the driver had a brown beard and Dracula is clean shaven. So it seems like he ran inside and then like shaved off his beard and walked out, which is awesome. If so. I'm assuming it was mentioned way back, you know, the dead travel fast. Yep, long brown beard. That's right. Just a long brown beard and a black hat. It is nice to be able to highlight stuff. Yep, clean shaven except for a long white mustache. That is way funnier. I really hope that like there's like an animatic of this somewhere of Dracula hopping off the, you know, putting his luggage down, hopping off, being like, okay, bye-bye, zooming into the house, shaving his beard, and then walking up to the door. Oh, amazing. Also, I'm pretty sure that it is stated later that yes, they are the same person. I recall that from my earlier readings of it. It also is interesting that his mustache is white when his beard was brown. I don't know if like he like dyed it, if he dyed it for the occasion, or if he like is getting older. Like I'm pretty sure that he looks older when he hasn't eaten, and so I don't know if that was enough time for it to start to go white. I don't know. What's the other thing I was gonna say? Oh yeah, enter freely and of your own will. That's concerning. Again, everything surrounding Jonathan is just like, you should be more concerned. If anybody, like, even if I was invited to like a party at somebody's house, like even if I knew the person, and then I walked up to their house and they're like, welcome, enter freely and of your own will. It's like, I'm not sure I want to enter anymore. I'm guessing it's the like vampire threshold thing. I don't remember if this is answered, but I'm guessing it's the vampire threshold thing that like you have to invite a vampire into your house, and so the vampire himself is used to just being like, oh yes, I invite you. I know that's not a rule for you, but I'm making it clear that I am inviting you. You know, either that or it might be a thing of like, yeah, you entered here freely and of your own will, buddy. You know, I didn't coerce you into anything, kind of thing. And then, you know, the statue thing, you know, that kind of makes sense as an image for what he would look like, that he's carved out of stone, that he doesn't quite look human or alive. I do really love that image. Like I have been talking about, I like the Vice image, but like the image of just cold hands that are really strong, like that's such a striking image that I can really visualize really well. I like it a lot. And then he says it again, if you say it once, it's already immediately like, I'm not sure I want to enter anymore. But saying it a second time is like, start backing up. The go safely is helpful though. Like, okay, come freely, like, but go safely is like, okay, you can leave, seemingly. He's not gonna be able to leave though. I mean, eventually, but it's gonna be hard. It is interesting, the line of leave something of the happiness you bring, that it's like you brought what does that mean exactly? Like you brought happiness, and either it means, you know, like, oh, you brought happiness in here and like leave some happiness with us and you will continue to be happy as you leave, just like you made us happier because you were here. Or if it's like, yes, come here, leave some of the happiness here and leave sadder, you know, leave sad and empty. I don't know. I don't know if my accent is the best. I tried looking up, you know, the vampire accent, the Romanian accent, and I am trying to replicate what I learned in those videos, but it's not, it helps me to like write it down, like these videos will say like, oh, like change your th to a z, or change your th to a d or whatever, and I would actually write that down, and that helps me a lot. And it's much harder for me to just do it off the cuff, be like, okay, I need to remember it, and then do it reading it. So if there's something in particular that you're like, oh, like you could voice like this letter more like this, or this sound more like this, and it would sound better, go ahead and tell me. Yes. I also like flamed and flared. That's a great little image too. Alright. The Count halted, putting down my bags, closing the door, and crossing the room. Opened another door, which led into a small octagonal room lit by a single lamp, and seemingly without a window of any sort. Passing through this, he opened another door and motioned me to enter. It was a welcome sight, for here was a great bedroom, well lighted and warmed with another log fire. Also added to but lately, for the top logs were fresh. Which sent a hollow roar up the wide chimney. The Count himself left my luggage inside and withdrew, saying, before he closed the door, "You will need, after your journey, to refresh yourself by making your toilet. I trust you will find all that you wish. When you are ready, come into the other room, where you will find your supper prepared." The light and warmth and the Count's courteous welcome seemed to have dissipated all my doubts and fears. Was it that warm of a welcome, though? Was it, buddy? Having then reached my normal state, I discovered that I was half famished with hunger. So, making a hasty toilet, I went to the other room. I love the image of just like, all of a sudden, I realized I was really hungry, It makes sense, because, like, the poor man, was, terrified out on the carriage ride. But I just love the idea of, instead of being like, oh, I'm so hungry, please let me get to the castle, it's just like, all of a sudden, I'm famished. I found supper already laid out. My host, who stood on one side of the great fireplace, leaning against the stonework, made a graceful wave of his hand to the table and said, "I pray you, be seated and sup how you please. You will, I trust, excuse me that I do not join you, but I have dined already, and I do not sup." I handed to him the sealed letter which Mr. Hawkins had entrusted to me. He opened it and read it gravely. Then, with a charming smile, he handed it to me to read. One passage of it, at least, gave me a thrill of pleasure. "I must regret that an attack of gout, from which malady I am a constant sufferer, forbids absolutely any travelling on my part for some time to come. But I am happy to say I can send a sufficient substitute, one in whom I have every possible confidence. He is a young man, full of energy and talent in his own way, and of a very faithful disposition. He is discreet and silent, and has grown into manhood in my service. He shall be ready to attend on you when you will during his stay, and shall take your instructions in all matters." As far as I know, gout is kind of like a rich person's disease, right? It's like a disease of the toes. And I don't remember what causes it, but it's something that can only happen when you live in luxury. So if I'm correct about that, that does kind of tell us something about Mr. Hawkins. I ran out of water, so give me just a moment. I will I'm gonna mute, and then I will. Well, I can put on some music for a little bit. Gotcha. It comes from eating rich foods. I see. There you go. like stopping in the middle, but I knew I wouldn't be long. It often comes from eating rich foods. Yes, gotcha. I don't know enough about this era to know the answer to this question. I'm sure that there is an answer, but it makes me wonder if people like would be more ashamed to say that they suffer from gout, or like they would flaunt it. This kind of seems to say that they would flaunt it and be like, I am a constant sufferer. I am in fact a rich man. I have the rich man's disease. But I feel like in some ways it would be like more embarrassing that the disease that you suffer from shows your social status. But I guess when that social status is good, maybe you do want to tell people. All right. The Count himself came forward and took off the cover of a dish, and I fell to at once on an excellent roast chicken. This, with some cheese and a salad and a bottle of old Tokay, of which I had 2 glasses, was my supper. During the time I was eating it, the Count asked me many questions as to my journey, and I told him by degrees all I had experienced. By this time I had finished my supper, and by my host's desire had drawn up a chair by the fire and begun to smoke a cigar, which he offered me, at the same time excusing himself that he did not smoke. I had now an opportunity of observing him, and found him of a very marked physiognomy. Interesting. It's interesting that he doesn't smoke, I guess because he doesn't breathe. I don't remember what the vampires in Dracula, because I think some, I don't know for sure, but I think some vampire lore, they have them breathe and some don't. And so, yeah, if he doesn't breathe, then he wouldn't smoke. His face was strong, very strong, aquiline, with a high bridge of a thin nose and peculiarly arched nostrils, with lofty domed forehead and hair growing scantily around the temples, but profusely elsewhere. His eyebrows were very massive, almost meeting over the nose, and with bushy hair that seemed to curl in its own profusion. The mouth, so far as I could see it under the heavy moustache, was fixed and rather cruel-looking, with peculiarly sharp white teeth. These protruded over the lips, whose remarkable ruddiness showed astonishing vitality in a man of his years. For the rest, his ears were pale, and at the top extremely pointed. The chin was broad and strong, and the cheeks firm though thin. The general effect was one of extraordinary pallor. I know that I've definitely heard aquiline nose before. I think that's like the common thing, but I don't remember the meaning of it. So let me look that up. Beak-like, shaped like a beagle, shaped like an eagle or a beak, hooked. Interesting. Okay. Yeah. So they have the pointy-eared vampires. Potentially are actually from this. I don't know if they were vampires having pointy ears was a thing at the time, or if that's become a thing because of this book. And I was gonna say, yeah, and then we do have the sharp white teeth that his teeth actually do. They don't retract, that they are just over his lips, which it's interesting to me. Like, I guess, I don't know, because people do know of vampires at this time. But I feel like today, like, if anybody saw somebody with teeth like that, we'd be like, that's noticeable. We would notice. We wouldn't be like, wow, like, what an interesting physical feature. We'd be like, that man is a vampire, So it's interesting. He's like, that's peculiar. And then interesting that his lips are especially red. I don't know if it's like there's blood on them or if it's just his lips. I know that Jazza, what's his channel called? Is it called Draw with Jazza? Let me I need to look now. Oh, it's just Jezza. That's just what it's called. But he has a series where he draws like people, characters, or monsters exactly as they're described from the book, and he tries to take the name away so you don't know what the creature is, or the creature or character is, and just draws it. And he has drawn Dracula from the description. I don't know if I could find it quickly looking. I guess I'll take a very quick look. Yeah, I think he has too many videos. I don't think I'm gonna find it. And I don't know if it's in the thumbnail either. But I'll just say, you should look through his like, I don't remember if it's in one of the monster videos or the character videos. I think it's a monster video. But definitely I remember thinking it was really cool. So definitely worth checking out if you enjoy this book. Hitherto, I had noticed the backs of his hands as they lay on his knees in the firelight, and they had seemed rather white and fine, but seeing them now close to me, I could not but notice that they were rather coarse, broad, with squat fingers. Strange to say, there were hairs in the center of the palm. The nails were long and fine, and cut to a sharp point. As the Count leaned over me, and his hands touched me, I could not repress a shudder. It may have been that his breath was rank, but a horrible feeling of nausea came over me, which, do what I would, I could not conceal. The Count, evidently noticing it, drew back, and with a grim sort of smile, which showed more than he had yet done his protuberant teeth, sat himself down again on his own side of the fireplace. We were both silent for a while, and as I looked toward the window, I saw the first dim streak of the coming dawn. There seemed to be strange stillness over everything. But as I listened, I heard, as if from down below in the valley, the howling of many wolves. The Count's eyes gleamed as he said, "Listen to them, the children of the night. What music they make." Seeing, I suppose, some expression in my face strange to him, he added, "Ah, sir, you dwellers in the city cannot enter into the feelings of the hunter." And then he rose and said, "Pat, you must be tired. Your bedroom is all ready, and tomorrow you shall sleep as late as you will. I have to be away till the afternoon, so sleep well and dream well." With a courteous bow, he opened for me himself the door to the octagonal room, and I entered my bedroom. I am all in a sea of wonders. I doubt, I fear, I think strange things, which I dare not confess to my own soul. God keep me, if only for the sake of those dear to me. That is a great line. I love that. I doubt, I fear, I think strange things, that which I dare not confess to my own soul. Again, strangely feels like a mood. feels like a mood in just a regular day in 2024. I absolutely love the Dracula's line here. It's so beautiful, so iconic. What was I gonna say? It is interesting that his hands are like squat, that his fingers are squat. I feel like I don't think I've ever seen, other than potentially Jazza's if it was in there. I don't think I've ever seen a portrayal of him like that. That usually his fingers are very long, and then there's the long nails to add to it. And so that is really interesting that he's got like stubby hands and long nails. And then it's interesting that he like leans over him and his breath is rank. It's like, could you imagine you go to a Count's house and like, even without all the prep, you go to this Count's house and he's like super put together, it looks great, and then he leans over and his breath is rank and you're like, I can't say anything. Oh my goodness. I don't think I pointed out that they do note that he wears all black, that there's no color on him, which is just kind of awesome. Because again, like that feels like the cliche, that feels like almost over the top, but it's like, no, that is the actual image of Dracula, is that he wears all black, no, not a speck of color on him. What was I gonna say? And then he smiles like he did that before with the coach that they're like, oh, the dead travel fast. And then he just grins. And then same thing happens here, that his breath smells rank and like Jonathan looks like he's gonna gag or something. And Dracula just smiles. Oh, amazing. Too good. And then, of course, you know, very, very loaded statement of, you know, the feelings of the hunter. For sure. And I was actually thinking, I was gonna say, like, oh, it's dawn. Like, the poor man has been awake all day and all night. I think it was all day as well. And so, like I said, I was talking before about, like, I've had that experience where I'm in the car and I'm just like, I am ready to crash. And I feel like he, again, the adrenaline might change that, but I feel like he is ready to crash. And so, that is, I like that detail that Dracula's like, yeah, you must be tired, buddy. Like, go ahead and sleep as long as you want. Of course, there is, you know, the added thing, which is that he's awake at night. So it's like, you're fine if you sleep through the day, you know. I guess maybe that is what's going on, is that Dracula's trying to train him. It's kind of like jet lag, that it's like, no, you just got here, no, you can't go to sleep, you have to stay awake all night, and then you can go to sleep. That kind of thing where it's like, all right, yeah, you know, stay awake in the night. Oh, sleep as long as you want during the day, Jonathan. You know, I'm fine, we're good. Too fun. The octagonal room is also very, like, aesthetic. I like that as well. And then, like, Jonathan is also, like, his emotions seem all over the place, which kind of makes sense, but, like, the whole ride, he's like, it's a little weird that they're crossing themselves, just a little, you know, not too bad, though. And then, like, he seems fine for the most part. And then, of course, there's the ride. And the ride is genuinely scary. And then he gets here and he's like, oh, okay, I'm here. Like, I'm fine now. No need to be afraid. And then we get to the end of the chapter and he's like, I doubt, I fear, I think strange things. God keep me. It's like, wait, what? I thought you were fine. I thought you were not ignoring the warnings of everybody and continuing about your solicitor's job. But now you're all freaked out. May 7th. Jonathan Harker's journal, kept in shorthand. 7th of May. It is again early morning, but I have rested and enjoyed the last 24 hours. Have you? Have you enjoyed the last 24 hours? I feel like there was a portion of that 24 hours where you were bat crap terrified. And yes, bat crap. Hello, Death's Head. Great to see you. Good evening. I slept till late in the day, and I woke of my own accord. When I had dressed myself, I went into the room where we had supped and found a cold breakfast laid out, with coffee kept hot by the pot being placed by the hearth. There was a card on the table, on which was written, I have to be absent for a while. Do not wait for me. D. I love that he signs his name D. It's not even a formal, like, Dracula. It's just D. And then, you know, he is being a pretty nice host. I mean, I guess that's part of the point. But, you know, laying out some breakfast for him. Like, he didn't have to do that. That's pretty nice. And, you know, it's cold by the time he gets up, but it's still nice. And like I said, I think Dracula's trying to train him to be awake at night. Because, yeah, he slept till midday. Alright. I set to and enjoyed a hearty meal. When I had done, I looked for a bell so that I might let the servants know I had finished. But I could not find one. Oh, right, okay, yeah, he thinks... I know that Dracula's being a nice host and putting the breakfast out for him, but he thinks it's just normal servant behavior. Alright. There are certainly odd deficiencies in the house, considering the extraordinary evidences of wealth which are around me. The table service is of gold, and so beautifully wrought that it must be of immense value. The curtains and upholstery of the chairs and sofas and the hangings of my bed are of the costliest and most beautiful fabrics, and must have been of fabulous value when they were made, and they're centuries old, though in excellent order. I saw something like them in Hampton Court, but they were worn and frayed and moth-eaten. But still, in none of the rooms is there a mirror. There is not even a toilet glass on my table. I'm guessing that means like a handheld mirror. And I had to get the little shaving glass from my bag before I could either shave or brush my hair. I've not yet seen a servant anywhere, or heard a sound near the castle except the howling of wolves. I've not yet seen a servant anywhere, or heard a sound near the castle except the howling of wolves. Sometime after I had finished my meal, I do not know whether to call it breakfast or dinner, for it was between 5 and 6 o'clock when I had it, I looked about for something to read, for I did not like to go about the castle until I had asked the Count's permission. There was absolutely nothing in the room, book, newspaper, or even writing materials, so I opened another door in the room and found a sort of library. The door opposite mine I tried, but found it locked.
Hello, kitty. Hello, kitty cat. Would you like to come sit with me? Hi. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. What you doing? What are you doing?
So again, I just love all the vampire tropes that, it's just like, there aren't any mirrors. That's very mysterious. And I guess, I don't know exactly why of course they're gonna show up. I don't know exactly why I especially love them so much. But I guess part of it is just, in my circles, people will go for different tropes, and they'll try to play with the tropes and stuff like that. And so it's fun to just see the vampire tropes be, just bold-faced right there, ready to go. And at the time, again, I don't know how much people knew about vampire lore, but at the time it might have been like, well, that is a pickle. That is strange. But now we're like, okay, where were we? So we were talking about the mirrors, I think. And then he had to, I don't know exactly how big a shaving glass is, but so he had to use a little mirror to shave and stuff. And then, oh yeah, I haven't heard, a servant. Actually, I haven't heard any sounds except for the howling of wolves. Again, maybe be a little concerned, Jonathan. And then he, I think he woke up later than, he woke up later than I thought, because he said, midday, I think. Where was that? He did say late. Okay, so he slept till late in the day, yeah, and then it was 5 or 6. That it's quite the day when it's not, I don't know if to call this breakfast or lunch. I don't know what to call this, breakfast or dinner. Alright. In the library, I found, to my great delight, a vast number of English books, whole shelves full of them, and bound volumes of magazines and newspapers. A table in the center was littered with English magazines and newspapers, though none of them were of very recent date. The books were of the most varied kind: history, geography, politics, political economy, botany, geology, law. I think I tried to say law and all at the same time, and then I said lol. Law, all relating to England and English life and customs and manners. There were even such books of reference as the London Directory, the Red and Blue Books, Whitaker's Almanac, the Army and Navy List, and it somehow gladdened my heart to see it, the Law List. Whilst I was looking at the books, the door opened, and the Count entered. He saluted me in a hearty way, and hoped that I had had a good night's rest. Then he went on. I am glad you found your way in here, for I am sure there is much that will interest you. These companions, and he laid his hands on some of the books, have been good friends to me, and for some years past, ever since I had the idea of going to London, have given me many, many hours of pleasure. Through them I have come to know your great England, and to know her is to love her. I long to go through the crowded streets of your mighty London, to be in the midst of the whirl and rush of humanity, to share its life, its change, its death, and all that makes it what it is. But alas, as yet I only know your tongue through books. To you, my friend, I look that I know it to speak. But, Count, I said, you know and speak English thoroughly. He bowed gravely. I thank you, my friend, for your all too flattering estimate. But yet I fear that I am but a little way on the road I would like to travel. True, I know the grammar and the words, but yet I know not how to speak them. Indeed, I said, you speak excellently. Not so, he answered. Well, I know that. Did I move and speak in your London, none there are who... Oh my goodness. Ugh. Okay. Well, I know that, did I move and speak in your London, none there are who would know... Oh my goodness. Would not know me for a stranger. That phrasing. Would not know me for a stranger. Okay, let's try one more time. Well... I know that, did I move and speak in your London, none there are who would not know me for a stranger. There we go. That is not enough for me. Here I am noble, I am boyar. The common people know me, and I am master. But a stranger in a strange land, he is no one. Men know him not, and to know not is to care not for. I am content if I am like the rest. Know that no man stops if he see me, or pause in his speaking if he hear my word. Oh, so that no man stops if he see me, or pause in his speaking if he hear my words. Ha ha, a stranger! I have been so long master that I would be master still, or at least that none others should be master of me. I've been doing Z sounds for the TH, but I think I'm gonna switch to D's. I think it sounds, I don't know if it's better, but I think I'll try it for a bit. I also, again, I'm sure it was natural at the time, but I love that, a stranger. Could you imagine somebody saying that today? It's just like, going up to, somebody walks in with a Romanian accent in Britain and you're like, a stranger. It's like, a racist, It's like, no. People should not be doing that to you. Even to you, Drac. People should not be so rude as to do that to you. I joke, but I don't know that he's actually saying that people would say that. I think he's just saying that I don't want people to see me that way. Like, people will be thinking, oh, he's a stranger. Oh yeah, he talks funny. He's not from around here, and Drac doesn't want that. And then of course we have the very telling line of I've been so long master that I would be master still, or at least that none would be master of me. Kind of ominous. Alright, you come to me not alone as agent of my friend Peter Hawkins of Exeter to tell me all about my new state in London. You shall, I trust, rest here with me a while, so that by our talking I may learn the English intonation, and I would that you tell me when I make error, even of the smallest in my speaking. I am sorry that I have to be away so long today, but you will, I know, forgive one who has so many important affairs in hand. Of course, I said all I could about being willing, and asked if I might come into that room where I chose. He answered, yes, certainly, and added, you may go anywhere you wish in the castle, except where the doors are locked, where, of course, you will not wish to go. There is reason that all things are as they are. And did you see with my eyes and know with my knowledge, there is reason that all things are as they are. And did you see with my eyes and know with my knowledge, you would perhaps better understand. I said I was sure of this, and then he went on. We are in Transylvania, and Transylvania is not England. Our ways are not your ways, and there shall be to you many strange things. Nay, from what you have told me of your experiences already, you know something of what strange things there may be. This led to much conversation, and as it was evident that he wanted to talk, if only for talking's sake, I asked him many questions regarding things that had already happened to me or come within my notice. Sometimes he sheered off the subject or turned the conversation by pretending not to understand. But generally, he answered all I asked most frankly. Then, as time went on, and I had got somewhat bolder, I asked him of some of the strange things of the preceding night, as, for instance, why the coachman went to the places where he had seen the blue flames. He then explained to me that it was commonly believed that on a certain night of the year, last night, in fact, when all evil spirits are supposed to have unchecked sway, a blue flame is seen over any place where treasure has been concealed. That the treasure has been hidden, he went on, in the region through which you came last night. There can be but little doubt, for it was the ground fought over for centuries by the Wallachian, the Saxon, and the Turk. Why, there is hardly a foot of soil in all this region that has not been enriched by the blood of men, patriots, or invaders. In old days, there were stirring times when the Austrian and the Hungarian came up in hordes, and the patriots went out to meet them, men and women, the aged and the children too, and waited their coming on the rocks above the passes, that they might sweep destruction on them with their artificial avalanches. When the invader was triumphant, he found but little, for whatever there was had been sheltered in the friendly soil. But how, said I, can it have remained so long undiscovered, when there is a sure index to it, if men will but take the trouble to look? The Count smiled, and as his lips ran back over his gums, the long, sharp canine teeth showed out strangely. I feel like they're strange regardless. Somebody having long, sharp canine teeth is strange by default. That is like, I don't know if this is actually a superstition at the time, but that is a neat, that is kind of like a neat story idea in and of itself, that it's like, we have this night that's like an evil night, and you're not supposed to go out, but there are these blue flames that come out, and whenever there are blue flames, there's treasure. Like, I could just imagine a story of the intrepid adventurer, being like, okay, I'm gonna brave the dangers to go get the treasure, and then having to fight undead zombies and stuff just to get a little cash. Also, I don't know if Drac is lying, but it is a very interesting thing. It is also interesting to me that in the Castlevania show, I don't know if it's in the games, but in the show, they call the area, like the whole area, Wallachia, as far as I know. But clearly that's not what they call it in the actual Dracula book. They do call it Transylvania. So I wonder why they made that choice. Because your peasant is at heart a coward and a fool.
Those flames only appear on one night, and on that night no man of this land will, if he can help it, stir without his doors. And, dear sir, even if he did, he would not know what to do. Why, even the peasants that you tell me of, who marked the place of the flame, would not know where to look in daylight, even for his own work. Even you would not, I dare be sworn, be able to find these places again. There you are right, I said. I know no more than the dead where even to look for them. And then we drifted into other matters. Hang on a sec. Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, it would be very hard to find again. Yeah. It is funny that he says you're peasant, I think referring to the driver, when that was him, as far as I'm aware. Come, he said at last, tell me of London, and of the house which you have procured for me. With an apology for my remissness, I went to my own room to get the papers from my bag. Whilst I was placing them in order, I heard a rattling of china and silver in the next room, and as I passed through, noticed that the table had been cleared and the lamp lit, for it was by this time deep into the dark. The lamps were also lit in the study or library, and I found the Count lying on the sofa, reading, of all things in the world, an English Bradshaw's Guide. When I came in, he cleared the books and papers from the table, and with him I went into plans and deeds and figures of all sorts. He was interested in everything, and asked me a myriad of questions about the place and its surroundings. He clearly had studied beforehand all he could get on the subject of the neighborhood, for he evidently, at the end, knew very much more than I did. When I remarked this, he answered, Well, but my friend, is it not needful that I should? When I go there, I shall be all alone, and my friend, Harker Jonathan, nay, pardon me, I fall into my country's habit of putting your patronymic first, my friend, Jonathan Harker, will not be by my side to correct and aid me. He will be in Exeter, miles away, probably working at papers of the law with my other friend, Peter Hawkins. So, we went thoroughly into the business of the purchase of the estate at Purfleet, and I had told him the facts and got his signature to the necessary papers, and had written a letter with them, ready to post to Mr. Hawkins. He began to ask me how I had come across so suitable a place. I read to him the notes which I had made at the time, and which I inscribe here. At Purfleet, on a by-road, I came across just such a place as seemed to be required, and where was displayed a dilapidated notice that the place was for sale. It is surrounded by a high wall of ancient structure, built of heavy stones, and has not been repaired for a large number of years. The closed gates are of heavy old oak and iron, all eaten with rust. The estate is called Carfax, no doubt a corruption of the old Quatreface? Possibly? I don't know. As the house is four-sided, agreeing with the cardinal points of the compass. It contains in all some 20 acres, quite surrounded by the solid stone wall above mentioned. What? Oh, I see. It contains in all some 20 acres. It's quite surrounded by the solid stone wall above mentioned. There are many trees on it, which make it in places gloomy, and there is a deep, dark-looking pond or small lake, evidently fed by some springs, as the water is clear and flows away in a fair-sized stream. The house is very large, and of all periods back, I should say, to medieval times. One part of it is stone. One part is of stone, immensely thick, with only a few windows high up and heavily barred with iron. It looks like part of a keep, and is close to an old chapel or church. I could not enter it, as I had not the key of the door leading to it from the house, but I have taken with my Kodak views of it from various points. The house has been added to, but in a very straggling way, and I can only guess at the amount of ground it covers, which must be very great. There are but few houses close at hand, one being a very large house only recently added to and formed into a private lunatic asylum. It is not, however, visible from the grounds. I did not note that the last time I read it. It is right by a lunatic asylum. I assume that that is the same asylum where Renfield is. I did not realize that Dracula's house was literally right next door to the asylum. I keep knocking Jonathan for not being concerned, but yeah, I should have pegged that immediately. When it says that his house is by the asylum, it could have been a situation where I kind of zoned out a little, because he is just talking all about the house when I don't know how important the house is. I don't remember the house itself getting mentioned in the future, but I could be very, very wrong. And it is interesting that it's it's super dilapidated and rusty and stuff like that, and I don't know why he's advertising it to Drac, or I don't know. or why, he wouldn't try to sell it a little bit and be like, it's quaint instead of it's dilapidated kind of thing. And this is also an interesting detail, that the windows are barred with iron. When I had finished, he said, I am glad that it is old and big. I myself am of an old family, and to live in a new house would kill me. That is interesting. I don't know if that is supposed to be odd, but all the time today we'll say, oh, that kills me, and I very much thought that was a modern expression, but it seems like maybe it's not. It's oh, it would kill me to stay in a new house. And it's Drac saying it. But yeah, that's fun. A house cannot be made habitable in a day, and after all, how few days go to make up a century. How few days go to make up a century. Interesting. That, I might be misinterpreting that, but that almost sounds like he's saying, centuries go by fast. Like he's saying that they're only made of a few days, and then then we're on to the next century. But I could be misinterpreting that. But that's interesting, if that is how he conceptualizes time, that it seems fast to him. I rejoice also that there is a chapel of old times. We Transylvanian nobles love not to think that our bones may lie amongst the common dead. I seek not gaiety nor mirth, not the bright voluptuousness of much sunshine and sparkling waters, which please the young and gay. I am no longer young, and my heart, to weary years of mourning over the dead, is not attuned to mirth. Moreover, the walls of my castle are broken, the shadows are many, and the wind breathes cold through the broken battlements and casements. I love the shade and the shadow, and would be alone with my thoughts when I may. Somehow his words and his look did not seem to accord, or else it was that his cast of face made his smile look malignant and saturnine. It's a good word, saturnine. Yeah, he definitely would not be seeking sunshine. That makes sense. I like my heart through many weary years of mourning over the dead is not attuned to mirth. That's a cool phrasing. I don't know if it's true. I don't know if he's just making it up, or if genuinely he has mourned many people over the centuries. And it's true that he loves the shade and the shadow. It's interesting that that's where he says his words and his look didn't seem to accord, because I'd think that, he would love the shade and the shadow. But I think it's referring to the whole paragraph, that, he's saying, I am so full of grief. And he's smiling, and it's why are you smiling? That should be sad. I think that's what it's saying. And so then it makes his smile look evil and creepy, which, fair. Presently, with an excuse, he left me, asking me to put all my papers together. It was some little time away, and I began to look at some of the books around me. One was an atlas, which I found open naturally at England, as if that map had been much used. On looking at it, I found in certain places little rings marked, and on examining these, I noticed that one was near London on the east side, manifestly where his new estate was situated. The other two were Exeter and Whitby on the Yorkshire coast. It was the better part of an hour when the Count returned. "Aha," he said, "still at your books? Good. But you must not work always. Come, I am informed that your supper is ready." He took my arm, and we went into the next room, where I found an excellent supper ready on the table. The Count again excused himself, as he had dined out on his being away from home. But he sat as on the previous night, and chatted whilst I ate. After supper, I smoked, as on the last evening, and the Count stayed with me, chatting and asking questions on every conceivable subject, hour after hour. I felt that it was getting very late indeed, but I did not say anything, for I felt under obligation to meet my host's wishes in every way. I was not sleepy, as the long sleep yesterday had fortified me, but I could not help experiencing that chill which comes over one at the coming of the dawn, which is like, in its way, the turn of the tide. They say that people who are near death die generally at the change to the dawn and at the turn of the tide. Anyone who has, when tired, and tied as it were to his post, experienced this change in the atmosphere can well believe it. All at once we heard the crow of the cock coming up with preternatural shrillness through the clear morning air. Count Dracula, jumping to his feet, said, "Fie, there is morning again. How remiss I am to let you stay up so long. You must make your conversation regarding my dear new country of England less interesting, so that I may not forget how time flies by us." And with a courtly bow, he quickly left me. I love the thought of, like, he's just having so much fun talking to Jonathan about England, and then the sun comes up and he's like, "Crap, I don't want to die." "I don't want to die. I gotta go to bed." I think there's another line later, I could be wrong, but I think there's a line later where he's like, "That darn morning, always ruining our fun," or something like that. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, I think I was thinking about, like, the smoking thing, that, yeah, like I said, I think it's just that he doesn't breathe, and so he's not gonna smoke if he doesn't breathe. But I kind of love the idea that, like, the smoke would do something bad to him, and so he's just, like, over here struggling while Jonathan is smoking. But it is not so. Oh yeah, and it's interesting that there's, like, this idea of that people die at dawn and the coming of the tide. We're gonna have to look out for that as the book continues. We're gonna have to see if when deaths are mentioned, they are mentioned at dawn or, like, at tide somehow. That's not something I've heard. I don't know if it's a Victorian thing. I don't know if it's a well-known thing, but that is not a thing that I personally have ever heard, to my knowledge, that people die at dawn. Yeah, I've heard that vampires die at dawn, but not people. I would actually believe it much more easily if the superstition was, like, they die at night, like, as day becomes night. That seems more spooky and grim. But dawn feels like hope and feels like things are looking up and gonna get better. So it's really interesting that not just Dracula as a vampire, but actually Jonathan, just as a human, has this idea that the dawn is somehow dangerous or spooky. So that's really interesting. And I don't know what it means, like, anyone who has when tired and tied as it were to his post experienced this change in the atmosphere can well believe it. So, like, I don't really get it. Like, I feel like the negative of that is, like, I get I haven't really experienced it, but I know what it is to know you're staying up too late, or to not realize how late you stayed up, that you're just going about your business. And I could totally see how, like, going about my business, and then you look out
and it's supposed to be dark because you're supposed to go to bed, and the dawn is coming up, and then it's like, oh crap, I need to go to bed, you know, but that's not super foreboding or evil. It's just like, crap, I need to go to bed, and I'm feeling like I'm running out of time. But I really don't think that's what he's describing. 99% sure he can survive in the daylight. It just saps his power. Gotcha. Fair enough. And then I love how he kind of, like I said, I think he's trying to train him. So I love that he's like, oh, gee willikers, I didn't realize what time it was. I can't believe I made you stay up so late. When actually he's, you know, purposely having him stay up at night with him. We're at the end of the chapter. I didn't realize that. Or the scene, the day. I went into my own room and drew the curtains, but there was little to notice. My window opened into the courtyard. All I could see was the warm gray of quickening sky, so I pulled the curtains again to have written of this day. Quickening sky is a very neat image because, like, I think it's like a reference to, like, the quick and the dead, the living and the dead, and so it's the living sky. It's like the sky was dead and it came alive. That's a really neat image. I'm good to go. Let's keep going. Let's do May 8th as well. Alrighty. May 8th. Jonathan Harker's journal, kept in shorthand. 8th of May. I begin to fear, as I wrote in this book, that I was getting too diffuse, but now I'm glad that I went into detail from the first. There's something so strange about this place, and all in it, that I cannot feel uneasy. I wish I was safe out of it, or that I had never come. It may be that this strange night existence is telling on me, but would that were all. If there were anyone to talk to, I could bear it, but there's no one. I've only the Count to speak with, and I fear I am myself the only living soul within the place. Let me be prosaic, so far as facts can be. It will help me to bear up, and imagination must not run riot with me. If it does, I am lost. And let me say at once how I stand, or seem to. I only slept a few hours when I went to bed, and feeling that I could not sleep any more, got up. I had hung my shaving glass by the window, and was just beginning to shave. Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and heard the Count's voice saying to me, "Good morning." I started, for it amazed me that I had not seen him, since the reflection of the glass covered the whole room behind me. Okay, so it's not a small mirror, then. If either it's... I guess a small mirror could still show the whole room. In starting, I had cut myself slightly, but did not notice at the moment. Having answered the Count's salutation, I turned the glass again to see how I had been mistaken. This time, there could be no error. The man was close to me, and I could see him over my shoulder, but there was no reflection of him in the mirror. The whole room behind me was displayed, but there was no sign of a man in it except myself. This was startling, and coming on the top of so many strange things, was beginning to increase that vague feeling of uneasiness which I always have when the Count is near. But at the instant I saw that the cut had bled a little, and the blood was trickling over my chin. I laid down the razor, turning as I did so half round to look for some sticking plaster. When the Count saw my face, his eyes blazed with a sort of demoniac fury, and he suddenly made a grab at my throat. I drew away, and his hand touched the string of beads which held the crucifix. It made an instant change in him, for the fury passed so quickly that I could hardly believe that it was ever there. "Take care," he said. "Take care how you cut yourself. It is more dangerous than you think in this country." Then, seizing the shaving glass, he went on, "And this is the wretched thing that has done the mischief. It is a foul bauble of man's vanity. Away with it!" And opening the heavy window with one wrench of his terrible hand, he flung out the glass, which was shattered into 1,000 pieces on the stones of the courtyard far below. Then he withdrew without a word. It
it is very annoying, for I do not see how I am to shave unless in my watch case or at the bottom of the shaving pot, which is fortunately of metal. Yeah, okay. So this scene is wacky fun. I enjoy this scene. So poor boy is like he's trying to shave in whatever he has. Again, I don't know how big it is, but I still am kind of imagining he has like a tiny little mirror that he's trying to shave in, and then Dracula throws it away, and it's like, what am I supposed to do now? And it's just a great scene. Like, he accidentally cuts himself and Drac almost goes in for the kill, and then he's like, stop it. You'll go away. I don't know if like exactly why he throws it away, because I don't know if it's that, because Jonathan saw that he doesn't have a reflection, and so I guess Jonathan could keep checking that, but he confirmed it pretty clearly, and so if he's trying to hide the fact that he doesn't have a reflection, that ain't gonna work. And like he says that like that's what made him cut himself, right? Hang on. Oh yeah, and it is more dangerous than you think in this country. Again, weird thing to say. Like, imagine that you were on vacation and then you like fell and scraped your knee or something, and then like, even without the neck grabbing, if just some stranger came up to you and like gave you like I don't know, a Kleenex or a rag or something, and then they're like, take care how you hurt yourself. It's more dangerous than you think in this country. And it's like, what? Why is cutting myself more dangerous in this country than other countries? Yeah, like it's so, it works so well that, well, first of all, that was the other thing I was going to talk about, is it's so funny that he's sitting there shaving, and then Drac just pops up beside him and is like, hey, how you doing? Good morning. So first of all, that's really funny. I don't know why he did that. And then like it just works very well that he just accidentally cuts himself and doesn't even notice, and then Drac is like, yummy, and goes to grab him, and then that is where the crucifix is, and so it I don't know if it like burns him or what exactly it does to him, but it stops him, whatever it is. It just, I don't know. I don't have a whole lot to add. I just think it's a cool scene that works really well and is kind of hilarious. Like, just every part of this scene is just so like over the top, or at least Drac is so over the top the whole time, because it's like he goes from, hey, how you doing, to neck grab, to away with this terrible thing that cut you. You know, it's like, what is your deal, man? At least Jonathan should be asking that. Oh, looks like there's an ad going on. It didn't even warn me that would be happening. I can't show Kitty, but he is sitting there. After he threw up, he just went and sat on the chair.
I can try and pet him and see if I get a meow. Nope. No meow. Just a fluffy kitty.
Just a fluffy kitty. Oh, you're not getting an ad? Huh. It is more random than I thought. And I just realized that I didn't actually look at my schedule like I was wanting to do. I am sorry about that. Yeah, we both forgot, I guess. You could send me, if you want to, you could send me a DM now, and I'll just make sure not to open it. And it'll have the notification there until I do something. But yeah, and like, I don't know if he's throwing away the glass because he like doesn't want the temptation, like he doesn't want Jonathan to cut himself again and then him eat him. But I don't know why that's such a big deal. Like, I don't know exactly what Dracula's plans are. And of course, like, he does need him to learn about England. But, you know, he knows a lot about England. So, you know, I don't know why Drac needs him alive at the moment. If that is why he's throwing it away. What was I gonna say? Oh yeah, so yeah, like, imagine this whole situation, that this could be like a really fun like comedy scene in a manga in a way, because like, you know, dum-de-dum, I'm just shaving, pop, how's it going, good morning, and then cuts himself, throat grab, you know, draws back because of the crucifix, grabs the mirror, throws it out the window where it shatters, and leaves the room. And then you just see Jonathan, like, left to deal with this, and he walks up to the window and he goes, how am I gonna shave now? Like, that totally feels like what his main reaction was at the time. He's like, do you expect me to shave in, like, the bottom of the pan? Well, what did he call it? Watch case or shaving pot. Like, do you expect me to use the bottom of the shaving pot? It's like, the man grabbed your neck, dude. There's bigger concerns here than how you're gonna shave. Alright. I went into the dining room. Breakfast was prepared, but I could not find the Count anywhere, so I breakfasted alone. It is strange that as yet I have not seen the Count eat or drink. Thank you. It is strange, Jonathan. It is. Thanks for noticing. The next line. He must be a very peculiar man. You're just noticing that now. The throat grabbing didn't tip you off. After breakfast, I did a little exploring in the castle. I went out on the stairs and found a room looking towards the south. That's right, I forgot to mention earlier that when he talks about the locked doors, that it's like, oh yes, like, you know, you can go anywhere you want except where it's locked, and where it's locked, you won't want to go. And I think it just means, like, oh yeah, like, you wouldn't want to go in a place that is private, you know, which is true. Jonathan's very nice, and he wouldn't want to pry into anything. But, you know, again, it feels a little suspicious that it's like, yes, you can go anywhere except for the locked rooms, which, of course, you don't want to go in, you know, it's a little spooky. The view was magnificent, and from where I stood, there was every opportunity of seeing it. The castle is on the very edge of a terrible precipice. A stone falling from the window would fall 1,000 feet without touching anything. As far as the eye can reach is a sea of green treetops, with occasionally a deep rift where there is a chasm. Here and there are silver threads where the rivers wind in deep gorges through the forest. But I am not in heart to describe beauty, for when I had seen the view, I explored further. Doors everywhere, and all locked and bolted. No place, save from the windows in the castle walls, is there an available exit. The castle is a veritable prison, and I am a prisoner. I forgot that it literally is described, like, yeah, it is on a precipice. That's the quintessential image is, you know, the castle on a precipice. I forgot. Yeah, it is exactly described like that in the book. That is not just a movie thing. I like the image of silver threads of rivers. That's cool. I do like doors everywhere, all locked. It's like water everywhere, but not a drop to drink. doors everywhere, but not a one to open. I feel like, so I'm constantly harping on Jonathan's, not noticing that things are amiss. And it feels like this has happened multiple times where the whole time he seems very nonplussed about the whole thing. He seems like it's just the superstitions of the locals. It's fine. And then the chapter ends with him how did the last one end? Not that one. Yeah, so I am a sea of wonders. I doubt, I fear, I think strange things, but I dare not confess to my own soul. God keep me, if only for the sake of those dear to me. Didn't really get that feeling from the chapter overall. And then the same thing here, where it's like, oh, tum-ty-tum, I'm having a good time with the Count. And then it's like, the Count, he must be very peculiar. I think he's a little weird. And not even noting that, he grabbed his neck and you could probably extrapolate from that he had the intent to kill. And then the chapter ends with, I'm a prisoner! So I don't know if that's just me being, wanting more out of the writing. The writing is very good, I'm always, noting really beautiful images and fun stuff. And how good the scenes are, but I guess if it's not if how would I phrase that? If it's intended that it doesn't seem like he just randomly at the end, he's fine most of the day and then randomly freaks out at the end. If that's not intended, yeah, I would appreciate getting a little more emotion, when he grabs his neck, maybe noting a little more than that he's just a peculiar little dude. But I don't know, it's still wonderful and fun. And I also can't fault, because I know that desire as well to want to end your chapter on a punchy note, and so that might be all it is as well, where it's just yeah, he's really not that, he doesn't notice it that strongly, he's not that bothered, but just wanting a little cliffhanger for the end of the chapter. Alrighty. Chapter 3, Jonathan Harker's Journal, continued. When I found that I was a prisoner, a sort of wild feeling came over me. Okay, here we go. Yeah, we are continuing the emotion. I am a fan of this. I rushed up and down the stairs, trying every door and peering out of every window I could find. But after a little, the conviction of my helplessness overpowered all other feelings. When I look back, after a few hours, I think I must have been mad for the time, for I behaved much as a rat does in a trap. Well, you kind of are, equivalent to a rat in a trap, so I think it's very fair to behave that way. I think you're getting the picture now. When, however, the conviction had come at last that I was helpless, I sat down quietly, as quietly as I have ever done anything in my life, and began to think over what was best to be done. I'm thinking still, and as yet have come to no definite conclusion. Of one thing only am I certain, that it is no use making my ideas known to the Count. He knows well that I am imprisoned, and as he has done it himself, and has doubtless his own motives for it, he would only deceive me if I trusted him fully with the facts. So far as I can see, my only plan will be to keep my knowledge and my fears to myself, and my eyes open. I am, I know, either being deceived, like a baby, by my own fears, or else I am in desperate straits, and if the latter be so, I need and shall need all my brains to get through. All my brains! more than one of them. That would be kind of a fun story concept too, of a character, of a kind of creature or character with multiple brains, and it's just like, all right, I'll shut this brain off for the moment, we don't need you, and then another time it's like, all right, all my brains, I need all of you at this moment. So I think that it's really interesting which like parts of the story are, you know, scarier to me, and I do think that with these like classic books, it is harder in general to get scared by them because we know what the story is in general. We know what the horror of the piece is supposed to be. But I feel like the things that to me like genuinely are like, oh, that does like genuinely get a little like shiver in me timbers are the scene where the coachman is going in circles. That like just the like that image is so relatable and freaky because that could happen. Like you could get in an Uber and like if the Uber driver keeps going in circles, like oh, like that makes my blood run cold. And like this too, it like feels a little more relatable that you're just like, oh yeah, like I'm gonna stay with somebody and I don't happen to know this person, and then you think everything's fine, they seem perfectly nice. And then you start looking around and all the doors are locked. And you're like, I don't think I'm supposed to leave. I think this nice person that I've been hanging out with has ulterior motives and I don't know if I can leave. And I feel like it's like a very similar feeling because that's the same thing with the Uber driver going around, is that feeling of like, I can't leave. I don't know where to go. I don't know if that's just a me thing. I don't know if we're finding out about my deep phobias here. But I just think it's interesting because I think overall, like this story is meant to be scary. And so the, just like, okay, the howling of the wolves, like that's great and that's nice and spooky, but doesn't create like a sense of fear in me. 'Cause that's the quintessential spooky image. And even the scene of Drac, grabbing his neck and stuff, it loses some of its spookiness because I know what's going on there. And I know that Drac is getting hungry, getting tempted by the smell of his blood or the sight. But these feel very real and very relatable in a much like genuinely scarier way. So I'd be very curious to hear like what parts of the book genuinely scare you guys, or if none of it does. Never taken an Uber. Fair enough. Didn't really find it scary either, in large part because I knew roughly what was going to happen. Yeah, that's very fair. Also that reminds me, I decided to add a new channel into the Discord that is video discussion. That I was thinking that people might want a specific designated place to go when like they watch a VOD and they're like, oh, I want to talk about what you mentioned in the VOD, or I want to talk about the book that is being discussed in your YouTube videos right now. I don't know if people need that or want that, but I thought it'd be fun to at least try it out and see if people like it, because I think the stream chat very much feels like this is the chat for while I'm streaming. So I wanted to make a designated area for here's a place to talk about the videos after I've streamed them, because I'd still be very happy to discuss, the book or whatever, I talked about in the videos in the chat afterwards, in the Discord afterwards, if you so want. So yeah, I guess if you're watching the VOD and you want to discuss which parts of it are actually scary to you, don't spoil anything though, please. You can put it in spoilers, if you want to discuss that. But yeah, feel free to note which parts of the book are scary to you. Anyways, but I really like this. This is a great opener to a chapter that, like, okay, we're getting with the picture here. Like, something is definitely wrong. I can't remember if he's about to calm himself and be like, okay, it's fine, I'm just overreacting. But this is a great opener where it's like, yeah, like something is really wrong here. And just the image of him going around and trying all the doors, I really like that image a lot. I had hardly come to this conclusion when I heard the great door below shut, and knew that the Count had returned. He did not come at once into the library, so I went cautiously to my own room and found him making the bed. That reminds me, I think I kind of mentioned this, but I think that's the other part of it too, is that Dracula seems really nice. Like, he doesn't, and granted, I'm not there seeing his creepy smiles, and so maybe if I smelled his breath and saw his creepy smiles and felt his hand around my neck, then yeah, like, I would be like, I am very suspicious. But just kind of from his demeanor and his words, like, he seems very bright and very kind. And so I feel like that also adds to the fear, where it's like, oh yeah, like, it's just this nice dude, and I procured a house for him, and I'm helping him move. And then, you know, you realize, oh, I'm imprisoned. I can't leave. And then that is even spookier than if there were more signs. But there are signs, as we have been discussing. But yeah. Anyways, this was odd, but only confirmed what I had all along thought, that there were no servants in the house. When later I saw him through the chink of the hinges of the door, laying the table in the dining room, I was assured of it. For if he does himself all these menial offices, surely it is proof that there is no one else to do them. This gave me a fright, for if there is no one else in the castle, it must have been the Count himself who was the driver of the coach that brought me here. Gotcha. So that's where I must have just remembered that it was confirmed by Jonathan that it was him. This is a terrible thought, for if so, what does it mean that he could control the wolves as he did, by only holding up his hand in silence? Yeah, that is another part of the image that makes it even cooler, that he doesn't even say anything to calm the wolves. He just holds up his hand and they stop. Like, that's nice and authoritative and spooky and cool. How was it that all of the people at Bistritz and on the coach had some terrible fear for me? Okay, now we're back. What do you mean? How did they have some fear for you? I guess, well, okay, maybe I misinterpreted that. I read that as, like, why were they scared? Nothing's wrong. And it's like, Jonathan, you just said something was wrong. But I think what he's saying is actually, how did they know that something was wrong? Okay, let's keep going in that case. What meant the giving of the crucifix, the garlic, the wild rose of the mountain ash? Bless that good woman who hung the crucifix around my neck, for it is a comfort and a strength to me whenever I touch it. It is odd that a thing which I have been taught to regard with disfavor and as idolatrous should in a time of loneliness and trouble be of help. Is it that there is something in the essence of the thing itself, or that it is a medium, a tangible help, in conveying memories of sympathy and comfort? At some time, if it may be, I must examine this matter and try to make up my mind about it. In the meantime, I must find out all I can about Count Dracula, as it may help me to understand. Tonight he may talk of himself, if I turn the conversation that way. I must be very careful, however, not to awake his suspicion. I do think it's really interesting, this idea of, it's an odd thing which I have been taught to regard with disfavor and as idolatrous should in a time of loneliness and trouble be of help. I feel like that can, you know, we talk about transcendence here, right? I feel like that can be a thing we can relate to in different ways, that I feel like even if you're even not in a religious way, in lots of different ways, there might be something that you're like, oh, I don't like that, I need to stay away from that, or that's bad for this reason or other. But then you actually, like, instead of judging it, you actually listen to it, or, you know, are, I don't know, whatever it is, you give it a chance, whatever it is, and then you're like, oh, this actually isn't bad, and not only that, it's now becoming this comfort to me. I think that's a really interesting idea that I think can happen with a lot of different things in a lot of different ways. Yeah, and then there's also this idea of like a tangible thing. Like I need not it's one thing to I mean I guess it's kind of the idea of like it would be one thing if this lady was like, I'll pray for you, and it's another thing that she actually gives him like this tangible thing, this tangible help, and like it I assume makes him feel connected to other people, like, oh, there were people watching out for me, and like this thing protected me, and their care for me protected me. And it's not just a thought, or a word. It's actually something tangible that you can touch and stuff like that. It's also a neat idea. Oh boy, we have a word that I may not pronounce right. Alright. Midnight. I've had a long talk with the Count. I asked him a few questions on Transylvania history, and he warmed up to the subject wonderfully. In his speaking of things and people, and especially of battles, he spoke as if he had been present at all of them, at them all. I keep tripping up on that. That always is happening to me when, in modern English, it is, one phrasing would be all of them. And in the older English, it totally works and is fine, but it's just a little awkward to my ear to present at them all. I always trip on those lines. I apologize. This he afterwards explained by saying that to a boyar, the pride of his house and name is his own pride, that their glory is his glory, and their fate is his fate. Whenever he spoke of his house, he always said we, and spoke almost in the plural, like a king speaking. I wish I could put down all he said exactly as he said it, for to me it was most fascinating. It seemed to have in it a whole history of the country. He grew excited as he spoke, and walked about the room, pulling his great white mustache and grasping anything on which he laid his hands, as though he would crush it by main strength. One thing he said, which I shall put down as nearly as I can, for it tells in its way the story of his race. These skellies? No. I even looked it up. I looked it up yesterday. So, my apologies. I have a right to be proud, for in our veins flows the blood of many brave races who fought as the lion fights for lordship. Here in the whirlpool of European races, the Ugric tribe bore down from Iceland the fighting spirit which Thor and Woden gave them, which their berserkers displayed such fell intent on the seaboards of Europe, aye, and of Asia and Africa too, till the peoples thought that the werewolves themselves had come. Here too, when they came, they found the Huns, whose warlike fury had swept the earth like a living flame, till the dying peoples held that in their veins ran the blood of those old witches who, expelled from Scythia, had mated with the devils in the desert. Fools, what devil or what witch was ever so great as Attila, whose blood is in these veins? He held up his arms. Is it a wonder that we were a conquering race, that we were proud, that when the Magyar, the Lombard, the Avar, the Bulgar, or the Turk poured his thousands on our frontiers, we drove them back? Is it strange that when Arpad and his legions swept through the Hungarian fatherland, he found us here when he reached the frontier, that the Honfoglalas was completed there? And when the Hungarian flood swept eastward, the Skeles were claimed as kindred by the victorious Magyars, and to us for centuries was trusted the guarding of the frontier of Turkeyland. Aye, and more than that, endless duty of the frontier guard, for, as the Turks say, water sleeps, and the enemy is sleepless. Who, more gladly than we throughout the four nations, received the bloody sword, or as its warlike call flocked quicker to the standard of the king. When was redeemed that great shame of my nation, the shame of Kasova, when the flags of the Wallach and the Magyar went down beneath the crescent. Oh, what but one of my own race Voivode crossed the Danube and beat the Turk on his own ground. This was Dracula indeed. Woe was it that his own unworthy brother, when he had fallen, sold his people to the Turk and brought the shame of slavery on them. Was it not this Dracula indeed who inspired that other of his race, who in a later age again and again brought his forces over the great river into Turkeyland, who, when he was beaten back, came again and again and again, though he had to come alone from the bloody field where his troops were being slaughtered, since he knew that he alone could ultimately triumph. They said that he thought only of himself. Bah, what good are peasants without a leader? Where ends the war without a brain and heart to conduct it? Again, then after the battle of Mohawks, we threw off the Hungarian yoke. We of the Dracula blood were amongst their leaders, for our spirit would not brook that we were not free. Ah, young sir, the Skellies and the Dracula, as their heart's blood, their brains and their swords, can boast a record that mushroom growths like the Habsburgs and the Romanovs can never reach. The warlike days are over. Blood is too precious a thing in these days of dishonorable peace, and the glories of the great races are tales that is told. It was this time close on morning, and we went to bed. Memento. This diary seems horribly like the beginning of the Arabian Nights, where everything has to break off at cockcrow, or like the ghost of Hamlet's father. Oh boy! That I don't exactly know if they're like, I think that the interesting thing there is that he is talking about himself, that he's not talking about the Draculas as a people. He's talking about, hey, I was there for all of those things. But man, that is a long paragraph that kind of seems like it doesn't say a whole lot of important stuff. It seems like it's just him talking about all of his accomplishments, I guess, or potentially actually his family's accomplishments through the ages. So if there's something cool, particularly cool or important or interesting in there that I missed, to let me know. But I don't have a lot to say about that whole paragraph other than that. So I have not read Arabian Nights. We should add that to the recommendations list as well. But I guess he's just saying, like, I keep staying up all night, that sort of thing. I have read Hamlet, though, so I guess, I don't remember the specificity of the cockcrow thing, but I guess that Hamlet's father did disappear at daybreak. His ghost, went away at that time, I guess. So again, he's talking about the dawn thing, that dawn is a spooky time, and he's referencing, these works where things happened at dawn, I guess. Yeah. Oh yeah, and I didn't talk about in the other chapter that when I first read it, I didn't quite know what was going on, because I didn't know that Drac, comes to England. Like, I think I said at the very beginning that I thought, the castle would be the end, that's the goal that we're getting towards, is getting to the castle. But no, that is in fact not what's going on in this book. We start at the castle, and Drac goes to England. that feels like, what does that feel like? Like a cartoon episode. Drac goes to England. And he kills a lot of people along the way. Oh my goodness, could you imagine just like the last voyage of the Demeter, but instead done in just silly cartoon style, and it's like, Drac goes to England, and it starts all cute and it gets darker and darker. Yeah, Dracula's England adventure, exactly.
Yeah, so when I first read it, I didn't really know what the deal was with, like, all the, like, magazines on England and stuff. I was like, okay, I guess he bought a house there. Yeah, and I didn't realize that it's like, no, he's trying to gain information on England, because he's gonna go there, and he's gonna do some spooky Dracula vampire stuff over there, and kill some folks, and maybe try to turn some folks. Mostly ladies. And so he's gathering intel through Jonathan and all this. Another thing that I keep forgetting to say that I don't think I said in the first one is that, like, I'm mildly trying to do a British accent for Jonathan, but I'm not trying to be strict with myself about it. I'm just doing a kind of, I don't know, gentlemanly voice overall for him, and trying not to be too harsh on giving him an accent, because he is the narrator, and so it's going to be a lot harder to keep up an accent for the entire book. But if you'd like me to try harder, if you'd like me to try and look up some videos and get down a British accent a bit better, I can try. Let's see, is there anything else to say? Yeah, and I also, this is something I wondered about when I first read it too, that I don't know yet why he doesn't have any servants. That does seem odd, because I know he has some wives. I know he has some ladies downstairs, or I don't know if they're downstairs, but they're in another room. So presumably he could just make some vampire servants, right? Like, I don't know if that ever gets answered, and I just never got to that point, but it does seem weird that if he turns some ladies, you know, for wives, at least I think they're wives. I that was not confirmed either. But if you turn them, then surely he could turn some random people of any gender to be servants for him. So why doesn't he? I don't know if it's a kind of a this is not quite the same, but like a Sebastian Michaelis thing from Black Butler, that he is a supernatural being who can get the work done easier, and so like he's fine to do the housework because he can do it, you know, he has supernatural speed and stuff like that and can do it easier. So that is I do agree with Jonathan that one is a weird one that I don't know the answer to. I think we mostly talked in general about stuff, because I missed big general things. I'm afraid I missed something else I wanted to talk about, but I do think it's fun. It's like, but my friend won't be there. Oh yeah, I can look up what boyar means. I don't know what that means. A member of the former privileged class in Romania. Okay, very simple. Yeah, so it is just saying I'm noble. I am of the privileged class. So I don't know if there is a probably should look. I think I made some events actually in the server for this very reason. Let's go look. Okay, there is one on the 9th. There probably is one on the 10th as well that I just, okay, hang on a second, actually. I wanna see about this. May 10. Okay, not looking like it. May 11. Dracula Daily. Okay, it's very short. Very short, May 11. What's May 9?
Oh, that's also short. It's very different, though. I don't know if I should, They're so short that I could read them right this second and, not have to worry about it later. You know, actually, I think I will do that. I'm glad I looked. Because it's like, it would be like 10 minutes at most, I think, to read them even if I did both of them in one day. So, you know what? I am tired, so I don't know that it's going to be the best reading there is, but they're like a page or less. So, yep. This one's less than a page. Lucy, why do you use so many italics? This is the most, like, Jonathan had so many pages, and I was good. I like, as far as I could tell, not very many. Lucy has a single page and it's full of italics. So, especially because I'm tired, I'm probably not gonna be able to do the best, like, unique or specific voices for them. I'll probably figure out what voices I want to give them in the future, but like I said, because there's not much here, I'll just read them. Oops, gotta switch back. Okay. May 9th. Letter from Miss Mina Murray to Miss Lucy Westenra, 9th of May. My dearest Lucy, forgive my long delay in writing, but I have been simply overwhelmed with work. The life of an assistant school mistress is sometimes trying. I'm longing to be with you, and by the sea, where we can talk together freely and build our castles in the air. I have been working very hard lately, because I want to keep up with Jonathan's studies. I have been practicing shorthand very assiduously. When we are married, I shall be able to be useful to Jonathan, and if I can write stenograph well enough, I can take down what he wants to say in this way and write it out for him on a typewriter, at which also I am practicing very hard. He and I sometimes write letters in shorthand, and he is keeping a stenographic journal of his travels abroad. When I am with you, I shall keep a diary in the same way. I don't mean one of those 2 pages to the week with Sunday squeezed in a corner diaries, but a sort of journal where I can write in where I can write in. That's the problem. Which I can write in whenever I feel inclined. I do not suppose there will be much of interest to other people, but it is not intended for them. I may show it to Jonathan some day if there is in it anything worth sharing, but it is really an exercise book. I shall try to do what I see lady journalists do, interviewing and writing descriptions and trying to remember conversations. I am told that with a little practice one can remember all that goes on or that one hears said during the day. However, we shall see. I will tell you of my little plans when we meet. I have just had a few hurried lines from Jonathan from Transylvania. He's well and will be returning in about a week. I'm longing to hear all his news. It must be so nice to see strange countries. I wonder if Jonathan and I shall ever see them together. There is the 10 o'clock bell ringing. Goodbye. Your loving, Mina. Tell me all the news when you write. You have not told me anything for a long time. I hear rumors, and especially of a tall, handsome, curly-haired man. I love the multiple question marks. I want to see if that's present in my copy as well. Okay. I was like, why did I not see that? It's because it's the 12th of May. It is interesting to see, like, this part's all Jonathan before we ever hear from the ladies. Yep, and then here is the chapter 5 is where it starts with Mina. Yep, it totally does have the three question marks. Let me point at it. Can I? Oh boy. Oh, I don't think this is gonna work, but it is there. Anywho. But it's interesting how I like how, this letter doesn't really seem like it says a whole lot, but it gives us very helpful, like, answers and clues and stuff like that. That we have the fact that she is Jonathan's fiance, this is, I don't know if, we hear it in the actual book from Jonathan first, but in this version, we hear it from her first, and it's like, oh, yeah, he mentioned Mina earlier. Okay, interesting. And I also do think this is very interesting because especially in modern day, like, romance is such a thing, and it's very rare to have a story be about an established relationship. And I think I've said before that I really enjoy stories that are like that. I kind of mention it more in the sense of I enjoy reading about, like, a married couple. But this is great too. Like, this is really interesting too, of like, yeah, like, they are in an established relationship. And this is an interesting relationship to use because there's the promise of we're gonna get married, and so then stuff might go wrong and stuff might disrupt that possibility, and that's like, that works so well to me that because I feel like I was saying, like, if somebody wrote this in modern day, it would be more likely that you'd have them, like, fall in love over the course of the book. And as we've established, I past a certain point of what I read before, I have not actually read this book, so I don't know where it's going and how much time they spend together. But I feel like in general, modern writers would go that direction of like, oh yeah, I want to have, like, Mina and Jonathan start falling in love throughout the course of the book, which is great. Like, that would totally work. But I feel like this has a different vibe to it, where it's like, yes, like, before the events of the book, like, they had their relationship, everything's already been set up, they plan to get married. And so instead, it's kind of this question of, is something going to ruin that? That it's not, oh, are they going to fall in love? Are they going to get together? It's, what could go wrong that might change, that might mean that they don't get married, is whether that be, is somebody's life going to be in danger? Are we going to fall in love with somebody else? Are we going to become someone's wife, whether we like it or not? Someone else's wife? Those kind of questions, I think it brings up a really interesting tension that I feel like I have not really seen a whole lot in the stuff I've read and watched. And so I feel like this is the type of relationship that should be used more often in writing, that, like, use that tension, like, have it be established and use the tension of, what's going to happen to ruin that, potentially. And then she's also talking about practicing shorthand, and so that is cluing us in that they can talk in code, that he's going to be able to write in shorthand to her, so that Dracula won't get it, but she will. So that's a great clue for us there. And I like this version of events because we have where is it? I've just had a few hurried lines from Jonathan from Transylvania. He's well and will be returning in about a week. So if I remember correctly, these are letters that Drac made him write. That those are not, that's not true. That's not accurate. Or, if it is true, things are wonky. Or they will go wonky. And so, as far as I can tell, from my quick glance of the book, you follow Jonathan first before getting to Mina, and so he made Jonathan write those letters by the time we get to this point. But in this version of the story, where you're actually going in, like, chronological order of the letters, you don't know that, which is a really interesting and different vibe where it's like, oh, okay, like, you know, Jonathan, we have a return date for him. And then you'll learn later, oh, wait, maybe not so, you know. And then it's fun that the whole letter's like, I am learning shorthand. And then it ends with, who's this dark, tall, handsome, curly-haired man? It's like, okay, that came out of nowhere, but all right. I'm intrigued, you know. I also don't know what she means by, I don't mean one of those 2 pages to the week with Sunday squeezed in a corner diaries. That was probably a very fun line at the time, but I don't know what she's referring to. I like this line too of like, I'm longing to be with you and by the sea where we can talk together freely and build our castles in the air. That's so playful and fun. I like that. Alrighty. May 11th. Letter. Lucy Westenra to Mina Murray. 17 Chatham Street, Wednesday. My dearest Mina, I must say, you tax me very unfairly with being a bad correspondent. I wrote to you twice since we parted, and your last letter was only your second. Besides, I have nothing to tell you. There is really nothing to interest you. Town is very pleasant just now, and we go a good deal to picture galleries and for walks and rides in the park. As to the tall, curly-haired man, I suppose it was the one who was with me at the last pop. Someone has evidently been telling tales. That was Mr. Holmwood. He often comes to see us, and he and Mamma get on very well together. They have so many things to talk about in common. We met some time ago. A man that would just do for you, if you were not already engaged to Jonathan. He has an excellent party, being handsome, well off, and of good birth. He is a doctor, and really clever. Just fancy. He is only 29, and he has an immense lunatic asylum, all under his own care. Mr. Holmwood introduced him to me, and he called here to see us, and often comes now. I think he is one of the most resolute men I ever saw, and yet the most calm. He seems absolutely imperturbable. I can fancy what a wonderful power he must have over his patients. He has a curious habit of looking one straight in the face, as if trying to read one's thoughts. He tries this on very much with me, but I flatter myself he has got a tough nut to crack. I know that from my glass. Do you ever try to read your own face? I do, and I can tell you it is not a bad study, and gives you more trouble than you can well fancy if you have never tried it. He says that I afford him a curious psychological study, and I humbly think I do. I do not, as you know, take sufficient interest in dress to be able to describe the new fashions. Dress is a bore. That is slang again, but never mind. Arthur says that every day. There, it is all out. Mina, we have told all our secrets to each other since we were children. We have slept together and eaten together and laughed and cried together, and now that I have spoken, I would like to speak more. Oh, Mina, couldn't you guess? I love him. I'm blushing as I write, for although I think he loves me, he has not told me so in words. But oh, Mina, I love him. I love him. I love him. There, that does me good. I wish I were with you, dear, sitting by the fire and dressing as we used to sit, and I would try to tell you what I feel. I do not know how I am writing this even to you. I'm afraid to stop, or I should tear up the letter, and I don't want to stop, for I do so want to tell you all. Let me hear from you at once, and tell me all you think about it. Mina, I must stop. Good night. Bless me in your prayers, and Mina, pray for my happiness. Lucy. P.S. I need not tell you this is a secret. Good night again. L. I was literally about to do the throw up those tailors and tentacles thing. Oh my goodness, maybe it's the format. But yes, this one has some more juicy stuff in it. So first of all, the beginning is very fun. That it's like, I can't believe you haven't written to me. It's like, I've already written to you twice, and that letter you just sent me was your second. Who are you to talk? And then it's funny that she's like, I have nothing to tell you, and then goes on to say she's in love with someone. Like, that's a pretty big thing to say. I guess the whole letter is her working up the courage to say it, but still. I like the phrasing of someone has evidently been telling tales. Like, instead of spreading rumors, telling tales. It's so this is something that really weirded me out the first time I read it too. So I'd be very curious if you guys have like any greater answers. But so she's in love with this man, and she knows that she's in love with him, but she's, is working up the courage basically to tell her. And she starts by saying, we met some man who would just do for you if you were not already engaged to Jonathan. When I first read that, I was like, okay, so she doesn't really like Jonathan. She doesn't think that she should be with Jonathan. But then, no, she's in love with him. So that's a very strange cover-up. Especially, is that a thing that people do that, you like, I don't know, you have a crush on somebody, and you're like talking to your friend at it looks like there's an ad break. That you're talking to your friend at the bar, and you're like, that, this lady, she's great. I love her so, I mean, not I love her. She's great, like, she's got a fantastic personality. She's really beautiful. She'd be great for you, if you didn't have a fiance, that is. Like, that immediately, like, even in another context, reads as, I don't like your fiance. I don't think you should be with them. But, like, if that same situation is happening, and it's like, oh, I'm in love with this person, and I'm just, like, saying, oh, they'd be great for you, as a cover-up, like, that's very strange. Like, I don't know if that's just a time thing that back then that made more sense, but that just is really weird to me. So if you have any answers as to what exactly that means, feel free to say something. And then it is like, I guess like this is definitely just a product of, we don't really have lunatic asylums in the same way nowadays, but oh yeah, he is a doctor and he has an immense lunatic asylum all under his own care. I can definitely see how that would just sound like, to them, like, oh, he's a doctor and he's really well off and like that whole hospital is under his care. It's like, wow, great. Maybe you won't be able to spend as much time with him because he's going to be really busy. But that's awesome, But, to my modern ear, it's like, he has a lunatic asylum under his own care. It's like, okay. That warrants a mite's consideration. And then I do like the progression of the letter. I besides the weirdness of the beginning, I do like that she's like, oh yeah, like he's really resolute and, what wonderful power he must have over his patients. And then, we keep going and it's like, sounds like you're kind of into him. And then it's like, couldn't you guess? I love him. It's like, okay, yeah, I guess I could guess that. And that can be something that, can be hard to have like a good pacing to get to that. So I think this letter is like paced really well and works really well to convey that she's in love with him in so many words and not feel like, I don't know, super cheesy or be full of cliches. And it is interesting that she's like, I look in the mirror and study my face and it's not a bad study. And I don't think I'm easy to read. I don't know how that's supposed to read, but it does read a little arrogant. It's, in some sense, it's fun and it's cute and it has personality, but in another sense, it's like, so you, spend some time, looking at yourself in the mirror every day, huh? Like, that does seem a little arrogant. But curious if she's right, that if she does have a difficult to read face. It also is interesting that I feel like the kind of person, the kind of character she is, usually a lot of people would characterize her as like, oh yeah, like she's a girly girl and she loves fashion and stuff like that. And granted, I don't know her character that well, so maybe that's totally wrong, but it's interesting that she doesn't, that she is not into that she immediately says like, oh, I don't care about the latest fashions, dress as a bore. I feel like that is, like, I feel like especially at this time that stereotypes, like gender stereotypes, were so much more prevalent. And so having like a male writer writing a female character, I feel like it would, even today, it would make a lot of sense to be like, oh yeah, well, all the girls, they love, fashion, right? She's going to talk about fashion. So I think it's kind of interesting and cool that, like, he writes this character, who maybe could be a stereotypical girly girl in some ways, but she's not into fashion. I think that's kind of neat. Of course, it's possible she's just covering it up. It's possible she does love fashion, and it's more like, oh, it's boring. All I can think about is this new man. That could be what's going on. But regardless, it's an interesting line. And it is interesting that she says it was slang. So I guess bore was a slang at the time, which is also very interesting. And then I like her build-up as well, like not just the build-up of like, oh, like he's so great, but also the build-up of like, we have shared our secrets our whole lives, and I really don't want to keep this from you. I think that pacing works really well as well. I like the, oh, I love him, and then the repeated, I love him. That's very cute. I like that a lot. This is a little weird. That's a little wacky, but again, probably normal at the time. And I like the, I'm afraid to stop. I should tear it up, but I don't want to stop, and I do want to tell you. Cute, fun, little her thinking about it, but writing it down. Yeah, so very cute, very fun, very, very enjoyable. How long was that? When I stopped the other chapters, it was like 2, and now it's 2:40, and I said it was probably going to take 10 minutes to get through these. Granted, some of it was copying it down, but yeah, that was way longer than I thought it would be. Maybe I underestimated how much good content there can be in Two Little Letters. May 12th. Jonathan Harker's journal, kept in shorthand. 12th of May. Let me begin with facts, bare, meager facts, verified by books and figures, and of which there can be no doubt. I must not confuse them with experiences which will have to rest on my own observation or my memory of them. Last evening, when the Count came from his room, he began by asking me questions on legal matters and on the doing of certain kinds of business. I had spent the day wearily over books, and simply to keep my mind occupied, went over some of the matters I had been examined in at Lincoln's Inn. There was a certain method in the Count's inquiries, so I shall try to put them down in sequence. The knowledge may somehow or sometime be useful to me. So it has been a while since I've read this, so I apologize if my accents are different or not as good. Alright, first he asked if a man in England might have 2 solicitors or more. I told him he might have a dozen if he wished, but that it would not be wise to have more than 1 solicitor engaged in one transaction, as only one could act at a time, and that to change would be certain to militate against his interest. He seemed thoroughly to understand, and went on to ask if there would be any practical difficulty in having one man to attend, say, to banking, another to look after shipping in case local help were needed in a place far from the home of the banking solicitor. I asked him to explain more fully, so that I might not by any chance mislead him. So he said, I shall illustrate. Your friend and mine, Mr. Peter Hawkins, from under the shadow of your beautiful cathedral at Exeter, which is far from London, buys for me through your good self my place at London. Good. Now here, let me say frankly, lest you should think it strange that I have sought the services of one so far off from London, instead of someone resident there, that my motive was that no local interest might be served, save my wish only. Hang on a sec, I am getting lost in what's going on here. Okay, so Peter Hawkins buys the place in London. I don't know if you can hear that rumbling outside. I think it's a car. And then I have sought the services of one so far off from London instead of someone resident there. But they're both residents there, right? Peter Hawkins and Jonathan Harker? It's just Jonathan came over here to talk. But he is a resident, so I'm not sure I understand. Okay. And as one of London residents might perhaps have some purpose of himself or friend to serve, I went thus afield to seek my agent, whose labours should be only to my interest. Now suppose I, who have much of affairs, wish to ship goods, say, to Newcastle, or Durham, or Harwich, or Dover, which it not... might it not be that it could with more ease be done by consigning to one in these ports? I answered that certainly it would be most easy, but that we solicitors had a system of agency, one for the other, so that local work could be done locally on instruction from any solicitor. The local work could be done locally, so it is the floor was floor line. So that the client, simply placing himself in the hands of one man, could have his wishes carried out by him without further trouble. I don't know if this is legal mumbo-jumbo that I don't need to really pay that much attention to, or if it's important. I assume it's Dracula doing some dirty dealings. Either it's about him going on the Demeter and shipping himself and his dirt on the ship, or if it's about like his house and he wants, to spread, I don't know, his business among multiple solicitors so that no one can catch on to the nefarious dealings behind the scenes. But I might be missing the mark with that. So he's saying, I didn't seek a London resident because he might do something self-serving. I sought someone who would only serve my purposes. Again, I don't know what agent he's talking about, because Jonathan and Peter, Peter, are both from London. I also love that reading Moriarty the Patriot makes me go, I know that place! That's where Moriarty teaches! Might it not be that it could be with more ease be done by consigning to one in these ports? There's too many ins and its in that sentence. I don't get what that sentence is saying. I'm not sure I get it. I also want to, I feel like I might be misunderstanding what solicitor means in this context. So let me try and look it up. A person who solicits. Super helpful. Oh, in England and Wales, so this is probably correct. A member of that branch of the legal profession whose services consist of advising clients, representing them before the lower courts, and presenting cases for barristers to try in the higher courts. Okay, maybe not, because that seems like it's for trials, and this is not a trial. But the other ones are person who solicits, a person whose business it is to solicit business trade. That sounds like what's going on here. An officer having charge of the legal business of a city, comma, town, comma, etc. So that could be it as well. So let me make sure I understand what solicit means. Yeah, so to seek, or entreat or petition. To incite to action. Something else. Okay, yeah, so to solicit trade, to request and petition trade. Okay, so yeah, they just are like a go-between that like, it's like you want to do business and this other guy wants to do business, and so I'll be the go-between that helps you two do business together. That's what it's sounding like. I'm not sure that completely helped, but like a lawyer or something like that. Well, that was the last one, but this doesn't seem to be like for a case or a trial. It just seems to be like, yeah, I bought a house and you're helping me out with that house. So, I don't know. But, said he, I could be at liberty to direct myself, is it not so? Of course, I replied. Such is often done by men of business who do not like the whole of their affairs to be known by any one person. Yes, so that does seem to be his goal. But I don't know what exactly he's going for here. What exactly business we're talking about. Like if he's saying, because he seemed to be starting out by saying, I want a ton of solicitors. And now he's saying, I want no solicitors. I will be my own solicitor. So I'm not quite sure what's going on here. Good, he said, and then went on to ask about the means of making consignments and the forms to be gone through, and of all sorts of difficulties which might arise, but by forethought could be guarded against. I explained all these things to him to the best of my ability, and he certainly left me under the impression that he would have made a wonderful solicitor, for there was nothing that he did not think of or foresee. For a man who was never in the country, and who did not evidently do much in the way of business, his knowledge and acumen were wonderful. When he had satisfied himself on these points of which he had spoken, and I had verified all as well as I could by the books available, he suddenly stood up and said, "Have you written since your first letter to our friend Mr. Peter Hawkins, or to any other?" It was with some bitter sweetness in my heart that I answered that I had not, that as yet I had not seen any opportunity of sending letters to anybody. Okay, so these might be the letters that he makes him send, and we have not been given a date. He said it happened like a few days ago, right? Yeah, let me begin by saying the facts. Last evening. Oh, okay, so that would be the 11th then, I guess. Yeah. Okay, so maybe the dates are wrong if it is the 11th. What was I going to say? Oh yeah, and again, we're back to Jonathan, like, he seems to have two modes. Either it's nothing is wrong, everything is fine, Dracula is great, or it's everything is wrong, everything is horrible, I'm a prisoner, get me out. And so now he's in the, Dracula's great mode, because he just was like, oh my gosh, I'm a prisoner, and trying the doors, and now he's like, wow, Drac, you're so great at business, like, I have no suspicions of the fact that you don't want people to know your business, and you think of every potential scenario. That's not weird at all, that's not suspicious at all. Then right now, my young friend, he said, laying a heavy hand on my shoulder, write to our friend or to any other, and say, if it will please you, that you shall stay with me until a month from now. Do you wish me to stay so long? I asked. My heart grew cold at the thought. That is another moment of genuinely relatable horror, of it's just like, oh yeah, we're having such a great time, why don't you stay a month? It's like, a month, huh? I thought I was gonna get out yesterday. I desire it much. Nay, I will take no refusal. Then your master, employer, what you will, engaged that someone should come on his behalf. It was understood that my needs only were to be consulted. I've not stinted. Is it not so? It's so interesting because I am curious how different readers would read this, but this doesn't read as ominous to me. And of course it is ominous, but it just seems super polite and like, oh no, I won't take no for an answer. You're gonna stay with me, buddy. And then, but this right here, it's understood that my needs only were to be consulted. And you're right there. That's shifty. What could I do now but bow acceptance? It's Mr. Hawkins' interest, not mine, and I had to think of him, not myself. Buddy, you're a prisoner. You're allowed to think of yourself. It's okay. And besides, while Count Dracula was speaking, there was that in his eyes and in his bearing which made me remember that I was a prisoner, and that if I had wished it, I could have no choice. You forgot? That's something you forgot, Jonathan? Is that remember just like, oh, I'm constantly aware of it and he's reminding me of it? Or is it truly like, yeah, I forgot, yeah, that's right, I'm a prisoner. Like, I don't know how you could forget that. The Count saw his victory in my bow and his mastery in the trouble of my face, for he began at once to use them, but in his own smooth, resistless way. I like that, his smooth, resistless way. I pray you, my good young friend, that you will not discourage of things other than business in your letters. Discourse, you want discourse. It will doubtless please your friends to know that you are well, and that you look forward to getting home to them, is it not so? As he spoke, he handed me 3 letters, 3 sheets. He handed me 3 sheets of notepaper and 3 envelopes. They were all of the thinnest foreign post, and looking at them, then at him, and noticing his quiet smile, with the sharp canine teeth laying over the red underlip, I understood as well as if he had spoken that I should be careful what I wrote, for he would be able to read it. So I determined to write only formal notes now, but to write fully to Mr. Hawkins in secret, and also to Mina, or to her I could write in shorthand, which would puzzle the Count, if he did see it. When I had written my 2 letters, I sat quiet, reading a book, whilst the Count wrote several notes, referring as he wrote them to some books on his table. Then he took up my 2 and placed them with his own, and put by his writing materials, after which the instant the door had closed behind him, I leaned over and looked at the letters, which were face down on the table. I felt no compunction in doing so, for under the circumstances, I felt that I should protect myself in every way I could. I'm starting, it might be coming back to me. I think he has him backdate them. I think that's why they're not dated for the 11th, is because, well, no, but she couldn't receive them on the 9th. What am I saying? She couldn't receive them on the 9th even if he dated them the 9th. Oh my goodness. But anyways. Yeah, so now Dracula's darker side is coming nearer and nearer to the surface instead of just seeming polite, but ultimately we know we're a prisoner here. And I forget if it does. I don't know if people are bothered by me spoiling things or not, and so I know something that happens, and so I don't know if I should say it or not. But I find it interesting that he thinks that shorthand would puzzle the Count. I don't remember if it does, but it's like, the man is really smart, and you just noted that, like, he would be a great solicitor, and he, he didn't think of, he thought of every problem that could arise. So I think he could figure out shorthand. Like, what's so, it's not even code, right? So why would that puzzle him? Why do you think that that's gonna be enough? All right. One of the letters was directed to Samuel F. Billington, number 7, The Crescent, Whitby. Another to Herr Ludner, Varna. The third was to Cutts & Co., London. The fourth to Herrn Klopstock and Bilroyth, bankers, Budapest. The second and fourth were unsealed. I was just about to look at them when I saw the door handle move. I sank back in my seat, having just had time to replace the letters as they had been, and to resume my book. I sank back in my seat, having just had time to replace the letters as they had been, and to resume my book before the Count, holding still another letter in his hand, entered the room. He took up the letters on the table and stamped them carefully, and then, turning to me, said, "I trust you will forgive me, but I have much work to do in private this evening. You will, I hope, find all things as you wish." At the door he turned, and after a moment's pause said, "Let me advise you, my dear young friend, nay, let me warn you with all seriousness, that you should leave these rooms so you will not by any chance go to sleep in any other part of the castle." Wait, hold on. Oh, I see. Let me warn you with all seriousness that should you leave these rooms, you will not by any chance go to sleep in any other part of the castle. It is old and has many memories, and there are bad dreams for those who sleep unwisely. Be warned. Be warned. Should sleep now or ever overcome you, or be like to do, then haste to your own chamber, to these rooms, for your rest will then be safe. But if you be not careful in this respect, then—" He finished his speech in a gruesome way, for he motioned with his hands as if he were washing them. I quite understood. My only doubt was as to whether any dream could be more terrible than the unnatural, horrible net of gloom and mystery which seemed closing around me. "Jonathan, he doesn't mean a dream!" "Oh, hi, Luna!" Mika says, "Shorthand kind of is writing code from what I've seen of it. Interesting. Can you post, like, a picture of it in the stream chat? Because I thought this was written in shorthand. Yeah, it says kept in shorthand. So if this truly is shorthand, then this seems normal to me. I also, going back to what I was saying at the beginning about, like, me going, oh, I shouldn't put all these details in, either in the sense of, like, I can't think of the details myself, or, oh, like, I want to put them in, but they'll bore the reader. Yeah, do we really need all the numbers and everything and all the addresses in their completion? I mean, maybe not. Maybe they're not completed, but all this, like, street names and stuff. I mean, I guess it's mostly, like, the people's names, and that could be important, but I don't know. There's just a lot going on there that I don't feel like we need all of that. Oh, okay. This is absolutely not shorthand. Gotcha. I wonder why it says kept in shorthand, then. I do really like It Is Old and Has Many Memories, especially because I've written a fanfic about Castlevania from the Castlevania Netflix series, as, like, having a sentience and watching events unfold. And so I like that that line. I'm sure I don't know that he means it in any way. I mean, I don't know that he means it in any way. That he probably is just like, yeah, you're gonna have an encounter if you go to sleep anywhere but these rooms. But he's just saying, yeah, the castle, it remembers things, and, like, oh, like, maybe you don't want to be with those memories. It's like, no, you're actually gonna have a literal encounter. Oh yeah, that's way more code than I thought. Yeah, like actual symbols instead of letters. Interesting. I wonder why, Oh, there we go. Wow, that's wild. That really is, it looks like scribbles. That is interesting. Okay, yeah, I get it a lot more now. So, it's interesting that it says he finished his speech in a gruesome way for emotion with his hands as if he were washing them. I assume that means, well, if you go to sleep anywhere but these rooms, I wash my hands of it, don't say I didn't warn you, it's your fault. But I very much, when it says in a gruesome way, I think he's gonna do, like, a neck motion, not a hand washing motion. I would not call that gruesome, but, maybe it's just a quirk of the time that gruesome, either he's referring to, I know he means something gruesome, or it's, I don't remember what the other thing I was gonna say is, but yeah. But yeah, my only doubt was as to whether any dream could be more terrible than the unnatural, horrible net of gloom and mystery which seemed to be closing around me. It ain't a dream, it ain't gloom, it's something else, and it seems pretty clear that he's like, you are not safe. He absolutely says, like, your rest will then be safe. I guess the your rest could be determined as, like, oh, I'll have bad dreams, my rest will be disturbed. But still, it's like, you're not gonna be safe, bud, if you go to sleep anywhere else. I just realized that the stream chat is not... Oh, well, maybe it doesn't load pictures, actually. Yeah, I think it just doesn't load pictures. Well, I guess I could test it right here now. Yep, that worked. Okay, it doesn't load. Cool. Later. I endorse the last words written, but this time there is no doubt in question. I shall not fear to sleep in any place where he is not. I'm not gonna be afraid to go to sleep in any place where he isn't. Buddy. Like, I guess, like, it kind of makes sense that he's like, oh, he's trying to keep things from me, and so I can, yeah, I'll do it, because he's trying to keep things from me, but, I mean, it's sleep. It's when you're not conscious. It's not him saying, don't explore anywhere else. And then you being like, he's hiding something, let me go explore somewhere else. It's like, he said I can't sleep anywhere but these chambers. I'm gonna sleep somewhere else than these chambers. It's like, you're gonna be vulnerable and asleep. What is the use of disobeying him here? What is the logic here? I've placed the crucifix over the head of my bed. I imagine that my rest is thus freer from dreams, and there it shall remain. Keep it on your neck, buddy! What are you doing? Like, I guess maybe he's thinking that on my neck it's not gonna protect the head, and so he puts it up above his head to protect his head. But it's like, keep it on your person. The man grabbed your neck, and that is the only thing that saved your life. Keep it there. Especially if I'm correct in thinking that he's saying, like, I won't be afraid to sleep in any place where he isn't. If he's saying, like, aha, I put the crucifix above my bed, everything's gonna be fine. I'm not gonna sleep in my bed. Like, buddy. When he left me, I went to my room. After a little while, not hearing any sound, I came out and went up the stone stair to where I could look out towards the south. There was some sense of freedom in the vast expanse, inaccessible though it was to me, as compared with the narrow darkness of the courtyard. Looking out on this, I felt that I was indeed in prison, and I seemed to want a breath of fresh air, though it were of the night. I am beginning to feel this nocturnal existence tell on me.
It is destroying my nerve. So he recognizes that it's a nocturnal existence. Something to think about, Jonathan. I start at my own shadow, and I am full of all sorts of horrible imaginings. God knows that there is ground for my terrible fear in this accursed place. That is true. There is ground for your fear. Like I was about to say, like, I think it's fair that you're starting at silly things when you know that you're a prisoner in a spooky castle and everybody was crossing themselves when you went to this castle. I looked out over the beautiful expanse, bathed in soft yellow moonlight, till it was almost as light as day. In the soft light, the distant hills became melted, and the shadows on the valleys and gorges a velvety blackness. Beautiful image. The mere beauty seemed to cheer me. There was peace and comfort in every breath I drew. As I leaned from my window, my eye was caught by something moving a story below me, and somewhat to my left, where I imagined, from the corner of my rooms, that the windows of the Count's own room would look out. The window at which I stood was tall and deep, stone-mullioned, and, though weather-worn, was still complete, but it was evidently many a day since the case had been there. I drew back behind the stonework and looked carefully out. So, I don't know if it's the same idea, but I'm fully aware that in Frankenstein there's this theme of Victor. I don't know if I've talked about this before, but there's this theme of Victor being like, oh, I feel like crap. And then I walked outside and looked at nature, and I felt okay. And so that kind of feels like what's happening here. That it's like, oh, I feel like crap. Like, I'm scared of my own shadow. Everything's terrifying in here. And then I looked outside, and you know what? I thought life is okay. But at the same time, it kind of makes sense that, especially in the phrasing of, like, it seemed to cheer me. It's just like, you know, things are crap right now, but at least I have some pretty hills to look at. What I saw was the Count's head coming out from the window. I did not see the face, but I knew the man by the neck and the movement of his back and arms. How do you know a man by a neck, my dude? Like, it's not even like, oh, the hair or the clothes or the build. It's like, I knew the man by the neck. And it's like, I'm sure you could show me 10 necks, and I probably couldn't even point out my own neck out of a line of 10 necks. How do you know Dracula's neck? I wanna do this experiment now. I want people to, like, post pictures of their necks. It wouldn't work for this group because most of you, I don't know what you look like, and so I would just be guessing randomly rather than like, oh yes, I know that neck. But still. Oh my gosh. In any case, I could not mistake the hands, which I had so many opportunities of studying. There you go. That makes sense, Jonathan. That's a natural thing to say. The neck thing, not so much. To be fair, often do you see the back of your own neck? Yeah, very true. But that's the thing, is that maybe I see other people's necks, but I'm not going to be able to point them out. I'm not going to be able to know a man by his neck. Okay. Okay. In any case, I could not mistake the hands, which I had so many opportunities of studying. I was at first interested and somewhat amused, for it is wonderful how small a matter will interest and amuse a man when he is a prisoner. That's fair. But my very feelings changed to repulsion and terror when I saw the whole man slowly emerge from the window and begin to crawl down the castle wall over the dreadful abyss, face down, with his cloak spreading out around him like great wings. At first, I could not believe my eyes. I thought it was some trick of the moonlight, some weird effect of shadow, but I kept looking, and it could be no delusion.
saw the fingers and toes grasp the corners of the stones, worn clear of the mortar by the stress of years, and by thus using every projection and inequality move downwards with considerable speed, just as the lizard moves along a wall. Oh, wait, who else does he think is even in this castle? Yeah, good point that he's specifically noted that there are no servants, and so he's like, yeah, I recognize the man by his neck, and it's like, you can recognize him by the fact that he's the only other person in this castle. Yeah, as far as he knows, this multiple choice question has one option. Yes, exactly. Oh my gosh. But yeah, I don't know if you guys have seen lizards and lizards moving along a wall, but here in Texas we call them geckos. I don't know if they are geckos, but just little lizards that will come out, and sometimes they like just scurry on into the house, and they do scurry on up the walls, and yeah, when you try to catch them, they'll be completely still, and then they'll dart up the wall. And so that is indeed a very unsettling image that works quite well. It sounds like a gecko, yeah, fair enough. It is much better than I would much rather have a gecko problem than any of the other problems of strange Texas creatures coming into my house. What manner of man is this? Or what manner of creature is it in the semblance of a man? I feel the dread of this horrible place overpowering me. I'm in fear, in awful fear, and there's no escape for me. I'm encompassed about with terrors that I dare not think of. Now you're thinking like a winner, Jonathan. These are the questions that you should be asking. I love how he had to get to lizard status to start asking, is he actually human? Now, granted, to be fair, Dracula seemed like a perfectly polite host. He just doesn't eat with him, and he has fangs, and all the townspeople crossed themselves and told him not to go, and they also said that the dead travel fast when the carriage showed up. So he has some clues, but I kind of get that maybe you wouldn't question it until you see the man literally walk down the castle wall like a lizard. But still. Alrighty. Oh, okay. That went by faster than I thought it would. Okie dokie. May 15th. The 15th of May. Once more, I've seen the Count go out in his lizard fashion. There we go. I knew the line was coming up. That wording, lizard fashion, since the first time I read this, really stuck with me, because it's just like, yeah, I saw the Count go out, lizard fashion. Something about it just tickles me. Anyways, once more, I've seen the Count go out in his lizard fashion. He moved downwards in a sidelong way, some 100 feet down, and a good deal to the left. Why does it matter if it's to the left? Why doesn't it say, like, oh, towards the abyss, or towards the forest, or towards me, or something? It's just like, to the left. I don't know what I'm supposed to be picturing on the left there, Jonathan. He vanished into some hole or window. When his head had disappeared, I leaned out to try and see more, but without avail. The distance was too great to allow a proper angle of sight. I knew he had left the castle now, and thought to use the opportunity to explore more than I had dared to as yet. I went back to the room, and taking a lamp, tried all the doors. They were all locked, as I had expected, and the locks were comparatively new. But I went down the stone stairs to the hall where I had entered originally. I found I could pull back the bolts easily enough and unhook the great chains, for the door was locked and the key was gone. That key must be in the Count's room. I must watch should his door be unlocked, so that I may get it and escape. I went on to make a thorough examination of the various stairs and passages, and try the doors that opened from them. One or two small rooms near the hall were open, but there was nothing to see in them except old furniture, dusty with age and moth-eaten. It'd be really funny if Dracula had, like, a red herring room, because surely he's smart enough to know that if you stick a man in your castle, tell him he has to be there for a month, and he can't enter, he should not, cannot, will not enter any rooms that are locked. Surely you know enough about human nature to know he's going to try to get into those rooms. So it'd be really funny if he created a room that was like, I don't know, like it's covered in like alien memorabilia. And so then Jonathan's like, he's a lizard alien, he's a lizard man, and throws him off the trail of him being a vampire. Anyways, at last, however, I found one door at the top of the stairway, which, though it seemed to be locked, gave a little under pressure. I tried it harder and found that it was not really locked, but that the resistance came from the fact that the hinges had fallen somewhat, and the heavy door rested on the floor. Here was an opportunity which I might not have again, so I exerted myself, and with many efforts forced it back so that I could enter. I was now in a wing of the castle further to the right than the rooms I knew, and a story lower down. From the windows I could see that the suite of rooms lay along to the south of the castle, and windows of the end room looked out both west and south. On the latter side, as well as the former, there was a great precipice. The castle was built on the corner of great rock, so that on 3 sides it was quite impregnable, and great windows were placed here and here where sling. Okay. Great windows were placed here where sling. Oh, I see. And great windows are placed here where sling or bow or culverin could not reach, and consequently light and comfort, impossible to a position which had to be guarded, were secured. To the west was a great valley, and then, rising far away, great jagged mountain fastnesses. Fastnesses? Okay. Rising peak on peak, the sheer rock studded with mountain ash and thorn, whose roots clung in cracks and crevices and crannies of the stone. Delicious cracks and crevices and crannies. This was evidently the portion of the castle occupied by the ladies in bygone days, for the furniture had more air of comfort than any I had seen. The windows were curtainless, and the yellow moonlight, flooding in through the diamond panes, enabled one to see even colours, whilst it softened the wealth of dust which lay over all and disguised in some measure the ravages of time and the moth. My lamp seemed to be of little effect on the brilliant moonlight, but I was glad to have it with me. For there was a dread loneliness in this place which chilled my heart and made my nerves tremble. Still, it was better than living alone in the rooms which I had come to hate from the presence of the Count, and after trying a little to school my nerves, I found a soft quietude come over me. Here I am, sitting at a little oak table, where in old times possibly some fair lady sat to pen, with much thought and many blushes, her ill-spelt love letter, and writing in my diary in shorthand all that has happened since I closed it last. It is 19th century up to date with a vengeance, and yet, unless my senses deceive me, the old centuries had and have powers of their own which mere modernity cannot kill. I don't know what it means, ill-spelt love letter, because from my perspective, it sounds like he's saying, obviously it would not be spelled well. Maybe ladies were not well educated at the time, so maybe that's what he's saying, that it's like, oh yeah, that it is a fair assumption that it would not be spelled well. Or if he's saying, like, not ill-intentioned, but like, it's cute, but it's not going to get her anywhere, or something like that. I like the phrasing of school my nerves. That's fun. That is neat, the last line of the old centuries have powers that modernity can't kill. That's a neat idea. And, of course, very fitting for Dracula, who I assume is centuries old. I actually don't know how old he is at this point, but I assume he's been around for centuries. And it's a comforting thought in a way, to be honest. The idea that there are just some things that have been around for centuries, and we think that, we fear that they'll go away with modernity, but there are some things that modernity can't kill. And there are some things, maybe that we want modernity to kill and it still can't. And there are things that we hope will keep going and modernity can't kill. I don't know. It's interesting to think about. But yeah, I do want to keep going because I know what's gonna happen in this chapter, and it's a fun spooky time. So I think I want to keep going, and hopefully we'll make good time. Oh, let me make sure that this is correct, because it does say it has this weird intro. Those later intros usually only come on the same day, and so I really thought that I missed one when I copied it down. But let me look for it in the actual book. Yep, that's correct. 15th of May, and then later morning of the 16th. So why doesn't he just say 16th? I guess because the 16th starts at night for him now. Alright. May 16th. Later, the morning of the 16th of May. God preserve my sanity, for to this I am reduced. Safety and the assurance of safety are things of the past. Whilst I live on here, there is but one thing to hope for, that I may not go mad, if indeed I be not mad already. If I be sane, then surely it is maddening to think that of all the foul things that lurk in this hateful place, the Count is the least dreadful to me, that to him alone I can look for safety, even though this be only whilst I can serve his purpose. Great God, merciful God, let me be calm, for out of that way lies madness indeed. I begin to get new lights on certain things which have puzzled me. Up to now I never quite knew what Shakespeare meant when he made Hamlet say, "My tablets, quick, my tablets, 'tis meet that I put it down," etc. For now, feeling as though my own brain were unhinged, or as if the shock had come which must end its undoing, I turned to my diary for repose. The habit of entering accurately must help to soothe me. I do. So this is one of the benefits of using a journal style of writing your book, because that means that when your character journals about the spooky, events that happened, they're journaling about it afterwards. And so they can be like, crap, I have something to tell you, diary. Something happened. Which makes you want to keep reading, and it's really fun. And again, you're thinking like a winner now. And I do absolutely love, so safety and assurance of safety are things of the past. Great, very spooky. There's one thing to hope for, that I may not go mad, if indeed I be not mad already. Love that. And that is one of the fun, spooky things about dealing with madness, is that it's like, it's in your head, and so you won't know if you're mad. What was he gonna say? I don't remember, but it's like, I can hope that I still have my sanity, but you don't know if you still have your sanity. And then it's a fun, makes you want to read more, like, the Count's the least dreadful, that we were like, oh my gosh, he is coming out of windows lizard fashion, and now it's like, what else is in here? Why can he keep him safe? Which is great. It's really interesting, because this is also an expression that Victor uses in Frankenstein. And it's curious to me, because this is only we figured it was 100 years ago, right? And so it's interesting to me that we don't have that expression anymore, that we exclusively use oh my God, or good God sometimes maybe, but even that, usually it's oh my God. And so it's interesting to me that this seemed to be such a thing for quite a long time, and we don't use it at all anymore. Oh yeah, so can I find... I have Hamlet, so I want to figure out where that is. So, my tablets, Hamlet. I don't know what that is, but it is, there is a little comic here that apparently is about Jonathan Harker. It says Act 1, Scene 5. Let's try that. Give me a sec. All right. Okay. Scene 5. Enter Ghost and Hamlet. Okay. Oh, maybe that's notes. Okay. Maybe it's at the end. Let me check the end, because I'm assuming it means he wants to write down what the ghost said. Nope, not at the very end, at least. And there is one of my favorite lines. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I might have gotten the wrong information from the internet. Can one of you look it up for me? I think I got the wrong information, so I'll keep reading, but can one of you look up this in Hamlet so we can try to find it and read it in the context? But out of context, it seems very strange. Like, I assume it's just saying, like, quick, I want to write this down. Like, this is too juicy. I have to write it down. But it's just so, it's so strange to have him go, up to now, I never quite knew what Shakespeare meant when he made Hamlet say, my tablets, quick, my tablets, 'tis meet that I put it down. So if I'm corrected, it's just him saying, oh, I need to write this down. It doesn't seem like something that would be easily misunderstood, so that makes me feel like there's something deeper going on here. It also seems odd where it's like, wow, I never understood what the great Shakespeare said when he said, my tablets, you know, doesn't feel like the great Shakespeare quote that goes there. So I really want to know the grander context around that. For now, feeling as though my own brain were unhinged, or as if the shock had come, which must end in the shock had come, which must end in its undoing, I turned to my diary for repose. The habit of entering accurately must help to soothe me. The Count's mysterious warning frightened me at the time. It frightens me more now when I think of it, for in future he has a fearful hold upon me. I shall fear to doubt what he may say. Wait, so I assume he's saying, like, his sleep warning frightened me then. It makes me even more scared now that I know what he meant. But then what does he mean, for in future he has a fearful hold upon me? I shall fear to doubt what he may say. I guess he's saying, like, I'm afraid for what he's going to say about what happened. When I had written in my diary and had fortunately replaced the book and pen in my pocket, I felt sleepy. The Count's warning came into my mind, but I took a pleasure in disobeying it. The sense of sleep was upon me, but with it the obstinacy which sleep brings as outrider. The soft moonlight soothed, and the wide expanse without gave a sense of freedom which refreshed me. I determined not to return tonight to the gloom-haunted rooms, but to sleep here. The old ladies had sat and sung and lived sweet lives, whilst their gentle breasts were sad for their menfolk away in the midst of remorseless wars. I drew a great couch out of its place near the corner, so that, as I say, I could look at the lovely view to east and south, and unthinking of and uncaring for the dust, composed myself for sleep. I suppose I must have fallen asleep. I hope so, but I fear, for all that followed was startlingly real. So real that now sitting here in the broad, full sunlight of the morning, I cannot in the least believe that it was all sleep. So I get, like, I totally get, you know, when you're anxious, when you're feeling not so great and you're feeling anxious, sleep is really hard, and it's hard to want to go to sleep. It is hard to sleep. And so I completely understand how it's like, I need a change of pace. I need a better place to sleep that is going to calm my anxiety, or at least give me something different. But at the same time, it goes back to what I said before, where it's like, I'm not going to listen to him. I'm going to disobey him. What are you going to do, Jonathan? You going to sneak around? I am going to sleep in an unknown place where anyone can attack me. It's like, yeah, great plan, Jonathan. You stick it to Dracula, you know? I was not alone. The room was the same, unchanged in any way since I came into it. I could see along the floor, in the brilliant moonlight, my own footsteps, marked where I had disturbed the long accumulation of dust. In the moonlight opposite me were 3 young women, ladies by their dress and manner. I thought at the time that I must be dreaming when I saw them, for though the moonlight was behind them, they threw no shadow on the floor. Is that a common vampire thing, that vampires don't have shadows? I don't feel like I've heard that before. Definitely the reflection thing, but I don't recall the shadow thing, so that's interesting if that's true. There's an ad break, but there is no kitty to see. Oh, but there is something Mako said. I'm gonna use my phone because it's very small. Oh, seems it was a misquote from Stoker's thespian friend. Table. Notice 2 things. The word is tables, and it's not repeated. There may well be other versions. Of course, I haven't checked them all. Hamlet uses the word table early in the speech when he says, "Remember thee, yea, from the table of my memory I'll wipe away all trivial fond records." The tables are primitive notebooks. It's as if Hamlet's earlier use of the word figuratively makes him want to write down what the ghost said, lest he forget. There is irony for you. It's the sort of psychological prodding which words often perform in Shakespeare. But it's just saying, like, oh yes, it's basically saying, like, from the book of my memory, I wipe away all trivial fond records. And then it's like, aha! And then he actually writes something down in a book. And it's like, am I missing something? That doesn't seem like super like ironic and cool. It's just like he used the word in a figurative way, or to mean, you know, the book of his mind, and then he did it literally. Henry Irving, actor and stage manager, was a close friend of Bram Stoker's and is reported to have been the main inspiration for the title character. Oh, interesting. Okay, so it is Act 1, Scene 5. There it is. Okay, I can find that. That line's striking enough to find pretty easily. And pretty well known, I think. Oh, it might be when he's talking to Horatio, actually. Thought I could find it. Well, there's the other line. There's the line of, "Yea, from the table of my memory, I'll wipe away all trivial fond records." There it is. Okay, it's the same. Okay. Okay, so this is, this is what I thought it was when I saw the villain line. So the ghost exits, and then this is Hamlet going, "O all ye host of heaven, O earth, what else? And shall I compel hell? O fire, hold my heart, and you, my sinews, grow not instant old, but bear me stiffly up. Remember thee? Ay, thou poor ghost, whiles memory holds a seat in this distracted globe, remember thee? Yea, from the table of my memory I'll wipe away all trivial fond records, all saws of books, all forms, all pressures past, that youth and observation copied there, and thy commandment all alone shall live within the book and volume of my brain, unmixed with baser matter. Yes, by heaven, O most pernicious woman, O villain, smile, damned villain, my table's meat it is, I set it down, that one may smile and be a villain. At least I am sure it may be so in Denmark." He writes, "So, uncle, there you are. Now to my word it is adieu, remember me. I have sworn it." Okay, so this is interesting. So this happens in Hamlet, right after he sees the ghost of his father, and so I think that is the real comparison being made here. That he basically thinks, we'll see, but I think he thinks that they are ghosts, or at least on some level, and so it's him going like, "Oh, I understand now, you know, what he meant when he saw the ghost," and then was like, "I have to write it down." Did he even say to meat I put it down? Meat it is, I set it down, is what's in my version. But this makes me want to read this. I forgot how much I loved Hamlet. But what was the other thing I was gonna say? Oh yeah, the other thing I was gonna say is he mentions Hamlet earlier. He mentions Hamlet at the end of a different chapter. Guess I could search for it. Oh, but it's different here. Oh, here. Hamlet. Show me Hamlet. Please? Find in document? Yeah, here it is. Yeah, so this is where he's talking about all his ancestors. It was by this time close on morning, and we went to bed. Memento, this diary seems horribly like the beginning of Arabian's Nights, where everything has to break off at cockcrow, or like the ghost of Hamlet's father. Okay, that's interesting. I don't know, now I'm less sure what he meant originally, because either he's saying, like, everything breaks off when the ghost of Hamlet's father shows up, or he's saying, like, this diary seems horribly like the beginning of Arabian Nights, or like the ghost of Hamlet's father, and that makes less sense. So I'm not quite sure what it means, but it is interesting that he's like, I see a similarity to the ghost of Hamlet's father here, but he didn't really mean it or get it. I don't think he knows that, well, maybe, no, yeah, he does know that he's a prisoner, so he does know things are wacky. Yeah, so I actually don't quite know what he means here, but this is interesting. What was I gonna say? I was gonna say something else. Oh, I was gonna say that, oh my goodness, and it just left my brain again. What was it? I don't remember. I'll say it if I remember. Okay, but it makes more sense now what that person was saying about, like, the literal and figurative, because it's in the same paragraph that it's like, I'm going to wipe my mind of everything but what my ghost dad said. and then he's like, and I'm going to write it down too. This is going to be the only thing in my head, and then I'm going to write it down. So, that is kind of interesting. But anywho, neat. And that's also why, because madness is a theme in Hamlet as well, and so that's also probably why he's thinking about Hamlet. Oh yeah, and the other thing I wanted to say is that this also makes me feel a bit better about myself if the author of Dracula misquoted a very famous, a astronomically famous play because his friend kept misquoting it. Because I would like double check, I would double check like crazy to make sure I got the quote right. And so the fact that in this classic book there's a misquote in it, makes me feel a little better about potential misquotes in my own writings. But let us continue on. Oh yeah, so I took pleasure in disobeying it. He's like, I'm a little sneaky, but didn't just misquote it. If that post is correct, they'd say that line in the play. What do you mean? I meant it as like misquoting the play. That they would say, in the play, my table's meat it is, I set it down. And then he misquoted the play? Or are you saying that, like, his friend was, like, an actor in, like, a Shakespeare troupe? Okay, yeah, I mean, when they performed the play, they added the line, oh gosh. Amazing. So, they potentially had the play memorized, but had that part off, and so they would perform it wrong. Oh my gosh. Well, it makes a little more sense as to how it got into Dracula as a misquote, and why he'd be so sure that he was correct if that is the case. But still, yeah. I was not alone. The room was the same, unchanged in any way since I came into it. I could see along the floor, in the brilliant moonlight, my own footsteps marked where I had disturbed the long accumulation of dust. In the moonlight opposite me were 3 young women, ladies by their dress and manner. I thought at the time that I must be dreaming when I saw them, for through the moonlight, though the moonlight was behind them, they threw no shadow on the floor. They came close to me and looked at me for some time, and then whispered together. 2 were dark and had high aquiline noses, like the Count, and great dark piercing eyes that seemed to be almost red when contrasted with the pale yellow moon. The other was fair as can be, with great wavy masses of golden hair and eyes like pale sapphires. I seemed somehow to know her face, and to know it in connection with some dreamy fear, but I could not recollect at the moment how or where. All 3 had brilliant white teeth that shone like pearls against the ruby of their voluptuous lips. There was something about them that made me uneasy, some longing, and at the same time some deadly fear. I felt in my heart a wicked, burning desire that they would kiss me with those red lips. It is not good to note this down, lest some day it should meet Mina's eyes and cause her pain, but it is the truth. They whispered together, and then they all 3 laughed. It was such a silvery, musical laugh, but as hard as though the sound never could have come through the softness of human lips. It was like the intolerable tingling sweetness of water glasses when played by a cunning hand. The fair girl shook her head coquettishly, and the other 2 urged her on. I do love the image as silvery. I love describing a sound as silvery, but I can imagine that, and then this intolerable tingling sweetness of water glasses when played by a cunning hand. So it's not just this image of sweet and gentle and high. It's like this resonance. It's like it's resonating with his frequency. And I think that's really cool. Oh yeah. So, a couple things. First of all, it speaks to either Jonathan's innocence or the innocence of the time overall that kiss is what he thought, because I feel like the thoughts could go much deeper, much faster than just a kiss, and so it kind of actually is endearing that he's I want them to kiss me. And nothing else. But that also could just be the vampire magic. It could specifically, be talking about they're gonna nom on him. They're gonna chomp him with their fangs, or they want to. And so it wouldn't have worked very well with anything else. But it's still cute. And then the fact that he's I shouldn't write this down because it's going to cause Mina pain, but it is the truth. Again, is actually more endearing to me that he's honestly writing it down and isn't hiding it. And then his reaction is I don't want to cause her pain. It's not she's going to find it and she's going to yell at me. It's going to cause her pain. That shows he really does care about her. He's I don't want to cause her pain, but it is the truth. Oh, I remembered what I was saying. So, what I was gonna say. So now that I know what shorthand is and that it really is code, this makes a lot more sense. It's not a way of shortening your speech. It's not using English words in a specific way. It's literally symbols. And so basically I think it's saying this was in those symbols, but it's translated into English for you. Barely more rules of decency. That might have been as risque as he could write and get it published. I don't know. It's possible. Yeah, so and I guess that if that's the case, that could mean that it means something more than kiss, but the word kiss is all he could write down, potentially. This image is spooky to me. This doesn't sound pretty. It sounds spooky, but maybe that's exactly the point. Oh yeah, and I like cunning hand too. That makes the image even cooler. Oh boy, I don't know exactly what voices to give them. Go on, you are first, and we shall follow. Yours is the right to begin, the other added. He is young and strong. There are kisses for us all. I lay quiet, looking out under my eyelashes in an agony of delightful anticipation. The fair girl advanced and bent over me till I could feel the movement of her breath upon me. Sweet it was in one sense, honey-sweet, and sent the same tingling through the nerves as her voice, with a bitter underlying the sweet, a bitter offensiveness, as one smells in blood. It's interesting that he recognizes that in her breath, but not in Dracula's, because Dracula breathed on him and he was like, "It's horrible! I want to vomit!" But didn't note that it smells like blood. Or maybe he's just starting to think, now I'm thinking about vampires, and now he's maybe starting to connect. Oh, that was the offensiveness I smelled. I really like the sweet it was, honey sweet, that there's a great cadence to that, and I like the same tingling through the nerves as her voice. I can feel that, tingling anticipation and stuff. And like you don't want to move and like break the moment in a way. It's almost like ASMR, like, I guess. I was afraid to raise my eyelids, but looked out and saw perfectly under the lashes. The girl went on her knees and bent over me, simply gloating. It was a deliberate voluptuousness, which was both thrilling and repulsive. And as she arched her neck, she actually licked her lips like an animal, till I could see in the moonlight the moisture shining on the scarlet lips and on the red tongue as it lapped the white sharp teeth. That image is both gross and like not as it is simultaneously really gross and weird, and also not as gross and weird as he seems to be saying. He's like, she did this like an animal, and it's like, people do that too, you know. But I totally get the comparison that he's prey to her. Lower and lower went her head as the lips went below the range of my mouth and chin and seemed about to fasten on my throat. And she paused, and I could hear the churning sound of her tongue as it licked her teeth and lips. I could feel the hot breath on my neck, and the skin of my throat began to tingle as one's flesh does, when the hand that is to tickle it approaches nearer, nearer. I could feel the soft, shivering touch of the lips on the super-sensitive skin of my throat, and the hard dents of two sharp teeth just touching and pausing there. I closed my eyes in a languorous ecstasy and waited with beating heart. But at that instant, another sensation swept through me as quick as lightning. I was conscious of the presence of the Count, and of his being as if lapped in a storm of fury. As my eyes opened involuntarily, I saw his strong hand grasp the slender neck of the fair woman, and with giant's power draw it back, the blue eyes transformed with fury, the white teeth champing with rage, and the fair cheeks blazing red with passion. But the Count, never did I imagine such wrath and fury, even to the demons of the pit. His eyes were positively blazing. The red light in them was lurid, as if the flames of hellfire blazed behind them. His face was deathly pale, and the lines of it were hard like drawn wires. The thick eyebrows that met over the nose now seemed like a heaving bar of white-hot metal. With a fierce sweep of his arm, he hurled the woman from him, and then motioned to the others, as though he were beating them back. It was the same imperious gesture that I had seen used to the wolves. In a voice which, though low and almost in a whisper, seemed to cut through the air and then ring about the room, he said, "How dare you touch him, any of you? How dare you cast your eyes on him when I had forbidden it? Back, I tell you all. This man belongs to me. Beware how you meddle with him, or you'll have to deal with me." The fair girl, with a laugh of ribald coquetry, I don't know, turned to answer him. "You yourself never loved. You never love." On this, the other women joined, and such a mirthless, hard, soulless laughter rang through the room that it almost made me faint to hear it. It seemed like the pleasure of fiends. Then the Count turned, after looking at my face attentively, and said in a soft whisper, "Yes, I too can love. You yourselves can tell it from the past. Is it not so? Well, now I promise you that when I'm done with him, you shall kiss him at your will. Now go! I must awaken him, for there's work to be done." "Are we to have nothing tonight?" said one of them with a low laugh as she pointed to the bag which she had thrown upon the floor. and which moved as though there was some living thing within it. For answer, he nodded his head. One of the women jumped forward and opened it. If my ears did not deceive me, there was a gasp and a low wail, as of a half-smothered child. The women closed round, whilst I was aghast with horror, but as I looked they disappeared, and with them the dreadful bag. There was no door near them, and they could not have passed me without my noticing. They simply seemed to fade into the rays of the moonlight and pass out through the window, where I could see outside the dim, shadowy forms for a moment, for they entirely faded away. Then the horror overcame me, and I sank down unconscious. I didn't want to stop because it's very, I don't know, it's very engaging and fun, and I didn't want to stop up the action and the emotion of it. But let's go back. Nope, I went too far. Oh yeah, this is, so I really like near, that's great. This is really well described. I can really feel that anticipation. I can almost feel like the tingling on my skin. It's very, very well done. And we have the waited, that's great too. And then it breaks with the count coming in, and I like the quick as lightning. I can totally imagine. I don't know if he can teleport or if he does teleport or if it's super speed or if he doesn't have super speed, but it feels like some kind of vampire power that he would just suddenly be like you blink and suddenly he's there, kind of thing, like lightning, which is really neat. And then it's interesting, he says, I was conscious of the presence of the Count, almost like he didn't see him but sensed his presence first, which makes me wonder if there is actually some like vampire presence sort of thing. And lapped in a storm of fury, that's great. And then I really like the image of his rage. You know, I didn't even imagine demons to have that kind of wrath. That's quite the image. I don't know. I like this image, but I don't know if it quite works for me because eyebrows are like bushy and hairy, and so I don't really imagine them as like smooth, sleek metal. So I like what he's going for, but I'm not sure if I can quite imagine that comparison super well. And then it's interesting how he uses the same gesture with the wolves, so it seems to be his I guess it would be in Vampire the Masquerade, it would be the dominate power, and so it's that power he's using on the wolves and them. Ribald coquetry is I don't quite know what it means, but I like the cadence of that. And I do think it's really interesting that we get deep here, that she goes, instead of being like, oh, sorry, we touched your dude, I'm sorry that, or like, hey, just going straight to, we need a meal, we need food. Instead she like goes to the jugular and is like, you've never loved, you know, you yourself never loved, you never love. And it's really interesting how, you know, he says you can tell it from the past, which kind of implies that he loved them in the past but doesn't anymore. Like he finds a wife and he does love this wife, and then he kind of tosses her aside or just leaves her to hang out in the castle and doesn't really care about her. This line though, I was remembering, I was like, I know there's a line in here that seems a bit gay to me. And it's this. He looks at Jonathan and says in a soft whisper, yes, I too can love. I don't think that that's the intended meaning of it, but I don't know how I'm supposed to view that. Like, that very much seems like, yeah, I love Jonathan. I deeply love him. And I don't think he even does. I don't think he even does love Jonathan. I mean, I guess we'll see. But I think he just wants to use him, you know, to get to England. So I don't know if it's like meant to be just a coincidence that he's looking at Jonathan, that he's saying in general, yes, I can love you, you know that I am capable of that, but I don't know. It's quite the line. I do like it though, regardless of what it's meant to mean. I do like the, yes, I too can love that. That is, like I said, we got deep, and she went for the jugular, and he, just replies in kind. And then again, it seems like this seems like a censor here. Like on the other one, it doesn't read like a censor, but in this one, it's just like, when I'm done with him, you all shall kiss him at your will. That kind of thing. That it's like, you can eat him, but it's like, yes, you can kiss him. And maybe that's exactly the point. Maybe he fully means, yeah, once I'm done with him, you can eat him. But, he can't say that in front of Jonathan. So he's like, you can kiss him later, but not right now. And it's interesting that he does say, I must awaken him, like he really is asleep. And so I don't remember if that's ever explained, but it is interesting that it seems like he's dreaming, but he's not. It makes me feel like he's in that space where you're not fully asleep, but you're not awake either. That place where you like can do hypnosis, basically. Oh yeah, so I I don't know if I don't know if it's a dumb moment for me, but I misunderstood this line when I first read it, because it says, if my ears did not deceive me, there was a gasp and a low wail, as of a half-smothered child. I didn't realize that here, as of, meant it is. It is a child in there. It is a baby. Inside that bag. I thought this was a metaphor, that it's like, oh, there's this gasp and a wail like a child, but it's, as a child, but it's not actually a child. And so I was kind of thinking like, oh, what kind of like creature, what strange monster creature or animal or wolf or whatever is in there, not realizing, no, it is a half-smothered child in there. So if any of you have that same confusion, yeah, I'm clearing it up for you now, and it ain't fun. It is bad news. And it is interesting. Like, I don't know if there's like intentional symbolism in there, but it is like this twisted thing where it's not just like a male vampire, eating a baby, but like especially having, female vampires eating a child, is very, is like especially this unnatural and horrifying image, I think that is like, there have definitely been like genuinely spooky things, before this point, but them doing that, which you'll see it again, there's gonna be more stuff about it, is that to me is like, now that's actually horrifying, not just like, oh haha spooky, like that is gross, I don't like that. Okay, yeah, this is it. Chapter 4. Jonathan Harker's journal continued. I woke in my own bed. If it be that I had not dreamt, the Count must have carried me here. I tried to satisfy myself on the subject, but could not arrive at any unquestionable result. To be sure, there were certain small evidences, such as that my clothes were folded and laid by in a manner which was not my habit. My watch was still unwound, and I am rigorously accustomed to wind it the last thing before going to bed, and many such details. These things are no proof, for they may have been evidences that my mind was not as usual, and from some cause or another, I had certainly been much upset. I must watch for proof. Of one thing I am glad, if it was that the Count carried me here and undressed me. He must have been hurried in his task, for my pockets are intact. I'm sure this diary would have been a mystery to him, which he would not have brooked. he would have taken or destroyed it. As I looked round this room, although it has been to me so full of fear, it is now a sort of sanctuary, for nothing can be more dreadful than those awful women who are waiting to suck my blood. So, this is a little different, but again, we have him being like, oh yeah, we gonna kiss. He's like, I want to kiss him. And then Dracula censors himself and is like, yeah, you'll be able to kiss him whenever you want. Well, later. And then he seemed to be oblivious during the scene, and now he's like, oh, I knew what they were putting down there. I picked up what they were putting down there. They want to suck my blood. And I realized, I don't know if I realized this the first time I read it, but I realized the reason that they are scarier to him than Dracula is because he doesn't realize that Dracula wants to do that too. You'd think maybe he could look back on the shaving scene and you know, make that comparison. But yeah, I just realized that why he's like, oh, nothing can be scarier than them is because he's like, okay, like, Drac might be scary, but he doesn't want to suck my blood. Right? You know? He's not like those ladies. And then I do love that it's like, oh yes, like, there are evidence that this terrible dream about the vampire ladies are real. It is the fact that my clothes are folded neatly, but not how I do it. Which, it's true, it's fair. It's just funny that after all that spooky scariness, then we just have him be like, my clothes aren't folded right. That was real, you know? And then, so it's interesting because he's like, where did it go? You know, if the Count undressed me, which sounds like he took off his clothes and put on his pajamas or put on his next day clothes or something. I don't know if that's what it means, but that's what it sounds like, which is even funnier, just the image of Dracula being like, let's get you in your PJs, Jonathan. But he says, you know, if he did it, you know, then he must have been hurried because my pockets are intact. If you have a diary in your pocket, and then somebody undresses you, I don't know how that doesn't come out. Like, that is bigger than man pockets. Like, there's all of those jokes out there about men having nice good pockets in their clothes and women not having any pockets. But a pocket big enough to not only fit a diary, but to undress someone who has that diary in their pocket and not notice it's there. Like, those are some special pockets, man. So that makes me feel like I either misunderstood what undressed meant, that it didn't mean something as invasive as literally undressing him, or or pocket means something different. Like maybe it's like in a bag or something, and that's like a pocket, rather than an actual pocket. Yeah, I would never stack my pants on top of my shirt. Now I'm just imagining, like, Jonathan, like, waking up and looking around and being like, maybe that was a dream. Like, that was wild. Maybe it was just a nightmare. And then he looks over and he sees his pants on top of his shirt and he's like, it was real. Also, I think it's interesting that he said earlier, like, oh, if I write in shorthand to Mina, it will puzzle him. And here he says, okay, if he found this diary, it would have been a mystery to him, which he wouldn't have brooked. He would have taken or destroyed it. Shouldn't you connect those two things? That if you write in shorthand, and hoping that it'll puzzle him, but he'll still send the letter, he's probably gonna either take it or destroy it. I want to see. It is later than I wanted it to be, but now I'm curious if I just want to make sure that like day 17 or something isn't something really short.
Okay, the 18th seems to be shorter than anything else I have read so far. So we have the 18th and the 19th, both of which are quite short. And then the 28th seems to be the next more decent thing. So I think I might grab those real quick. Okay, so bear with me for a second. Okay. Okay, so that was the 18th. We went from, right? Yeah. Okay, so we went from the 16th to the 18th. May 18th. Dracula Daily. May 18th. Tiny, tiny thing. Haha. Cool. Okay, little italic. And then, yeah, okay, there's that. And then May 19th. Oh, yep, I can see the end of May 19th. This is when he sends the letters. Do you ever accidentally hit shift when you're writing numbers and then instead of writing 18th you write exclamation mark asterisk? Because I just did. You're gonna be astounded by the tininess when I show you. Oh, come on. Damn it. Any italics to speak of? Not that I can see. Okie dokie. Come back here, Discord. Okay, go back. Alright, May 18th. 18th of May. I may have been down to look at that room again in daylight, for I must. Why did I add a May? I guess because the date is May. I have been down to look at that room again in daylight, for I must know the truth. When I got to the doorway at the top of the stairs, I found it closed. It had been forcibly driven against the jamb. That part of the woodwork was splintered. I could see that the bolt of the lock had not been shot, but the door is fastened from the inside. I fear it was no dream. I must act on this surmise. I was about to read that as I must act on this sunrise, but no, I must act on this surmise. Oh yeah, that was another thing I was going to say. I do appreciate Jonathan going, I know that my experiences can be faulty, so I'm going to tell you about the facts. And then he's, you know, down here was like talking about that. And that, yeah, he says, but these things are no proof. They may have been evidence that my mind was not usual. So that he's like, he doesn't immediately go to, oh, like this is obviously proof it's real. And it's like, okay, there's other explanations for this, which I guess maybe that attitude is the same attitude that causes him to, that does cause him to not understand, not immediately connect, hey, something supernatural is going on here. Oh, you must head to bed. Very fair. I am glad to hear that you've had fun. It was great to have you. We only have, like I said, we only have the tiny paragraph and then this. That's all that's left. But, so yeah, I appreciate, so I guess that, you know, that part of him that is able to
be like, I am not going to just accept everything I see, is the same part of him that isn't able to be like, oh, like everybody crossing themselves and stuff, is not enough, to not do this kind of thing. But it is a neat character thing. Yeah, and then imagine you're like, I'm not sure if that was a dream. My pants are on top of my shirt, but I'm not sure if this is a dream. And then he, like, you go up the stairs, and then you see the door is, like, so shut, it's, like, splintered into the wall, and you're like, well, this is an interesting development. And then you go back down the stairs. And I am wondering if the ladies are trapped in there, which is a curious thing. I do want to learn more about his vampire brides and what they are, like, what they can do and stuff like that. I'm assuming that they are, like, some characters in this book that just are normal people who get turned into vampires, but I'm curious what all that does to them when they get turned into vampires and how much of themselves that they lose. And, to the extent that they might have to be trapped in a room, like an animal. Like you said before. Also, so this was May 16th, and then this is May 18th. So what were you doing May 17th, buddy? You could have checked on May 17th. Were you just recovering? Were you just laying in bed thinking about your pants being on top of your shirt? Alright, moving on. May 19th. The 19th of May. I'm surely in the toils. Last night the Count asked me in the suavest tones to write 3 letters. One saying that my work here was nearly done, and that I should start for home within a few days. Another, that I was starting on the next morning from the time of the letter, and the third, that I had left the castle and arrived at Bistritz. I would fain have rebelled, but felt that in the present state of things, it would be madness to quarrel openly with the Count, whilst I am so absolutely in his power, and to refuse would be to excite his suspicion and to arouse his anger. He knows that I know too much, and that I must not live, lest I be dangerous to him. My only chance is to prolong my opportunities. Something may occur which will give me a chance to escape. I saw in his eyes something of that gathering wrath which was manifest when he hurled that fair woman from him. He explained to me that posts were few and uncertain, and that my writing now would ensure ease of mind to my friends. And he assured me with so much impressiveness that he would countermand the later letters, which could be held over at Bistritz until due time in case chance would admit of my prolonging my stay, that to oppose him would have been to create a new suspicion. I therefore pretended to fall in with his views, and asked him what dates I should put on the letters. He calculated a minute, and then said, the first should be June 12th, the second June 19th, and the third June 29th. I know the span of my life. God help me. And so he is fully buying into that, yes, he is a prisoner. Things are not going so well for him, and he is ready to start planning his escape. So good. all good mentalities to have. I also like, he asked me in the suavest of tones. And then it's like, where did it go? It would ensure ease of mind to my friends. And it's like, oh yes, you'll write these and they'll ensure the ease of mind to your friends. And you're like, it doesn't ease my mind. In fact, it rather uneases my mind quite a lot. Oh yeah, the suavist reminds me of, I was saying before that super was one of the weird words. It did come up. I think it came up in the ladies part, but now I'm not sure if I can find it again. But I think it was like super soft lips or super soft neck or something like that. Super sensitive skin of my throat. Yeah, that it works, but it sounds like a little awkward and modern.
it is funny how that is. That like that seems like a more modern word, but the thing is, like, we don't really use it in that way. Like, we would just say the sensitive skin of my throat. It is weird. And then that is a fair thought. It's like, I would like to say no, but I should not say no to the Count right now. I like that phrasing of when I'm so absolutely in his power. That is true. And then excite his suspicion and rouse his anger. I like that as well. He knows I know too much, and that's great too. And then I must not live lest I be dangerous to him. Also, that's great. This right here, like, a good thing to look for, but it's like something may occur which will give me a chance to escape. Kind of feels like vain hope. It's just like something might happen that might help me escape, as opposed to like, yeah, something's gonna happen. You know, I'm gonna make it happen. It's just like, oh, there might be a circumstance, hopefully. I do like he like sees the ghost of that wrath, and he's like, nope, not gonna say anything. And that is something that's so interesting about the character of Dracula, that he, like we've been talking about, like, he seems just so polite and gentle, and like even now when he knows, you know, he's a prisoner, he knows he's gonna die, he is still like acting just like polite and stuff. He doesn't switch, he doesn't suddenly go. Like, even when he's, like, wrathful and stuff, he's saying, like, I can love, and stuff like that. And so, he doesn't suddenly, at least not yet, he doesn't suddenly turn into this horrible growling monster. Like, he's still the polite Count that he knew. It's just, like, there is something more behind the eyes now, and I think that's really neat, and almost scarier in a way, again, because that's, like, more realistic in a way. Yeah, so I was completely wrong. The May 9th letter is not backdated. It was just true. It was just like, yeah, I arrived, I'm fine. We could go back and look at it, but I pretended to fall in with his views. Feels like something many of us have to do in many different circumstances. Pretend we fall in with people's views. This really surprised me when I first read it. It makes a little more sense now, because I can see he knows that I must not live, and so it's saying, yeah, Jonathan knows that Dracula is gonna kill him, and so he's saying he knows I'm gonna kill him, and so he's making the letters make him uneasy, and he knows the span of his life. But you know, when I first read it, I was like, well, he just made you write letters. He's not saying, it doesn't necessarily mean that's when you're gonna die, but I guess it does, and it definitely adds, it definitely adds suspense to know, okay, June 29th is the day, so he needs to escape before June 29th. It adds a timer. That is interesting, because, I've talked about before in the writing group that adding a definite number to something is often not a great idea in writing, because when you add an exact number, people can fact check it, people can doubt it, and it can feel wrong, you know. Like, if you say, like, like, there was, like, a fish in one of the stories that I read, and it was, like, an exact pound number on the fish, and we looked it up, and there was actually something off about that number, and so I was like, well, actually, that kind of would have worked better if you had not done the number and just said, like, it was really big, it was the biggest one I'd seen, then we can't really deny that, we can't look that up. And you know, last week with the 7 minutes thing, right, that's saying, like, oh, I have 7 minutes, you know, before this thing happens, and then the conversation in the story doesn't seem to take 7 minutes, and so, you know, I really liked that line, and I liked the suspense that it added, but that is the risk of that exact number of 7 minutes. Then we as the readers can read the story and go, this doesn't feel like 7 minutes. But, and maybe it's something specific to dates, but this works as saying June 29th is going to be your last day. I guess part of it is because the exact number isn't what matters so much as I know when I'm going to die. And we kind of know that's going to be in like a little over, well, more than wait. Well, I'm more tired than I thought. But yeah, that's like in a month. Yeah, so this would be in a month, and so this is more than a month. And so yeah, the exact number of June 29th, like it could be December 13th for all that the exact wording and number matters. What matters is he knows when he's going to die, and we know that it's going to be in about a month. And so we can watch out for that. We can watch out for that number. I guess, let me think. Because it wouldn't work if you said something like, on the day of Flurmuller, I'm going to die. And so then we as the audience are now looking out for the day of Flurmuller. The exact number isn't, we can't, look that up and be like, I looked it up and Jonathan Harker did not die that day, because it's all, fiction. He's not a real person who really died. But computer's being a little weird. But yeah, so all that to say, like, giving that exact date and number really adds to the suspense and works a lot, because now we're looking out for, okay, what date is it? What number is it? What's going on? Which I think is really neat. So, we are beginning today with Lucy Westenra. I'm very, very excited to continue. I don't think I have much else preamble, so let's get going. I apologize if I forget any of the voices I did in the other videos. Like I said, it feels like it's been a while, so they might be a little off. But I'll do my best to hopefully have them be the same. Hello, Death said, always love seeing your cute kitty come into chat. But yeah, let us begin. May 24th. Letter. Lucy Westenra to Mina Murray. 24th of May. My dearest Mina, thanks again for your sweet letter. It was so nice to be able to tell you and have your sympathy. My dear, it never rains, but it pours. How true the old proverbs are. Here am I, who shall be 20 in September, and yet I never had a proposal till today. Not a real proposal. And today I have had 3. Just fancy, 3 proposals in one day. Isn't it awful? I feel sorry, really, truly sorry for 2 of the poor fellows. Oh, Mina, I'm so happy that I don't know what to do with that myself. And 3 proposals! But for goodness sake, don't tell any of the girls, or they would be getting all sorts of extravagant... Don't tell any of the girls, or they would be getting all sorts of extravagant ideas and imagining themselves injured and slighted if, in their very first day at home, they did not get 6 at least. Some girls are so vain. You and I, Mina dear, who are engaged and are going to settle down soon soberly into old married women, can despise vanity. Well, I must tell you about the 3, but you must keep it a secret, dear, from everyone, except, of course, Jonathan. You will tell him, because I would if I were in your place. Certainly tell Arthur. A woman ought to tell her husband everything. Don't you think so, dear? And I must be fair. Men like women, certainly their wives, to be quite as fair as they are. And women, I'm afraid, are not always quite as fair as they should be. Well, my dear, number 1 came just before lunch. I told you of him, Dr. John Seward, the lunatic asylum man, with the strong jaw and the good forehead. He was very cool outwardly, but was nervous all the same. He had evidently been schooling himself as to all sorts of little things, and remembered them. But he almost managed to sit down on his silk hat, which men don't generally do when they are cool. And then when he wanted to appear at ease, he kept playing with a lancet in a way that made me nearly scream. Is that how you say that? Lancet? I should look that up, but I think I'm just going to keep going. He spoke to me, Mina, very straightforwardly. He told me how dear I was to him, though he had known me so little, and what his life would be with me,
what his life would be with me to help cheer him. He was going to tell me how unhappy he would be if I did not care for him, but when he saw me cry, he said that he was a brute and would not add to my present trouble. Then he broke off and asked if I could love him in time, and when I shook my head, his hands trembled, and then with some hesitation, he asked me if I cared already for anyone else. He put it very nicely, saying that he did not want to wring my confidence from me, but only to know, because if a woman's heart was free, a man might have hope. And then, Mina, I felt a sort of duty to tell him that there was someone. I only told him that much, and then he stood up, and he looked very strong and very grave, and he took both my hands in his, and said he hoped I would be happy, and that if I ever wanted a friend, I must count on him one of the best. That if I ever wanted a friend, I must count him one of my best. Oh, Mina dear, I can't help crying, and you must excuse this letter being all blotted. Being proposed to is all very nice and all that sort of thing, but it isn't all a happy thing when you have to see a poor fellow whom you know loves you honestly going away and looking all broken-hearted, and to know that, no matter what he may say at the moment, you are passing quite out of his life. My dear, I must stop here at present. I feel so miserable, though I am so happy. Yeah, I guess we can stop there and discuss. It always amazes me, like, what about these books sounds modern and what doesn't. Because, like, thanks and thanks and thanks again. It's kind of both. It simultaneously sounds, like, very proper and, like, old. But at the same time, I feel like it's me just texting my friend, thank you, thank you, thank you! Which is very cute and sweet. Let's see. And then I remember when I first read this scene, I was like, girl, you're complaining about having 3 proposals? I feel like I see it more nuanced now. Like, I see that she's complaining because she genuinely cares. About the dudes that she had to turn down, but at first she was like, oh, it's so terrible, I was proposed to by 3 people. It's like, terrible, huh?
Meow. Hello, kitty.
But it is wacky that it all happened in one day. Yes, meow. Like, you'd think that they would, that they'd be able to choose different days, especially because 2 of them know each other. Well, I guess, I don't know, like, come to think of it, well, maybe it gets answered and I don't remember, but it is weird if 2 of them know each other and they don't know that they're in love with the same girl, and they don't know the day that they're gonna propose to the girl, and that it's gonna be the same day. But this like, feels like, a sitcom-worthy event that, like, you could totally have an episode of a sitcom where you have Lucy get proposed to 3 times in one day, and she has to find, like, increasingly awkward and silly and creative ways to turn them down. It's kind of weird that she's like, oh, the first guy, and then goes into that, and then I don't remember if she says it after the evening break, but it's like, I want to hear about all of them, and you obviously said yes to one of them. Did she say in her other letter that she was like, oh yeah, like, I'm engaged to a dude? I don't think she did. Where was it? A lot of Jonathan. Haha, here is Lucy.
Meow. You're so cute, kitty.
Yeah, so... the guy that she was talking about here was John Seward. Okay, so she did say, like, I told you about him. So I guess, like, yeah, that was being referenced. So it is weird that she so thoroughly turned him down. Maybe I should continue. I think I'm going to continue, and then we can keep discussing afterwards, because I want to see if she goes into Arthur and Quincy in the letter, if we just don't get to hear about it yet. Evening. Arthur has just gone, and I feel in better spirits than when I left off, so I can go on telling you about the day. Okay, yes. So she just felt too upset and teary, so she couldn't continue. That makes sense. Well, my dear, number 2 came after lunch. He's such a nice fellow, an American from Texas, and he looks so young and so fresh that it seems almost impossible that he has been to so many places and has had such adventures. I sympathize with poor Desdemona when she had such dangerous dream poured in her ear. What? I sympathize with poor Desdemona when she had such a dangerous dream poured in her ear, even by a black man. I suppose that we women are such cowards that we think a man will save us from fears, and we marry him. What are you talking about, Lucy? What is this referencing? I don't know what I would do if I were a man and wanted to make a girl love me. No, I don't, for there was Mr. Morris telling us his stories, and Arthur never told any, and yet, my dear, I am somewhat previous. I am somewhat previous? That is an odd phrasing. Maybe she's saying, like, I'm getting ahead of myself. Mr. Quincy P. Morris found me alone. It seems that a man always does find a girl alone. No, he doesn't, for Arthur tried twice to make a chance, and I, helping him all I could, I'm not ashamed to say it now. I don't know if it's my brain right now. Maybe I'm more tired than I thought, but these sentences keep confusing me. Okay, so I'm somewhat previous. I'm ahead of myself. He found me alone. Okay. No, he doesn't. For Arthur tried twice to make a chance. So I guess it's saying, like, Arthur tried twice to find me alone, and I wasn't, and I was trying to help him. I'm not ashamed to say that now, I think. I must tell you beforehand that Mr. Morris doesn't always speak slang. That is to say, he never does so to strangers or before them, for he is really well educated and has exquisite manners. But he found out that it amused me to hear him talk American slang whenever I was present, and there was no one to be shocked. He said such funny things. I'm afraid, my dear, he has to invent it all, for it fits exactly into whatever else he has to say. What? Okay. But this is a way slang has. I do not know myself if I shall ever speak slang. I do not know if Arthur likes it, as I have never heard him use any as yet. Well, Mr. Morris sat down beside me and looked as happy and jolly as he could, but I could see all the same that he was very nervous. He took my hand in his and said ever so sweetly, Miss Lucy, I know I ain't good enough to regulate the fixings of your little shoes, but I guess if you wait till you find a man that is you? Okay. Guess if you wait till you find a man that is you, will go join them 7 years. What does that mean? If you wait till you find a man that is you. Oh, okay. A man that is good enough. Okay, wow. I don't know why that confused me. Maybe it's because there's no comma. Would that help me? Yeah, that would help a lot. Okay, let's redo that. Miss Lucy, I know I ain't good enough to regulate the fixings of your little shoes, but I guess if you wait till you find a man that is, you'll go join them 7 young women with the lamps when you quit. Won't you just hitch up alongside of me and let us go down the long road together, driving in double harness? I think there's a lot of slang in that, like, I'm guessing fixings of your little shoes, and young women with the lamps, and hitch alongside me and driving double harness. Like, I think the whole thing was slang. Oh, he really, I guess she really does like it. Well, he did look so good-humored and so jolly that it didn't seem half so hard to refuse him as it did poor Dr. Seward. Why would that make it better? I mean, I guess it's because he was like, Seward was really nervous, and so it's like, oh, like, he's not going to take this well, but so I guess she's saying, like, oh, Quincy's going to take it okay, but I'd feel like it would be worse if it's like, he's so happy, and then you're going to dash all that. But anyways, So I said, as lightly as I could, that I did not know anything of hitching, and that I wasn't broken to harness at all yet. That's cute. I like that she's responding in the slang. Then he said that he had spoken in a light manner, and he hoped that if he had made a mistake in doing so on so grave, so momentous an occasion for him, I would forgive him. He really did look serious when he was saying it, and I couldn't help feeling a bit serious too. I know, Mina, you will think me a horrid flirt, though I couldn't help feeling a sort of exultation that he was number 2 in one day. And then, my dear, before I could say a word, he began pouring out a perfect torrent of love-making, laying his very heart and soul at my feet. He looked so earnest over it that I shall never again think that a man must be playful always, and never earnest, because he is merry at times. I suppose he saw something in my face which checked him, for he suddenly stopped and said, with a sort of manly fervour, that I could have loved him if I had been free. Lucy, you are an honest-hearted girl, I know. I should not be here speaking to you as I am now if I did not believe you clean grit, right through to the very depths of your soul. Tell me, like one good fellow to another, is there anyone else that you care for? And if there is, I'll never trouble you a hair's breadth again, but will be, if you will let me, a faithful friend. My dear Mina, why are men so noble when we women are so little worthy of them? Here was I, almost making fun of this great-hearted, true gentleman. I burst into tears. I'm afraid, my dear, you will think this a very sloppy letter in more ways than one, and I really felt very badly. Why can't they let a girl marry 3 men, or as many as want her, and save all this trouble? But this is heresy, and I must not say it. I am glad to say that, though I was crying, I was able to look into Mr. Morris's brave eyes, and I told him out straight. Yes, there is someone I love, though he has not told me yet that he even loves me. I was right to speak to him so frankly, for quite a light came into his face, and he put out both his hands and took mine. I think I put them into his, and said in a very hearty way, "That's my brave girl. It's better worth being late for a chance of winning you than being in time for any other girl in the world. Don't cry, my dear. If it's for me, I'm a hard nut to crack, and I take it standing up. If that other fellow doesn't know his happiness, well, you better look for it soon, or he'll have to deal with me. Little girl, your honesty and pluck have made me a friend, and that's rarer than a lover. It's more unselfish anyhow. My dear, I'm going to have a pretty lonely walk between this and Kingdom Come. Won't you give me one kiss? It'll be something to keep off the darkness now and then. You can, you know, if you like, for that other good fellow. He must be a good fellow, my dear, and a fine fellow, or you could not love him. Hasn't spoken yet." That quite won me, Mina, for it was brave and sweet of him, and noble too. To a rival, wasn't it? And he's so sad. So I leaned over and kissed him. He stood up with my 2 hands in his, and as he looked down into my face, I'm afraid I was blushing very much, he said, "Little girl, I hold your hand, and you kissed me, and if these things don't make us friends, nothing ever will. Thank you for your sweet honesty to me, and goodbye." He wrung my hand, and taking up his hat, went straight out of the room without looking back, without a tear or quiver of a pause, and I'm crying like a baby. Oh, why must a man like that be made unhappy when there are lots of girls about who would worship the very ground he trod on? I know I would if I were free, only I don't want to be free. My dear, this quite upset me, and I feel I cannot write of happiness just at once, after telling you of it. I don't wish to tell you of number 3 until it can be all happy. Ever your loving, Lucy. P.S. Oh, about number 3. I needn't tell you of number 3, need I? Besides, he was all so confused. It seemed only a moment from his coming into the room till both his arms were round me and he was kissing me. I am very, very happy, and I don't know what I have done to deserve it. I must only try in the future to show that I'm not ungrateful to God for all his goodness to me in sending me such a lover, such a husband, and such a friend. Goodbye. Yes, you need to tell us of number 3. What do you mean you needn't tell us? I can't remember if she does actually tell us about Arthur or not. I saw his name when I was copying down the upcoming stuff, but I don't think it's Lucy talking about him. But yeah, like, I need more info. Like, last letter, you were saying, oh yeah, I'm all into this doctor guy. And now you rejected doctor guy because you're totally in love with this new guy. And we haven't even heard of the new guy, unless I'm totally mistaking something. I need to know about the new guy. But anyways, okay, so now we can talk about it fully. But yeah, it is curious. So I guess at the time, where is it? That, not getting proposed to before 20 seemed like maybe she seems old. I'm not sure if that's normal, and she's just saying like, oh hey, like this is how old I am and I haven't been proposed to yet. Or if it's like, no, it would be much more normal if she was proposed to earlier. Kind of wild to think about in this day and age, if that's true. But again, I'm still just shocked that it happened all in one day, and that this is a serious dramatic book and not like a sitcom. I don't know what she means by first day at home. Like, I don't know because it makes me think of like going off to college or something, and so I don't know if she means that, like going off to university or something. What that would be for like first day home. And then it's like, some girls are so vain. I don't know, man. Like, again, when I first read this, I was like, some girls, huh? Like, you're upset you got proposed to 3 times. You're seeming like the vain one now. And like I said, it seems a little more genuine now, but I still think it's kind of a weird line. I guess maybe it feels, I don't know, maybe it feels a little like pick-me-girl-esque, and maybe that's what rubs me the wrong way, but I don't know, it just seems weird to be like, some girls are so vain. Anyways, I got proposed to 3 times. It's like, I don't know if you needed to throw that in there, Lucy. And then you and I, Mina dear, who are engaged and are going to settle down soon soberly into old married women, can despise vanity. What do you mean? Why is that? First of all, married women can be vain. Like, I guess she's saying that, like, when you're looking for a man, you're gonna care about your looks a lot, and you're gonna be, I don't know, I was gonna say playing the field, but I don't know that that's the right phrasing. But yeah, you're gonna be, like, once you're married, you can let yourself go a bit. So I think that's what she's saying, but, like, married people can be vain, too. Like, it seems like, yeah, oh yeah, we are going to be married ladies soon, and so that means that we are going to be humble people who are never arrogant. And it's like, marriage doesn't do that. Marriage doesn't change your personality if you are already vain. And I'm not saying she is, but it's kind of hard to tell. I do love that she's like, oh, you can tell Jonathan. I know I would tell my husband in your shoe, or my fiance in your shoes. So that's fine. I do love that. And yeah, women should tell her husband everything. Pretty solid thought. This is kind of interesting. I feel like everybody wants everybody to be fair, and everybody can be not fair sometimes. Man, imagine your moniker was the Lunatic Asylum Man. Yeah, I told you about him before. He's, instead of like, yes, the esteemed Dr. Seward, it's like, the Lunatic Asylum Man. And with the strong jaw and good forehead. I guess those are prominent features, but unless a forehead was very prominent, I don't think I'd be like, that man, he's got a good forehead. Granted, I don't know that I'd notice the jaw either. Again, unless it was very prominent. very cute, him being, like, I liked the little description of, like, oh, he's cool outwardly, but he's nervous, and he's, like, been schooling himself, he's, like, practiced what he's gonna say, very cute. And then he almost managed to sit down in a silk hat, which men don't generally do when they're cool. Love that, very cute. Oh yeah, I was gonna look up lancet. Lancet. Bayonet. Oh, no, not a bayonet. Okay, I was on synonyms. For definition, a small surgical instrument, usually sharp-pointed and two-edged, for making small incisions, opening abscesses, etc. Is that another word for a scalpel? I want to see pictures now. Oh, no, it's not. Device. Well, now these look like EpiPens. I don't know. I don't know if I got it right. But yeah, doctor device. So he just carries around a little doctor device everywhere. And then it maybe made her nearly scream because she's like afraid he's gonna cut himself, I guess. And then it is interesting, after coming off of all the stuff with Collins and Pride and Prejudice, that talking about how, like, unhappy he'd be if, you know, he didn't care for him, like, make me the happiest man there is. It sounds a little bit similar, but maybe a little more nuanced. And then, like, he sees her cry, and then he's like, I'm sorry, I'm a brute. It's like, no, you're not, man. Like, she just feels bad that she has to reject you. You did nothing wrong. And then, like, this is... I mean, I know that she has her heart set on someone, but he hasn't proposed to her. And so, like, when Seward is saying, hey, could you maybe, like, love me in time? And then she's like, no. It's like, well, I feel like the answer at this point is maybe. I don't know if he's saying, like, well, if we got married and you didn't love me, could you, like, maybe start to love me eventually? Like, okay, that's a little more shifty. But if it's just like, oh, like, you know, maybe if we spent enough time together and stuff, like, could you love me the way I love you? And then maybe we could get married then. I feel like the answer at this point is maybe. I don't feel like it's a hard no, because she hasn't been proposed to by Arthur just yet, you know. I don't know if I just don't know the mind of a woman in love and properly. But I feel like, yeah, at this point, you want to keep your options open and not break his heart too thoroughly. Because, like, being like, hey, like, could you maybe learn, like, love me in time? And, like, no. Not an option. Like, cold, man. But I'm glad that he was able to recognize it wasn't him, that there was somebody else that she liked. This is cute. As you should. As you should. And I like that both of them are like, if you want a friend, I'll still be friends with you. Because I don't feel like everyone in this situation is going to be willing to do that. And granted, not everybody should. It's not always a good idea. But I think that's very sweet that they're not like, okay, I want you out of my life now. That they're both like, well, you've still got a friend. You still got a friend in me. This is fun. I like that. It's too bad because I know in, like, Harry Potter, like, Hagrid, I think it's, like, the letters about Buckbeak and stuff, that you will see the actual letter in the book, and it will have his handwriting and it will look all blotted. So I kind of wish that they were able to do that. I don't think they could have done something like this at the time. Maybe I'm underestimating technology at the time, but I don't think that they could have done something like this. But it would have been cool if they had, and we got to see all the blotches and stuff. Because I didn't read it right. I would have read it as very like teary and choked up if I had realized earlier what was going on. And I think that the blots would have helped with that. But I do really like the mention of like, oh hey, like the letter that you're holding is all blotted. I think that's a cool little thing that you can only do in this letter style, that you couldn't do that in just like a, I don't know, regular narration style. And granted, like I said, I was really judging her when I first read it, but I feel like I would feel the same if I were in her position. I would feel horrible having to turn down 2 dudes and be like, yeah, I'm very flattered that you like me, but I gotta turn you down, and that makes us both feel like crap. I do, so I was told before I ever read anything, in past years, that Dracula had a bona fide Texan cowboy in it, and I was like, I am ready for that, and he does not disappoint, at least with what I've read so far. But that is just so silly and so fun that I can't believe I've never heard of that in like all the references or retellings of Dracula that I've seen. I've never seen anybody be like, yeah, cowboy. Because usually, like, there's really silly retellings. I mean, like I was talking about before, how in Moriarty, like the end of part 1 is like a Western. And it works. Like, I don't think it's like super silly or anything. It's only silly, like, taking a step back and being like, I am reading about Sherlock Holmes and this is a Western. But in the story it works and it makes sense and it's totally fine. And so this is, so like that's a retelling, right? As far as I know, that does not occur in the actual Sherlock Holmes books. And so I feel like if I had seen a retelling where there was a cowboy, I was like, this retelling of Dracula really went off the rails, huh? And no, like that if they did that, it would be like, no, that's actually more accurate than the versions that don't have cowboys. Because there is, in fact, a bona fide Texan cowboy in the actual Dracula. And that is amazing. I don't know if this exists and I just haven't seen it, but I so badly want there to be a Castlevania game where you play as Quincy. That Quincy is the main character. Like, nope, not these Belmonts, like, just the cowboy. And it would still work, because he could still have, like, the whip as his weapon, or it could be a gun or something. But it would be so fun. And again, surprisingly more accurate. Okay. Yeah, I still have no idea what this means, and I'm worried that it's racist, but I don't understand enough about what it means to know if it is. So I guess this is kind of her talking about, like, being like a damsel in distress, kind of. Like, I think this was before that was, like, coined as a trope, but I think she's saying, like, oh, like, we think that we need a man to save us, and then once he saves us, that we need to marry him. So kind of a progressive thought from Lucy, I guess. And I don't know what she's referring to here, or unless she's saying, like, oh, if I were a man, I'd go save a girl. But then she immediately says, no, I don't. So I don't know. And this is interesting. Like, Quincy is telling the stories, and then Arthur doesn't tell any. I don't know. Yeah, this is the part I got really confused about. It is really interesting that she like points out the slang thing. That feels like something the author was doing, because I feel like that's something I might like feel tempted to do. It's like, this character is not always going to speak in slang, and so like don't expect them to always speak in slang, but he does it for me. that kind of thing. But interesting that was so focused on. But it is really cute that she's like, I like it, and he's like, you know what, I'll do it then. And then it's interesting that she says, well, first of all, I don't know if this means like it's not actual slang, it's just like stuff he invented, or I don't know what that means exactly. And then like this, like, I don't know if it's just like this culture with like the internet and stuff like that, but I feel like it's not really possible to never speak slang, like no matter what. There's going to be some slang that weaves its way into your vernacular, so it seems odd for somebody to be like, I don't know if I'll ever speak it. Like, you probably already have and will. This is really cute. I like that little phrasing. And then, I don't know if this is, like, referencing some myth. Maybe I'll try and look it up, but maybe it'll just come up with Dracula itself. So, with the lamps. Parable of the 10 Virgins. Oh, okay, so this is the Bible story. Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's a problem to, I don't think it's an issue to read the Bible on stream, so I guess I'll just like read the story. But so far I'm not seeing where I got the number 7, but I'll just read it. So the parable of the 10 virgins. At that time, the kingdom of heaven will be like 10 virgins who took their lamps and went out to meet the bridegroom. 5 of them were foolish and 5 were wise. Okay, so it is 5 and 5, not 7. So maybe I'm wrong about this. Maybe it's not this. But it's not long, so I'll just finish it. The foolish ones took their lamps, but did not take any oil with them. The wise ones, however, took oil in jars along with their lamps. The bridegroom was a long time in coming, and they all became drowsy and fell asleep. At midnight the cry rang out, "Here's the bridegroom, come out to meet him." Then all the virgins woke up and trimmed their lamps. The foolish ones said to the wise, "Give us some of your oil, our lamps are going out." "No," they replied, "there may not be enough for both us and you. Instead, go to those who sell oil and buy some for yourselves." But while they were on their way to buy the oil, the bridegroom arrived. The virgins who were ready went in with him to the wedding banquet, and the door was shut. Later, the others also came. "Lord, Lord," they said, "open the door for us." But he replied, "Truly I tell you, I don't know you. Therefore keep watch, because you do not know the day or the hour." So I don't know if this is what it's referencing. I literally looked up 7 young women with the lamps, and then this is what came up is the parable of the 10 virgins. So yeah, that is literally all the results. All the results are the parable of the 10 virgins, and so if it's something else, I don't know what it could be, but let's look at what that, if it is that, what it could mean. But I guess if you wait till you find a man that is good enough, you'll go join the 7 young virgins with the lamps when you quit. So I don't know if that would be like the virgins who did their job properly and brought the oil and were there at the wedding party, or if he means like the virgins who didn't. And I don't even know if this is the right story. And quit, yeah, probably is die, and this story is partially referencing death. Yeah, I don't really know. So definitely, if you know Death's Head, feel free to say. If anybody sees this VOD and you feel like you have a good sense of what this is referencing, please do put it in the comments, because I'm very curious and at a loss. It also could just be him making stuff up, but that feels very specific, and a number and story and detail to make up. But yeah, like, you're asking which word. I assume that it's just like the 7 young women with the lamps is what you were asking about. Yeah, but like I said, I think I said this before, but it's so cute that he's like, oh, would you hitch up alongside me and let us go down a long road together, driving in double harness? And she's like, oh, I don't know anything of hitching, and I'm not broken to harness yet. So that's very cute. Oh, the one that I thought might be impolite. This whole sentence, this whole idea. I sympathize with poor Desdemona, which she had such a dangerous stream poured in her ear, even by a black man. I'm not sure if something racist is being said here, but I don't understand what's even being said enough to know. Oh, and that's also cute that he's like, oh, I spoke with, like, my slang, and I'm sorry if I made a mistake on doing so on such an important occasion. That's cute. I don't know, like, this is... she's so hard to read, because... I know that when I first read this, I thought that. I was like, yeah, she seems like, if she's getting 3 proposals in a day, and we didn't even hear about the guy she's getting married to last time, it makes her seem like a flirt for sure. But now I'm less sure what to think. That's fair. Okay. It says, as someone who's read multiple books from the 1800s and early 1900s, that's not even a blip on the racist radar. Gotcha. Do you know what it means, or is it just like, no, that doesn't register as sketchy to me? But yeah, I don't know if she's a flirt or not. It's kind of hard to tell with the minimal information that I have. And you know what? That's fair. It's fair to be happy about getting 2 proposals in a day. I think anybody would be happy about that. This is, doesn't sound... I know what she means. That she just means, like, oh, like, I said that, he like poured his love onto her and stuff like that. But torrent of lovemaking sounds very different to someone of today's ear, and I don't think that that is what she meant. And then I don't know, so he looks so earnest over it that I shall never again think that a man must be playful always and never earnest because he is merry at times. I'm a little confused by that. I think she's saying, like, she thought of him as just happy all the time, and so she thought that he couldn't be serious, and so she's like, oh, he can be serious. But especially with that must be in there, it kind of sounds like she's saying, not allowed to be serious. And then she's like, you know what, maybe you are allowed to be serious, but I don't think that's what's being said. It's just kind of oddly phrased. I like that. That is such a... I would feel very complimented if somebody was like, I believe you clean grit. that is great. Right through to the very depths of your soul. This is very sweet as well, again, saying, I'll be your friend. Like, I'll never trouble you again, but consider me your friend. Very cute. I mean, some I don't know how common it is, but I think some girls do marry 3 men. But it definitely would, I don't know if heresy is the right word, but it would not be okay if you are a Christian. But it's like, well, and the thing is in the Bible that like Solomon had an exorbitant amount of wives and David and stuff like that. And so it's like, I do not believe that the Bible is saying that that's okay. That's a story for another day. But it's very interesting that she's like, why can't a girl marry 3 men? And it's like, you could. It's just not really okay, according to the rules of your religion. And I guess that is the point. She does say it's heresy, and I must say. So maybe she is saying like, I guess maybe I could, but it's heresy, so I'm not gonna. And then it's better worth being late for a chance of winning you than being in time for any other girl in the world. I guess he's talking about Arthur, that he's saying like, okay, it's better worth being later than us for you than being on time. Or I don't know if he's saying that he's late, but he's early. So I don't know. This is all very cute. I love that. I do really love this as well. Like, yeah, that's sometimes friends are rarer than lovers, and there is kind of an unselfishness to friendship, because in romance, like, you want this person and you want this person to want you. And that's not a bad thing in any case, but it's not the same as a friendship where it's just like, yes, we have this mutual affection and we're on the same level, and it's not like, oh, I want to have you in this singular way, and the singular to me. It's like, oh yeah, you can have other friends and have different kinds of relationships with them, and it's not this singular thing. And so there is kind of an unselfishness or less selfishness to friendship in a way. Like I said, I'm not saying romance is like bad by any account. Just that I think there is truth to what he's saying, and I really like that he's saying it, because especially as someone who really values friendship and platonic relationships, I feel like romance is almost always valued higher than friendship, and like, this is better. And I totally understand why some people do that, but to other people, it is either friendship is equal to romance, or it might be better. And so I really like seeing in like a classic book, somebody be like, hey, like there's some value to friendship, and saying stuff like this. I think that's really neat. And then I don't know if kiss means like kiss as we would think of it on the lips, or if he just means like kiss me on the cheek or the forehead or something like that. And then that's cute. Keep off the darkness now and then. Very sweet. I love that he's like not disparaging Arthur. He's just like, yeah, he's got to be a good guy or you wouldn't love him. Instead of like, oh, that punk took you from me. And yeah, true. And then this line makes me think that it might not be a kiss on the lips, because that's not very, like, that don't make us friends. Nothing ever will. It's like, I mean, that does kind of make you more than friends. that does kind of tend to make you lovers. But if it's like a cheek kiss or something, that line works a little better. Or again, could just be my modern ear. But yeah, I really like Quincy makes a great impression. He makes a great impression just from the words, Texan. Like, we have a Texan in Dracula. It's already like, okay, I'm interested. But actually seeing him be super sweet and kind to her, it's like, you know what? There are gals who will worship the ground he trods on because he seems pretty great. He makes a wonderful impression. Which, again, makes it even worse that she doesn't talk about Arthur. It's like, okay, both these guys sound great, and you're talking about how you rejected both of them, so I need to know why you rejected them, why you chose Arthur. He needs to make a good impression, too. But yeah, I think we're ready to move on. May 25th. Dr. Seward's diary. Kept in phonograph. 25th of May. Appetite today. Cannot eat, cannot rest, so diary instead. Since my rebuff of yesterday, I have a sort of empty feeling. Nothing in the world seems of sufficient importance to be worth the doing, as I knew that the only cure for this sort of thing was work. I went down amongst the patients. I picked out one who has afforded me a study of much interest. He is so quaint that I am determined to understand him as well as I can. Today I seem to get nearer than ever before to this heart of his mystery. I do feel it's interesting that he doesn't even mention that, I got it rejected by a girl. Like, it's his diary. He could tell his diary that he was rejected by a girl. But it's like, I'm tied to appetite today. Cannot eat, cannot rest. Diary instead. I guess maybe, because it does say, since my rebuff of yesterday, so maybe it's saying, I talked about this yesterday. I wrote all about it to you yesterday, so I don't need to go over it again. The only cure for this sort of thing was work. Yeah, I do feel like that a lot of people do that they're like, yep, time to pour myself into my work so I don't have to deal with my sadness. Again, I always love when I'm reminded that people have always been people. I questioned him more fully than I had ever done, with a view of making myself master of the facts of his hallucination. In my manner of doing it I now see something of cruelty. I seem to wish to keep him to the point of his madness, a thing which I avoid with the patients as I would the mouth of hell. Memento. Under what circumstances would I not avoid the pit of hell? Omnia Romae venelia sunt. Hell has its price. Verb. Sap. If there be anything behind this instinct, it would be valuable to trace it afterwards, accurately, so I had better commence to do so. Therefore, R.M. Renfield, ATAT 59. So wait, hold on. So I don't know what sup and ATAT mean. ATAT makes me think of eternal, but I don't know if that's correct. But I love that. I avoid this as I would the mouth of hell. And under what circumstances would I not avoid the mouth of hell? But it is interesting. I can totally see it's rather unethical, but I can totally see that somebody being very interested in a patient's madness, and so they're almost don't want to take them out of that madness because they're like, I want to find out more about this, and then now later he's like, that wasn't so great of me. And yeah, is something you should avoid, the mouth of hell. Yeah, let's look up Omnia Romae venelia sunt. So, all in Rome is something. I don't know what venelia. That's what I guess. Translate. Okay. Omnia Romae. Stop it. No. Go back. Stop. I hit the wrong button. Now my phone is being weird. Okay, go back. Mia. Rome. All of Rome is for sale. Interesting. Okay. All Rome is for sale. Hell has its price. Don't know what that means. Okay, like, is it kind of saying, like, Rome is this, like, grand, illustrious city at the time, and it's, like, but anything can be bought, no matter the price, and so he's saying, like, I avoid this at, like, the mouth of hell. I avoid this as something I would always avoid, and yet everything has a price. Anything in Rome can be sold, I think that's what it's saying. But then it also says hell has its price, which seems to be saying, like, well, yeah, hell is the price. Hell does have a price. And then I guess he's gonna, like, trace the instinct for, like, why he did that. Also, I took some Latin in school, and, you know, I wish I remembered it better than I do. But that is actually how you pronounce the V in Latin, if I remember correctly. You pronounce it like a W. Anyways, R.M. Renfield, ATOT 59. Sanguine temperament, great physical strength, morbidly excitable, periods of gloom, ending in some fixed idea which I cannot make out. I presume that the sanguine temperament itself and the disturbing influence end in a mentally accomplished finish. A possibly dangerous man, probably dangerous if unselfish. In selfish men, caution is as secure in armor for their foes as for themselves. What I think of on this point is when self is the fixed point, the centripetal force is balanced with the centrifugal. When duty, a cause, etc., is the fixed point, the latter force is paramount, and only accident or a series of accidents can balance it. Oh, interesting. Some languages still pronounce the V as W. Gotcha. I want to remind myself what the difference between centripetal and centrifugal. I don't know how to pronounce it. Okay, centripetal. Directed towards the center. Okay, and so where'd it go? So this is directed towards the center, and this is directed out from the center. Okay. It's always fun to see, you know, the humors, like, being referenced, because that was such a big thing at that time, but maybe I just haven't read enough books from that time, but I feel like I don't see it mentioned in, like, the classics I've read near enough as I hear people say, you know, it was so prevalent, and so it's fun to be like, oh yeah, oop, there's an ad.
I do have a kitty, but
she's not on the chair, so she's difficult to she is difficult to show. Gonna take up the whole ad just trying to figure out how to talk properly. I am very thirsty today. I'm running out of my water fast, so I'm probably gonna have to stop in the middle and and refill my water. I guess maybe I could do it now, but then you're not gonna know why I left. I do love that you can't really see it because of the glare, or the reflection. But my mugs are so perfect. I have another one that I used on the writing group stream last Saturday. But they all are Halloween mugs that have, like, the dead branches, and so they're pretty perfect for reading Dracula. Okay, you are back. I love that. Morbidly excitable. That feels like a descriptor we should use more often. Like, oh yeah, what do you think of this person? They are morbidly excitable. I don't know if it means like they're super over the top excitable. I don't know if it means they're excited about death. I don't know if that means they're excited about just gross things. But it's fun regardless. And then morbidly excitable, periods of gloom. Feels like something a lot of us could relate to. In both senses of morbidly excitable. So yeah, pursuing the sanguine temperament itself and the disturbing influence and a mentally accomplished finish. So I think he's saying like, Jet, hello Jet, welcome. Great to have you here. That anyway, so I think it's saying that that he like presents like he's completely like mentally healthy and that's like makes him even more dangerous. I think that's what it's saying. And then it's interesting, a possibly dangerous man, probably dangerous if unselfish. And selfish men caution is as secure an armor for their foes as for themselves. So if somebody's selfish, then they care about themselves, they don't want to hurt themselves, they don't want to hurt their image, and so there are things that they won't do and lines that they won't cross. But somebody who isn't selfish, then they won't care about themselves, and so they could potentially hurt themselves and be fine with it. They potentially don't care about ruining their reputation, and so they might go even further. So that's really interesting. That's a really interesting thought. Yeah, so when the self is the fixed point and the force towards the center is balanced with the force towards the outside, when a duty, a cause, is the fixed point, so is the center, then the force to the outside is paramount, and only an accident or series of accidents can balance it. So that's interesting. So he's saying that when you're selfish, there's this balance between external and internal, like the center force of yourself and then the external forces. But when you care more about external forces, then that center force isn't there. So that's interesting. But anyways, yes, morning, you say, as I am about to go to bed. But let us continue on. Letter. Quincy P. Morris to Honorable Arthur Holmwood, 25th of May. My dear Art, who told yarns by the campfire in the prairies, and dressed one another's wounds after trying to land at the Marquesas, and drunk healths on the shore of Titicaca. There are more yarns to be told, and other wounds to be healed, and other health to be drunk. Won't you let this be at my campfire tomorrow night? I have no hesitation in asking you, as I know a certain lady is engaged to a certain dinner party, and that you are free. And there will only be one other, our old pal at the Korea, Jack Seward. He's coming too, and we both want to mingle our weeps over the wine cup, and to drink a health with all our hearts to the happiest man in all the wide world, who has won the noblest heart that God has made, and the best worth winning. We promise you a hearty welcome and a lovely greeting, and a health as true as your own right hand. We shall both swear to leave you at home if you drink too deep to a certain pair of eyes. Come. Yours as ever and always, Quincy P. Morris. So they do know each other. So either Quincy found out about the two other dudes who were battling for Lucy's affection, and he was like, let's all have dinner at my campfire. Or they were already friends. And so if they're already friends, then how come they didn't know that they were all in love with the same woman and that they were all going to propose at the same day? Or was this some diabolical plan where they all planned to propose on the same day? In which case, I don't know, that feels kind of mean to Lucy. But this is weird, and I want to know more. I feel like the idea that they didn't know each other and Quincy's like, come to my campfire is the funniest, but I don't know if it's accurate. Yeah, they're already wanting to do some southern hospitality. Yeah, exactly. Also, it said that he doesn't usually use slang. Like, let's find her phrasing back up here. Mr. Morris doesn't always speak slang. That is to say, he never does so to strangers or before them, for he is really well educated and has exquisite manner. Okay, so I guess that tells you that they're not strangers. I guess that tells you that they are friends, because I think I would call what he is saying slang, at least by my standards. But again, I don't completely know what all is slang, what all he's making up, and what all's normal for this time. But I feel like yarns to be told is not, it's not like the, I feel like that's a very, like, Texan way of talking. or country or whatever. I also love that it's specifically campfire, that it's not like, oh, like, let's all go out to dinner. It's like, come to my campfire. I know I'm here in, like, the city of London or wherever they are, but I have made a campfire and we are going there. I don't know what he means by at the Korea. Like, if that means, like, literally in Korea, if something happened in Korea, or if there's, like, a restaurant, if there is a restaurant called, like, the Korea or something. Yeah, Mingler weeps over the wine cup. That sounds like slang to me. And then very sweet that he's just like, yeah, we'll drink to the guy who won her. And I think they do go, but I bet Jack gets this letter and is like, you know, he's crying and there's like a bottle of whiskey, you know, on the counter, and is like, I don't want to like drink to the other guy getting my woman. And then I don't know what drink too deep to certain pair of eyes mean. Like, I would assume that means, like, you're drinking, like, you're toasting to Lucy, like, too many times, or you're drinking thinking of Lucy or something like that, but I'm not quite sure. Yes, the true Texan way of talking, yep. Yeah, and then it's like, yeah, I know Lucy's going to a dinner party, so I know you're free. That is quite the move, especially, I have no idea if Arthur is an introvert or not, but that would be a terrible thing to send to an introvert, where it's just like, yeah, I know that you have one person that you hang out with, it's your fiance, and I know that she's busy, so you have no excuse not to come to my campfire. Oh, incredible. And a very short next one, May 26th, the telegram from Arthur Holmwood to Quincy P. Morris. 26th of May. Count me in every time. I bear messages which will make both your ears tingle. Art. I would be surprised if there is an entry that is shorter than that one. Amazing. Don't have much to say about that. It is the first thing we've actually heard from Arthur this whole time. And he's talking about ear tingling. Anyways. Okay. Oh, yes. Okay, we are back to Jonathan now. Let me actually see how, okay, it's not very long. Yeah, not long at all. Okie dokie. May 28th. Jonathan Harker's journal, kept in shorthand. 28th of May. I should have looked this up because I don't remember how to say this. So we'll see what comes out of my mouth when I get to that part. Got it. Okay. 28th of May. There is a chance of escape, or at any rate, of being able to send wood home. A band of Scani have come to the castle and are encamped in the courtyard. These Scani are gypsies. I have notes of them in my book. They are peculiar to this part of the world, though allied to the ordinary gypsies all the world over. There are thousands of them in Hungary and Transylvania, who are almost outside the law. They attach themselves as a rule to some great noble or boyar, and call themselves by his name. They're fearless and without religion, save superstition, and they talk only their own varieties of the Romani tongue. I shall write some letters home, and shall try to get them to have them posted. I have already spoken them through my window to begin acquaintanceship. Tripping so much. I've already spoken them through my window to begin acquaintanceship. They took their hats off and made obeisance and many signs, which, however, I could not understand any more than I could their spoken language. Again, I don't know if that's supposed to be funny, but it's like, I have a plan. I'm gonna get out of here. I just need to send some letters with these people. I don't speak their language, and I don't understand any of the signs that they make, but I'm hopeful. I guess you gotta be hopeful when you are imprisoned by Dracula, a very powerful vampire, but anyways, I have written the letters. Mina's is in shorthand, and I simply ask Mr. Hawkins to communicate with her. To her, I have explained my situation, but without the horrors which I may only surmise. It would shock and frighten her to death were I to expose my heart to her. Should the letters not carry, then the Count shall not yet know my secret, or the extent of my knowledge. Wait, so is he saying he didn't say about any of the problems, or if he's saying, like, I said it was a problem, but I did not go into, like, the extent of how bad it is. But if he did not explain that there's a problem, that's a problem. Because the whole point of sending a letter to Mina would be like, hey, I'm imprisoned by a vampire. I think I'm gonna die. Send someone to come get me. Apparently that is pronounced Tsigani, and is a phonographic representation of the Romanian word for gypsy. Interesting. Is that, I don't completely know I don't even know what that's called, but that way of writing pronunciation. So I'm not completely familiar with it, so I don't know if I even pronounced it right then. So let me know if I did for future reference, but Tsigani. Okay, and I also feel like Dracula might already know the extent of his knowledge. That would be why he's being careful and is making him send fake letters, and he, presumably wants to kill him. Because he probably knows that Jonathan knows. Pretty close, okay. If you can, like, just type it out with, I don't know, the normal alphabet, if you could try it and see if I could do that better, get a better sense. Anyways, I have given the letters. I threw them through the bars of my window with a gold piece, and made what signs I could to have them posted. The man who took them pressed them to his heart and bowed, and then put them in his cap. I could do no more. I stole back to the study and began to read. The Count did not come in. I have written here. This, again, like, I don't know if somebody has made, like, a comedy version of Dracula and I just haven't encountered it, but it just feels like there is so much room for comedy in this show, because, like, in this book, because you could totally have this scene be like Jonathan hucks the letters and the gold piece out the window, and he's making wild charades of, like, take this, to the post, I don't even know what it would be, but, like, like the box, like, stick the letter in the box and send it across the world. You could just have him doing wild charades at the window, and then the dude down at the bottom just watches him, like, with a goofy smile, and has no idea what Jonathan is saying, and is like, I'll totally do something that's, like, the opposite of what he wanted, or something like, yeah, just throwing the letters out like paper airplanes. There's so many funny ways he could throw them out as well. Make them airplanes, throw them out, and they'd, like, flutter, lamely down, or something like that, or they all go flying. So many funny things you could do with that. Anyways, the Count has come. He sat down beside me and said in the smoothest voice as he opened 2 letters. Oh boy, it has been a while, so I may not remember how I did Dracula's voice, but let's try this. This Zigani has given me these, of which, though I know not whence they come, I shall of course take care. See? You must have looked at it. One is from you, and to my friend Peter Hawkins, and the other. Here he caught sight of the strange symbols as he opened the envelope, and the dark look came onto his face, and his eyes blazed wickedly. The other is a vile thing, an outrage upon friendship and hospitality. It is not signed. Well, so it cannot matter to us. And he calmly held the letter and envelope in the flame of the lamp till they were consumed. Then he went on. The letter to Hawkins. That I shall, of course, send on, since it is yours. Your letters are sacred to me. Your pardon, my friend, that unknowingly I did break the seal. Will you not cover it again? And he held out the letter to me, and with a courteous bow handed me a clean envelope. I could only redirect it and hand it to him in silence. When he went out of the room, I could hear the key turn softly. A minute later I went over and tried it, and the door was locked. When an hour or 2 after, the Count came quietly into the room, his coming awakened me, for I had gone to sleep on the sofa. He was very courteous, very cheery in his manner, and seeing that I had been sleeping, he said, So, my friend, you are tired. Get to bed. There is the surest rest. I may not have the pleasure to talk tonight, since there are many labours to me, but you will sleep, I pray. I passed my room and went to bed, and strange to say, slept without dreaming. Despair has its own calms. So yeah, I was talking about this before, and I don't know if I could find it if I scrolled up. But he's like, oh yeah, like if I write in shorthand, then he's not gonna know what that means, and it's gonna confuse him. And I forget what he said it was gonna be, but I don't think he said he will burn it. But then there was something else that he was like, oh, if the Count found this, he's gonna burn it. And it's like, and I was like, you should connect those things, Jonathan. If he finds the shorthand, he's gonna burn it. And so yeah, we have now arrived at that point. And now that I know what shorthand looks like, I can totally see how it would actually seem like vile symbols. Of course, I'm certain that Dracula does not actually think that he's like, yeah, I know you were trying to get some code to your little fiancé, Jonathan. That's not okay. I'm not gonna let you do that. But funny thing is, he potentially didn't even talk about the horrors. He potentially didn't even say there was a problem, depending on what he meant there. And then, so very, very clever for Dracula to be like, oh, what is this, like, terrible thing with these awful symbols? Couldn't be from you. Let's burn it. Oh, but this other one, it's clearly signed by you, and it seems totally fine. So, I'm gonna send it, you know. I think I've talked about this before, but I think Dracula is such an interesting character, and part of what makes him, like, so striking, you know, for years to come, is because of this manner that he is, like, this, you know, this dark, evil, powerful vampire. But, like, at least in these early chapters, he is so smooth and suave and polite. Like, he's, like, locking him in the room and burning his letters in front of his face and being like, yeah, I know that you know, and I am not letting you send code to anybody. But nothing about, like, his words are, his words seems menacing. He seems very kind and polite. And so I think that's such a striking image. And like I said, it like really helps to maintain his image that he does stuff like this instead of just being like, I know your ruse, Jonathan. It's up. Instead, he's like, oh, you're my dearest friend. I'm totally gonna send the letter that you signed properly. And then Jonathan doesn't say anything about it, but I can just imagine him trying to keep a straight face as he watches his letters go up in flames. It's like, my only hope is going up in flames because he found it. Also, the other thing was, like, Dracula said that he was like a boyar and that he rules over this place. And so, like, if there are these people who attach themselves to a great boyar and they're hanging out with Dracula, they're probably loyal to him. Like, I don't remember for sure if that is the case, but, like, it seems like, they're on his side. And so you can kind of assume if you give them something, they're gonna show it to Dracula. They're not gonna be helping you, unless, of course, they just don't understand you, and they understand you enough to know what you want them to do, but not what your situation is. But that's really, the locked door is wonderfully menacing. Like, just imagine, like, you have this really nice conversation with this guy who is imprisoning you, but continues to act super polite. And nice, and like when he leaves the room after this pleasant conversation, pleasant on the surface conversation, and then you just hear the lock click, like, oh, like that's so menacing and spooky. I love that. And then he comes back and he's like, he locked him in the room, so there's not much else for him to do but go to sleep. And so then he comes back and he's like, oh, slaps him awake. You sleeping, Jonathan? Go to your bed. Oh, what are you doing here for? I told you can't sleep anywhere but your bed, and you saw my vampire wives. So go to bed. Go to your actual bed. I know he obviously didn't slap him. I just think it's hilarious, the idea of him, like, I don't know, like, grabbing a newspaper and walking in and being like, are you asleep, Jonathan? Oh. I just assumed it was Dracula being really petty. Yeah, him locking him in. Yeah, that too. That he's just like, oh, you're gonna try to send letters with my people? Well, I'm gonna show you just how imprisoned you are by locking you in this single room for a couple hours. And then despair has its own calms is quite the statement to end on. It's like, you know what? I slept okay because I am too stressed to have nightmares. I'm so stressed out that I'm calm. Okie dokie. Let's continue on. May 31st. Jonathan Harker's journal, kept in shorthand. 31st of May. This morning when I woke, I thought I would provide myself with some paper and envelopes from my bag and keep them in my pocket so that I might write in case I should get an opportunity. But again a surprise, again a shock. Every scrap of paper was gone, and with it all my notes, my memoranda relating to railways and travel, my letter of credit. In fact, all that might be useful to me were I once outside the castle. I sat and pondered a while, and then some thought occurred to me, and I made a search of my portmanteau and the wardrobe where I had placed my clothes. The suit in which I had travelled was gone, and also my overcoat and rug. I could find no trace of them anywhere. This looked like some new scheme of villainy. Is that how you say that word? Portmanteau? But anyways, I know, so, I don't know if you've watched my other Dracula videos yet, but I have read, like, the first part of Dracula in the past. I've tried to use Dracula Daily to read it, and that's why I'm doing it in the days now. I am, following along in the days. But I read up until things are starting to happen with Lucy, that it's like, she's sleepwalking. I got up to that point when I read it, but I haven't read past that. But anyway, so I know what's about to happen, and I don't like it. This is one thing that definitely is like, oh, that's uncomfy. But but I know that when I first read it, I was like, okay, you took your clothes, whatever. I just kind of thought it was sort of the, I'm trying to make him feel more imprisoned, right? That it's like, I'm taking all your papers, so you can't write any secret letters anymore, and I'm also taking your clothes. I'm taking everything you'd need to travel, including your travel clothes. And I didn't realize, that it really was a new scheme of villainy. But also, that is a fantastic phrase. It makes me think of the hive of scum and villainy line in Star Wars. But that is a great phrasing. But yeah, I mean, that is, it would be pretty horrible to experience because, like I said, he is taking away more and more of his freedom. But at the same time, it's like, well, you kind of could have expected this. You said yourself that you think, what was it, June 29th would be your last day to live, and that he's not going to let you out, and so you kind of expect he's going to take your travel stuff, and if you found your secret letters, yeah, he's going to take your papers and stuff too. But it would be pretty horrible to experience. And I don't know, I'm assuming he doesn't mean the journal because he's writing in the journal, and that feels like something he should have mentioned. But it is interesting that he says my memoranda, because he's like, makes those things. I don't know if that's referencing these, or something else. And we have got a lot of moving parts today. A lot of the beginning is just Jonathan, so kind of fun to see. Now we got Lucy, we got Quincy, we got Dr. Seward, and it's also interesting that instead of it just being like, oh yeah, like remember we introduced Lucy, and here she talks about the men that proposed to her, and that's that. Instead, it's like, oh no, like that was your introduction to two new characters. Now you get to learn about Dr. Seward and a patient at the mental hospital. Now you got to learn about the yarns at the campfire with Quincy and stuff like that, which is pretty awesome.
Oh, are you asleep? Probably. If you liked this video, I would really appreciate if you like it, comment on it, subscribe to my channel overall. It really helps me out. But otherwise, I hope that you have enjoyed yourself and have a good day, night, afternoon, morning, evening, whatever time it is for you. Goodbye.